Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to another edition of the Closing Argument. Today is April 14, 2025, and we are glad to be back on the Closing Argument. Um, tonight, tonight will be a historic. One of the will be looking at a historic event that occurred in our country, Liberia, 46 years ago, when the Liberia peace and tranquility were disrupted. For the first time, we experienced disturbance in the country. Many people today who not old like us, some of us very old, so we were alive. It was on I remember we were doing the same Easter break, and I was spending time with my mom in Dusa. Yes, in Dusa when that April 14 incident occurred. So tonight we will be talking about April 14, considered the infamous rice riot. But we invited some veterans that were involved in that demonstration, that protest that turned out to be bloody, and it was done by the likes of one of the group called the Progressive Alliance of Liberia, PAL, led by then the late chairman of that alliance, the senior veteran comrade Gabriel Bacchus Matthews, and they had the Movement for Justice in Africa, Moja, led by the veteran senior comrade Dr. Torgbean Tipote. That was the day that they challenged the status quo. So today we have some of the veterans who are alive. Thank God for good health and longevity that some of these senior comrades are alive today to share the perspectives about the April 14 riot. There have been lots of controversy on account of what happened. Some believe that the progressive, the Moja, the power guys should have given President Torbert time. They should have dialogue with him. Because we see that as I see there was exchanges between President Torbert and the leaders of PAL and Moja, I think. Even the Minister of Agriculture at the time, the late Florence Chenoweth, they were exchanging and communications about the issue that PAL and Moja was raising about the issue of rice. It was stated that after 1980, Liberia will cut down the importation of parboiled rice, of foreign rice, and we'll be focused on growing our own food and relying on our own food, local produced rice. But again, the guys from the Moja and PAL guys felt that it was improper. They felt that that policy would have benefited the elites at the time. They said the ruling Pewee party officials, most of them have farms, rice farms, and they're the ones who are going to benefit. So it brought some issues, and they started to exchange emails or so. But as I said, praise God, we have some of the veterans around today who will be sharing their perspectives about what happened and maybe defending their position. Who knows, that the action they took were not the right one. Also, I have here will be helping me with this in this historic day will be the senior comrade J. Victor Nangbe, and I'm happy that he's around to share to help us for the next hour and a half at least to engage the senior brothers with what's happening. But Mr. Nangbe, good to see you, and I'm happy to see you.
Chief, it's good to see you. How are you?
Yes, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Thank you.
That's great.
Tell me, what's happening at your end, and what's on your mind?
Well, thank God, like you said, thank God for life. We are here. My friends back home in Monrovia, I'm here in the States, but my friends back home, they usually around this time we try to gather and commemorate the day. I know Michael, George, and the other fellows. This morning he was telling me they wanted to take something to the printers, the press, to commemorate the day. Last year we gathered at Deacon's place, who is going to be with us shortly on tonight. Last year they gathered at Deacon's place. We were on this side and we were able to link up together, and just kind of, reminisce and relive the days. Yes, there was a lot of struggling, but there was a lot of fun. We had a lot of good times together. And so sometimes, we gather, we relive some of the times we had together. So I presume that's what they're doing today. The last year we had our fellows also from the LPP side. We're brothers in struggle, brothers in the struggle. And so we had the chairman, Yankwe Zeze. He was with the guys that time. This year, I don't think they're doing that. But we're happy that we're being afforded the opportunity here today on the closing argument to also just kind of, share with the country, the world, and young people especially, what life was prior to 1979, 1980, and see if we can compare that to where we are today. Basically, that's what we hope to do, kind of tell the story. We think the more we tell the story, the better understanding we bring to the story. We think the more our people are going to appreciate what we have today. I know a lot of people take what we have seriously, but there are also we think some people who are taking it for granted, and so we just want to remind us how far we've come, and hopefully that will help us, shape our outlook toward the future.
Yes. Again, like I said, there are many today who are enjoying the democracy, the multi-party democracy that most of the senior comrades struggle, and they engaged the ruling establishment at the time. After 100 and some more years, they decided that Liberia cannot be dominated by one party rule.
Right.
And started to engage.
So I'm not sure if it is you or my internet, but can you hear me?
Are you hearing me?
I think either mine internet got frozen on this side, but I can hear you now.
Okay, good. Yeah, so many people still an argument that people believe that the reason why Liberia is still backwards today is because of the role the progressives play. They accuse them of overreacting, and what they did is this. Other people say that President Torgbean was more engaging as compared to President Tomalin, and Torgbean were open for dialogue, and when most of the progressives decided to take things differently.
Correct.
And even though the argument has been made that the progressives were not part of the 1980 coup, but the people that saw them after the coup took place, they all got involved. They all were involved, and they saw that in the cabinet. So people believe that they play a role. But again, that's an argument that you have to defend, continue to defend, and the role they play. Whether they have to answer the question whether had it not engaged Torgbean the way they engaged Torgbean, whether the coup would have taken place, whether they would have, whether we would have been where we are today, who knows? But the argument that President Torgbean had a vision for Liberia, a great visionary, and he set the course to put Liberia on the right trajectory, and believe that how he ended his turn, maybe he would have left Liberia as a city, a beautiful city on the hill, big on hope in Africa. But that's the argument that we'll be making. But let's get going because we're having 2 segments today. But
okay.
I will first let I see the senior comrade Deacon Carlo is getting ready, getting set.
I think Dr. Kehleboe is also, I think, backstage.
Okay, yeah, I see that. I haven't seen him. I saw him earlier, but then he left.
Okay, all right, and I think Steve Quickapple might also be backstage.
Okay. Yeah, when I see them, I'll bring them up. But let me ask the guy in studio. Myean played it after April 14. President Torgbean 4 days later, I think 4 days later, he gave a very fiery speech and against what happened. Play President Torgbean's speech. Myean, please speak for President Torgbean.
And Commander-in-Chief of the Army, stand firm wherever you are. Defend your country wherever you are. And we will work together, not only to defend this country, but we'll build a greater Liberia. This has happened. It has happened for a purpose. And when did it happen? The dawn of Easter. When men of goodwill should be praising God for sending his blessed son to die for us and looking forward to a resurrection. Evil men want to kill God's children, the people of God, the people of Liberia, destroy the prophet. You think God is not on the throne? He's on the throne. He will defend our cause. But he said, watch, fight, and pray. I'm a watcher, I'm a prayer maker, and I'm a fighter. But there must be justice. I am controlled, my friends, in all I do by the laws of our land. And those laws I promise to uphold and defend, as well as the Constitution. Those are the laws that will govern us day by day. If any man transgress the law, let him go to the court and stand his chance. If the people say you are guilty, there's the law. There's the law. No man takes the law in his hand. When I not talk about rights issue, what no rights issue? They have planned the thing, and I know it. They have planned it. But if I had attacked them before, then they would have wanted a chance to say we attacked them. Then I wouldn't have been able to get the support of my people as I'm getting now. I had ideas about it. If I take a position, then they would have been saying that you have not given them their fundamental rights, their constitutional rights. But you see how it is. When you give people things that you feel that you should give them, when they don't appreciate afterwards, you don't give them to the kids. Isn't that so? But they don't appreciate it. But I'm strengthened. And I'm heartened. Because why? The people, it is the people. It is the people that I'm saying. I said I would be a president who would serve the people. I want a government of the people, for the people, by the people. If you people were coming here today, I'm telling you all without seriousness, and say that what you have done to try to defend this country, we don't approve it, we're not satisfied with it, I would say, thank you. I did it because I thought I was doing my best. If it's not satisfied, here is your president, I'm gone. But because you have come and said that what I've done was in the best interest of our country, and you're prepared to defend me, you people, you militia of this country, I'm your servant. I'm going to defend you at the cost of everything. Since they were so right, let them go to the court. stand their chance. That the court say that they're right. The law is there should be no demonstration except approved by government. Reason for that is obvious. They applied for the demonstration. I, as wise as I am, and I believe I have little wisdom, I said, you'd be welcome to have a demonstration if I didn't think that it would cause trouble. Because I know sometimes more what more can do. And what did they do? They said they were going to have the demonstration at any cost. Is that the way people defy the authority of government? Is that the way to defy the authority of government? And what you expected to be as your president? To say I won't defend government? Then I won't be fitting to be your president. I sure wouldn't be fitting to be your president. It went ahead. We tried all that we could to let them know that this was something that was not right. But they prepared, they went and gave all of those young people what liquor to drink, dope to smoke, and said, go up and play havoc, destroy Liberia so that we can come in and take over. Is that right? God will never permit that. Is that right? No, never. But what they thought they did, they cannot. Because the people, you can fool some of the people sometimes, but you can't fool all of the people all the time. They infiltrated here, there, and yonder to try to confuse people, and they are wicked people, to confuse the people, the less informed people, to confuse them, to get one up against the other. All those intrigues, those are the devilish intrigues. But I can't hear it. Who got to got from us? Manitona Kuliman, I get Mulai, my car. Who my car? Who ye to who can go ye? Who come after the collie? I get Mulai to. Jadi that day, Garaba Pama, Garaba Pama Pepon Cake, Garamandakana, Garamaya, who came from Gema, Punwaito. A new resurrection has come into this country. As a result of that, we will rise to nobler places. We will rise to higher heights. Thank you.
Station the LBC broadcasting to you from Monrovia, Liberia. You have been listening to a response to a statement issued this morning from the counties expressing solidarity and support to the government and people of Liberia over the weekend violent demonstrations.
Wow, that was President, the late Liberia's 19th president, His Excellency Dr. William R. Tolbert. He even spoke in Pele, in his local dialect. He spoke in Pele right after the April 14 incident. Citizens came from around the country to pledge loyalty and support to him. And in a fiery speech, President Tolbert was responding to the citizens' pledge of loyalty. But again, like we said, 46 years later, we happy to have it's a noise. Happy to have some of the senior veteran comrades from that was around 46 years ago, and they were very young people. We were all young, we're all perhaps babies, but they're the one who held the fort. And I want to say thank God for the health and for longevity, that they are still around to talk about this day, what led to April 14, and whether they should be held responsible for the crisis, the race riots that perhaps people said led to the April 12, 1980 coup. And people also blame them to say that Liberia's present state of affairs today is because of the role they took, the role they played. But again, they are here tonight. I want to welcome Senior Comrade D. Kankalo and Dr. Nyenwolo. I want to welcome these respectable statesmen who have also served their country well, served Liberia in various capacities. I want to welcome them on the closing argument. And first, let me give them an opportunity to give their intro, ask them how they and their families are doing, how their health. So, Honorable Kala, how are you today? Welcome to the closing argument. Ansu, he's all set. While they get him, Mr. Carlos said, let hear from Dr. Kehleboe. Dr. Kehleboe, maybe you want to come close up so that we can hear you in the mic. You sounding low. Yeah, but you sounding low.
Maybe I need to move my headset.
Yeah, maybe.
But can you hear me now?
So you're coming really, really low, like very far away.
I'm putting the stuff right to my mouth, so I don't know.
And the closer you get, it's getting better, but you're still far away.
Okay. I think the volume was a bit lower. Can you hear me better?
It was Kehleboe making a point.
Yeah, Yanko is getting exhausted. I mean, he's getting closer. Dr. Kehleboe is a little bit far away. Just okay.
So what's happening here is that if my voice is low, I will have to switch to
yeah, go and come back in, maybe.
Yeah, you can get out and come back in.
I see. But this I'm technologically challenged. When I go out, I have to come back in.
I don't know if you take out the headphones, maybe it will get better.
Okay.
If you talk straight into the device.
Okay, good. Okay, can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Anyway, thank you for the invitation, and I'm happy to see my brother from Peabody and Dika, and of course, for full disclosure, I let you know that Victor Dangwe is my brother-in-law, and so to let you know that it's not a nepotistic show. Well, anyway, I'm Yankwe Kehleboe. I joined the struggle when I was like 15 years old. I was very young at the time, and I became a member of the Movement for Justice in Africa. And that time, I got in contact with Dr. Stipota Sawyer and family, and also Jew Mason, and a lot of other student leaders. And so the progressive movement really started actively, maybe around 1973 when Moja started, and then came PAL, but PAL will discuss their own activities. But before I go ahead, I would like us to discuss this activity based on lessons learned, rather than just critically looking at what happened on that day. Because if you look at what happened on that day and we don't learn the lessons from them, then of course we'll just be.
Yeah, look at someone is calling him.
Yeah. He's in the States or in Liberia?
He's in the States here. He's in Jersey with me.
Oh, okay.
But I asked. I think he's on the phone. I think the children took the laptop. You're telling me so.
Oh.
Yeah.
So while waiting for him, let's hear from the senior veteran comrade Deacon Carlo. Welcome, Sylvester Pewee, the neo progressive. These are the Pewee, they're the one who coming on the stage to replace the senior comrade. They are the one
The
who
firebrand.
The firebrand. Now,
I think that's good. I think that's good. We appreciate the young people taking their rightful places at this time in our national life. Let me say the lesson learned, most importantly, is being able to look back, look at today and maybe tomorrow and say, this is where we went wrong, or this is where we were very right. And that's what the conversation I like to have with you this evening. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Pewee, you want to give us an intro, then we get started?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me. Let me say a wonderful good evening to Mr. Carlos. Deacon Carlos is a very reasonable political voice in the country. Yes, his contributions to the country is always recognized by we, the young progressive, and many Liberians. I interacted with him several times personally in the compound of the late Senator and Public Works Minister Mambrou Vlan Yimpan. There was a key point that I took from one of the conversations with him is that he said to me that day that the young people, we the progressive that set the stage for the young people, we are not in competition with you. What we're here to do is to direct you people to effectively move the country. That was profound that day, and I will always cherish that conversation, because the intent of that conversation was to set the basis. Because I asked him the question, I said, why is it at this time you always coming to take on, sometimes when you are appointed, you want to take the job? He said to me, if we don't take the job to set the stage for you, how do you come with the kind of a requisite experience you need? It is based on what we know, what we learned before. The issue of coming is not to take the job. And that was very significant in terms of the conversation I had with him, right? And that guided me in terms of my engagement and the methodology now we use in terms of, because that's one of the things I said. I said, one of the things we learned from the past progressive is the tenacity to forge on. They were very committed to seeing transformation in the country. It's one of the key processes and moving forward. So I think this is a very great time to interact again with them, and we should be happy to celebrate that people in the that are trying to set the stage for our politics in the 60s, the 70s, they are still here to engage with us. That's part of the democratization of the thought process that they all pushed through before, to sit with Mr. Cabo and interact with Mr. Cabo. It's good intellectual, one that will move things. And I mean, it's a tremendously very important process to shape today. And I'm very proud to be part of the generation that tried to push about our democracy, push about multi-partyism, and strengthening our democracy in terms of moving to contest rather than going to the butches and do other things. It's very important that we can sit on this platform to exchange view with these great individuals of our time. And let me put it strictly before I conclude. These are people that I admire their tenacity, their coverage, and their strength and intellectualism. So I think it's going to be a very great evening interacting with them.
Thank you, Sylvester Pewee. Let's hear from Mr. Jerome Gayman.
Hey, Deacon. Oh, yes, the Honorable Deacon.
Jerome, how are you?
I'm doing very well. The UPP stalwart. Listen, man, why you, Mr. George, why you didn't call Nathaniel Bear out here, man?
No, I did call Bear. He's tied up, but you know, he really would have loved to come in. But I think a couple might be Johnny also. You know, the guys are making their way.
Good. The question that I have for myself would be, where were you 1979, the Rice Riot? And I will answer that question. I was at Bassa High School. I was a teenager. I was recruited as a PAL baby, they used to call us. And when the riot happened, somebody was supposed to scoop us up to take us to Monrovia to join the protest. And we went through the training when they spray gas, when they had tear gas, what to do. We all have potato grains in our pocket. It spray you. You do it like that and rub it in your eye, so you don't get incapacitated. He laughing. He know the old tricks. So, Mr. Pewee, I'm talking about those of you who were not born or you were.
To be frank, that's what I was just about to say quickly. So your grandfriend, because I was to be honest, I was yet to be born at the time. On a serious note,
good.
And yes, I don't. So you are a big brother. So you are a teenager, something nine.
That's correct. And obviously, you know, you're from Lofa, so you don't know when you were born. So it's all right. We take it you were not born then.
All right, Dr. Cowboy from Lofa too. You want to be careful there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You want to go in on Sato territory. I will not allow you venture.
So I remember before the protest, we were in student government, and we had this guy. He came and he was asking all the young folks, if you were to be a leader of PAL, who will you be? Everybody said backers, deacon. I was the only one who said, I want to be deacon. And the man said, why? I said, I just love his title, Coordinator General. Guys who put everything together. I said, when you see Backer Matthew at the end, it's like making sausage, right? What you see there is the end product. A guy who got charisma, he can speak. Those speeches, the coordination, all of those things are done behind the scene. And the guy who is the nerve point is Deacon. And that's the guy I want to be. And now it was strange because everybody wants to be, obviously, you want to be seen in the paper, you want to be heard, you want to be quoted. Everybody wanted to be Backer Matthews. So when I transitioned to New Jersey and got really involved, it was the first time Harrison Jadia called me and said, young man, you've been behind us for so long. Do you have a green book? I said, no. He said, meet me at my house Friday at 7 p.m. and I'm going to officially give you a copy of the green book.
And what's the green book?
Oh, Deacon, could you tell us now what the green book is, please?
Listen. Ask this question. Listen, there's nothing. I come in. Sorry, there's not anything that you to take glory here for the interest of the public.
Yes.
That's the reason why I'm asking the meaning of the green book.
Good. Deacon?
But Pewee, can you hold back? Let's get into the discussion. Then
I will let Deacon answer that.
Jump in there real quickly for Sylvester.
Don't answer it now, please.
Don't answer it now.
He said don't answer it. So when I got to New Jersey and got to meet Deacon for the first time, all the time I was in Liberia, never met him until I came to New Jersey. And met Harrison Jadia, met Mr. Kawa, one of the greatest political writers of all time.
Was that in the 80s?
Yes.
Okay.
And I met Alfonso Kawa, a man whose writing I have always read. Those beautiful letters that were being written in power. If you wanted to know who was the guru of political writing, was Alfonso Kawa. And I met those great people. So that's my take on PAL as we go on into it. So Deacon, it's nice seeing you again.
It's my pleasure, sir.
Okay, let's get straight into the conversation because we are on time, and so a lot of people have tuned in to listen to these great librarians to help us find out what happened. So the question I will get started. The question I will pose to the senior comrade Carlo and Dr. Cowboy. What happened? What led to the April 14? Let's get it off our people to understand, because I mean, a lot of myth about April 14. People said, Garguah said, "You bring breast for $9," and from there, and Thomas said no. So please, in a short period of time, we're working against time. So at least we'll hear from both of you. I know you, one from Pau, one from Moja. Please tell us what happened. The Liberian people are listening. They are listening on the radio in Monrovia, through Liberia, and all over around the world. Tell us what happened on April 14. What led to April 14?
Well, you want to start, Carl?
Okay. April 14, we started organizing April 14 for November 25th, 1978. We got a report that the Ministry of Agriculture had prepared a report and issued it at the cabinet. We got a copy of that. We got a whole lot of it. And in that report, it was that the price of rice will be increased, and that there will be Pusawa no more. So for us, we were in the field because the price increase was not a new phenomenon. It was said the government, they were running advertisement, LBS, and we started checking all of this out. Well, what is it? Noble Pusawa 1980. Where do they have? What are they doing now? And so we search, or we comb the 9 counties, and we saw no motion, no plan. And so we convened a meeting in November to say where the government were putting through, it looked like it was more a fake. So the other guy started to ask me, why you say it's a fake? If they said Noble Pusawa 1980, why would they replace the Pusawa Noble 80? And so we sent the team back in the field, who are doing what, who are planting cassava, who are planting idols, who are planting rice, everything we started to check out. Because if you move Pusawa from the Liberian market, we take it that you will be very clear that there will be a substitute. And where will that substitute be? And I say this tonight, at that time, in November 1978, there was no substitute for Pusawa. So we developed another letter that, remember now, I was presiding over what we used to call the area committee, PAL area committee of Monserrato. And that committee was given a county status. So we invited the entire central committee of PAL, and that included Matthews, Queer, Wesley Johnson, Oscar Queer, all of the guys from the 9 counties were invited to Monrovia to hear us up. Those are us who were naughty. We invited them to listen to us. And that meeting was about that would demonstrate that this announcement that we're hearing is fake. And we wanted the party to take it serious. And I took my seat, I remember. The chairman introduced Chairman Wanselier from Nima. He introduced a gentleman from Bon County. Because what we were doing, let me say this tonight. April 14th, didn't it just happen like that? There were a lot of conversations taking place throughout the 9 counties. There were consultations with senior former government officials all throughout the country. And we were warned long before the November you heard me talking about. They told us, whatever you guys are doing, you will die. Because that friskiness. When they say you're depending on, I would say we depended on the Constitution. You say, where are you depending on? You'll get gone? No, gun is not needed. It's the rule of law. President Torgbean would say the country built on Constitution and all of that. And that's why that was our backbone. So let me say to our country, people who have always asked the question, no, they've raised basically, it didn't start April 14th. There's a history to it. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Cabo, the question is to next question is but President Torgbean administration they were engaging. He was engaging. He was a minister of agriculture. Chenoweth were talking to you guys. They were trying to interact. They were trying to find a dialogue. Because prior to the show, I just played President Torgbean's speech. He got a fiery speech. In fact, he said you guys were evil. The people, you guys, motives were not but rice, but just to disturb the peace of the country. And he was very fiery. He was mad. He said, you should ask for permit. They gave you a permit and all, but your whole motive was different. So that was listening to President Torgbean spoke. I mean, when he speech he gave.
Well, actually, the motive was not just to disturb. The motive was to peacefully pressure the government to not increase the price of rice. And also one of the reasons was that the increase of the price of rice was that there were going to be locally made rice, according to them. And how can you increase locally made rice and at the same time you say you are encouraging farmers to farm and make enough rice? So I think that was the kind of contradiction that I saw, that you can be increasing the price of rice and you encourage farmers to farm at the same time when they don't have food. So contextually, the situation was just, it was kind of spontaneous because there was the situation where the government did not want anyone to engage in any form of agitation. And at the time, it was basically impossible for that kind of agitation to occur. But the only part on the side of the movement that was doing the agitation was the control mechanism for the people who were agitating. And in retrospect, it's something that we can look at. There was no control mechanism. And it went off hand because a lot of people who didn't have any idea of what the motive were jumped in the street and started to loot all the stores and stuff like that. So those were, I mean, the kind of issues when I reflect on, I say these are issues that, should have been taken into consideration while you encourage those kind of things. Because controlling system for change is just not something that can occur, overnight. So the mobilization was good, but the control of the guys, because everybody was so angry, they went in the street and looted all the stores, Camp Johnson Road, the supermarkets, everything. So obviously, if you're president of the country, if that happens on your watch, you will be angry, and that was reflected in the speech that Toba made.
So, but before I bring the other guys in, but that means that was so. Moja, you guys did not join PAL for this, and you for this.
No, we did. But we did.
How come things went out of hand?
PAL was more ahead of the movement. But the Moja talking about rights and rights. So we're fighting for the people to have rice that was, low price, and every family could eat. And we're also fighting for the rights of people to participate in the governance process of the country. So, but we did participate along with PAL for the rice riot. But unfortunately, it turned the way that we did not want it to turn. And in retrospect,
we coming.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Kwabo and Deacon for coming again. Now, my own concern, and I think you struck something very important there, where I've been having issue, and Deacon, and even the late Senator Yimpan, and before we all had conversation on this, and there where I had a different thought about this issue. Now, you knew very well how, and I don't want to be a little bit denigrating or condescending towards our people. No, it's not the intent. But you guys knew, because you guys were the sophisticated folks at the time, educated folks, trying to push for the rights of the people of the country. But again, most of you knew that the way you were going about it was not organized. It would have resorted to chaos. Most of you knew about it. That's the information. Most of you knew that this thing was not well calibrated in terms of organization. And you guys allow the mass base of the people, bulk of them, not having the understanding of this and involving in things, and it degenerated into said chaos. Were there any way possible that you would have prevented this as intellectuals, group of intellectuals?
If I'm coming, Deacon?
No. Okay, you part of. Okay, I thought Dr. Kwabo were going to address this process.
He will, but let me jump in real quickly.
Okay.
For full disclosure, I was not a PAL activist. I became a PPP activist. But the accounts that I have read, and also as it was told to me in several discussions with Deacon, Gabriel Matthews, Wesley, and all the guys, the April 14 was not supposed to be a day to go in the streets to march.
Okay.
The Progressive Alliance of Liberia had applied for a permit through the Minister of Justice, Oliver Bright. That permit was denied. There were negotiations that were going on back and forth between the government and PAL officers. Yes, was being mediated by the late Ivor Port. And so up to around midnight, when that permit had not been granted, the decision was to call off the march.
Right.
But those days, all of the media stations, ELBC, all those stations closed around midnight. You had no other way to broadcast than we do now. There was no cell phone. There was nothing. You could only get to the people through the radio. So our people did not get the message that the march that was intended for April 14 had been called off.
Oh wait, let me interrupt, please. I'm sorry. So you all called for a march, and
yes.
Then so what made you to decide to call it off?
Because there's a reason why I'm pushing. I have deep information about this. That's why I asked Dr. Kwabo. I want a Deacon to also comment on this. I had a small kind of a conversation with Deacon on this. I differ with him on this, and he tried to it's been some years now. I think around,
yeah, and they were coming. If you,
so I
if
want
you
you,
give me,
but
I'll make it,
what
I'll make it
Mr.
short.
Nambe is really hitting something. It's important. Continue for them, Mr. Nambe.
Yes. So the march was supposed to be called off. First of all, it was going to be a peaceful march, as it is done here in the States. The TWP government was proclaiming a democratic government.
Yeah.
Protest is a part of democracy. You register your dissent to the government. You demonstrate. People take placards all over the world. They demonstrate in the streets. The TWP government refused to give us the permit. And so our guys, the march should have taken place at 3 p.m. that Saturday. When we didn't get the permit on that Friday evening, it was decided that we will get to our guys and by word of mouth, and tell them the protest, the march had been canceled. But the guys also got word that the government of Liberia had intended to go and block off our offices, block off West Point, block off those places where the people were supposed to come from. So that's how they went early in the morning to go and occupy the office because the government was going to seize the office. So when they got there, some of the guys are already assembled at the office. Before they could get to the fellow to tell them the march had been called off, the government people had already started taunting the people. They started throwing stuff in the yard, tear gas and all of that. That's how the whole gathering was provoked. And so people got angry. People ran in the street. They decided if the government is going to treat us this way, we will suck it to them as well. So in that instance, Sylvester, I understand what you're saying. You can organize, you can demonstrate an organized movement. But when people become, it's like you shake a honeybee. When people become upset, they go anywhere and do whatever they want to do. And that's how the situation got out of hand. But I will pass it on to Deacon.
Mr. Nambe, let me hold you that it's important. I think you're not going to serve as part of the guest line today. We're going to preclude you from being a panelist, and you're going to be part of the guest line because
you're
deep progressive. Also, you play a role in it. Yeah, yes, what I bring you back to, because during the organization,
right,
some of you, it is alleged that some of you made a lot of incendiary comments that most of the followers captured. There were a lot of incendiary comments coming from most of you, the progressive, both from Moja and PAC. I stand to be corrected, but I said allegedly. Okay. Now, and you struck something important just now to say, oh, there was no social media.
Yes.
There were no this, there were no that. But we have newspapers, we have radio stations. Apart from ELBC, we have Radio Baha, we have Radio ELWA that was somehow open to most of you, right? And there was most of those leaflets that was being written, but most of the information are written via leaflets to those rural communities. And I want you to prove me wrong here. You did leaflets. You dropped leaflets. At the time, the popular means to communicate was via leaflets. And you dropped those releases on campuses, high school campuses, or communities, or the University of Liberia and the rest of that. So how come you didn't effectively communicate that this march is canceled? You would have done that via the same leaflets that you used to do a huge mobilization in terms of the march.
Yeah. So I'll tell you this, and then my colleagues will come in. Let me tell you, life even in the 1980, 33, 85, after 11:30, the whole city is dead. Everybody, the whole town is dead. Radio Baha'i, Radio here I think they close at 11:30 or so. So I understand what you're saying, but if we reflect on 1979, 1980, by then, once ELBC signs off, the whole country is literally dead. So those options, as they seem now, they were not as available.
Did you drop the notice to ELBC by 5 a.m.?
Well, remember the discussion. The discussion were ongoing. Abapol was in the mansion until around midnight when we got it from him that was not going to happen. It was pretty late, and therefore we decided, in the morning when our guys assemble, we'll tell them, we didn't get a permit, so people should go home. That was the easiest way we knew we could reach our people and reach them, effectively. And that's why we started gathering at the office, and of course, the police people were already
quickly before DCAM come in. What do you think led to it being chaotic and very catastrophic? Why do you think led to that?
Well, when the police people got there, first of all, they posed a hostile posture. They were saying things, doing things. They were going in and searching without a warrant.
But no, the police was doing that, but then people were already looting stores.
No, this was not. No, but this is before. The people were at the offices before the looting started. Once they started throwing stuff into the the crowd, tear gas and all of that. There's, like I said again, it's like you shake the honeybee. The people just they ran out of the place, and of course, word started spreading that look. The government has taken on our people who are going to peacefully assemble, and that's how the people took the anger into the streets, and they decided, okay, we'll do the best we can to give it back to the government.
Deacon, can you come in, please? Were there any means, Deacon, that you, the progressive, would have prevented the chaotic thing that unfolded April 14, 1979?
You are muted.
So what do I do?
Yeah, you're all right now.
Yeah, okay. You can go ahead.
Look, we are speaking tonight, 2025, against a process that started, say, 1977, 78, 79. And so it sounded like Monday morning quarterbacking to me. That's what I see you guys are trying to do. We wrote Minister Oliver Bright asking for permit from January. So you talking about April 12th, Sawyer, Matthews, family met to discuss the very question, how best do we do this? That meeting, may I add, it did not gain the result. Like, for example, you wanted to say, close down the demonstration, no more demonstration, and that sort of thing. That meeting didn't get that. On April 13, Queer, Matthews, and Kankala met in the graveyard to discuss the start of the demonstration, whether we should or we should not. So it didn't just get to Monday morning. Saturday morning. It did not. That whole, from April 1, we were trying to obstruct in a marshal with Matthews. We met with the President Talbot. It's at that meeting, for example, the April 1st meeting, President Talbot told us that he cannot delay the increase of the price of rice. April 1. From that point, we're holding a series of meetings. So when I hear you talking like that, of course, I understand that you were not part of that conversation. So I accept that you can make the kind of sweeping comment like that. You see? But let me say this to you as a point of information. The government of Mr. Talbot did not attempt to save blood. They did not in any way try to stop the sweat. No. They wanted to stop the idea of an opposition party. That's what they wanted to stop. Kill Matthew, and the whole thing would be over with. Kill anyone, it will be over with. And so they brought in the people from Kanama, the people from Shuffling. They have trained their police for I say from January to that time. So it's not new. Please, I want you to understand what went into that planning. It's not just you want to see April 14, but it was long before April 14. the people, the effort of Mr. Talbot, the effort of Oliver Bright, the Minister of Justice, was to stop the registration of Progressive People's Party at any cost.
Mr. Gimman, again, go ahead.
Well, Honorable Khan Collar, I heard from backers a conversation that was kept, I think, when you, he, and Oscar Queer had gone to ask to use the pavilion. Could you tell us what was that conversation? I think it was something like somebody said they knew your father. and your response to them was maybe condescending or maybe frisky. And they asked Oscar Queer for his name. And his name, the pronunciation of his name, they made fun of it. Go ahead.
Well, Quay, I think it was November. No, it was December 1976. We met with President Talbot, and President said, I know your pa. Your pa is my friend. I said, no, Mr. President. My pa can't be your friend. How is it that my father, your friend, and no school in our area, no clinic, no hospital, no road.
Wow.
And you say, my pa, your friend?
No.
You be president, I be vice president for 90 years? No, my pa was not your friend. So, but we took the conversation with seriousness. Now, maybe somebody would think they were joking. No, they were not. I was not into joke. Liberia is not a toy. Somebody want to joke? I'm born in the bush, and you say you want joke? No, I refuse. I told the president, and thank God, I told President Talbot in the face that he can't be vice president for 90 years and no role in my place. No, he was not my father's friend.
These guys are radical. Radical.
Dr. Kwabo, do you have anything to say on were you a friend? Was your dad a friend to the president also? You muted that, Dr. Kwabo.
I met the president once in 1978.
No. The question is, will you consider the president to be a friend of your dad at the time?
I did.
Okay.
I did, because regardless of what happened, I thought he was one of the presidents who wanted Liberia to actually succeed. Besides these political nuances, I believe he wanted to who have pushed Liberia farther than where we are today.
Okay, that's another point, Dr. Kwabo, because were there any level of disagreement between the progressive on the issue of President Talbot? Because you just said that you believe that he was a progressive president and trying to push Liberia forward, and all didn't think. Deacon just not said that Talbot was never a friend to his father because the road to his place terrible, no development, what have you. That's a kind of a point of diversion there. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, number one, Deacon and myself have different experiences, so his reaction will be quite different from mine.
Okay.
Number two, we were fighting against a system, not an individual. So I cannot look at President Talbot and say that he was the one responsible for all of the problems in the country. We were fighting against a system, and we continue to be cleaner.
Yeah,
so
but
people cannot make people collectively guilty about anything.
But there's this issue. there was a rift between Moja and PAL. People believe that Moja was more like socialist. I mean, that's why they describe them how socialist orientation, and PAL were mostly on the side of really trying to really be a democratic force. But you guys were trying. They accused Moja of trying to bring in socialism in the country. And PAL. So tell us, since you guys were one from PAL, one from Moja, was there a rift between PAL and Moja? What? Because I know Drew Milson, Dr. Tipote, Dr. Famule, they were all on one side. Oscar Kuya, Deacon, Carlo, Bacchus, and so they were on another side. What? Tell us, what was a disagreement between Moja and PAL?
Okay. Firstly, as for me, I believe that it was not necessarily the two institutions. I think it was because of personality cults. The people, the heads of Moja and the heads of UPP, when that killing was sitting down to come to a logical conclusion, said we all say we're a progressive party. And I think Brother Nangbe and I, we've been working to bring both the unity, I mean the UPP and Moja and the LPP together, so we could form one progressive party. But unfortunately, that has not.
So saying he went off, let me continue where he left off.
He's back with it. Before you can continue, I know you can pick it up on that from there. Yeah. Here's the point. There are others also that say in the country that the progressive came, PAL, Moja, the rest of that, they came in the country with the intent to improve situation on the behalf of the Liberian people generally. But again, their failure themselves to organize themselves to clinch onto power, they say, was a massive failure that was due to some at the time referred to personal engagement. Let me emphasize this word. They said because it was an individualistic tendency at the time they were trying to push. Okay, you come on this with Nangwe and any of you on here tonight.
Yeah, so I mean, revisionist historians would say that, Sylvester. Look, what these guys encountered from 75, some of us we started witnessing from 79, 80. You're talking about a war of, I don't know if I should say war of China. To push against the TWP as they did was an uncommon feat. It is not like they had the options, to take power no. They were. I mean, you heard Deacon. The intent was to kill the movement from the onset, and so there were lots of obstacles put in our way, including what Dr. Cabo is alluding to, the division. I mean, this is artificial. Yes. We differ in methodology, the PAL and the Moja fellows. The Moja fellows, they wanted more the intelligentsia, they wanted to go, professorial, they have Professor Sawyer, Dr. Famble, Dr. Tipote. We have Matthew, Carlo, Blamo Nelson, Wesley Johnson. They have the PhD. And their thing was to educate the intelligentsia so that they will then come and take over. We believe we will recruit the masses from the young boys to the market women, and recruit the force that will be necessary to win an election. That's what we were fighting for. And so we differ on that methodology. But as Dr. Cabo is telling you, for the past 30 or so years now, the number of us who are slightly below the layer of, say, Dr. Tipote or Deacon Carlo or Bacchus Matthew, we have realized that this division really is artificial. And he will tell you, we've had so many technical meetings. Alari, Nyakwe Cabo, James Logan, Alfonso Kawa, Kwekapo. We've tried as much, Abraham Mitchell, to bring the two together. We got to a point where we almost made it happen. But like you're saying, Matthew and Tipote, we got stuck as to how to bring the two of them together, how to arrange the coming together so that, one person is at the top or one person at the top. We got stuck on that.
Yeah,
but we didn't give up. We have still been trying to do that. But our inability to take step power has not been because people were engaged in personal aggrandizement, or self-seeking. No, we were actively being stopped from taking state power. That is a fact. And so when we were building the groundswell,
who stopped you from taking state power?
the TWP, the TWP arrangement. I mean, you heard President Togo from the beginning of this show, Sylvester. That president did not sound like somebody who was speaking as a uniter or as the father of the nation. President was very angry.
But he was eventually eliminated. And ever since he was eliminated, here's what happened. Let me bring this and you guys will continue.
Sure.
Ever since he was eliminated, this issue Samuel Doe came on.
Yes.
And then when Samuel Doe came on, it was some through the process that, hey, yes, this Torgbean regime or the two-week party suppressed the Liberian for a very long time. When Samuel Doe came on, some of you from the both sides took on to, because you said Samuel Doe brought some of you in the government.
Correct.
Like Dr. Famude.
Yes.
And the rest of Tiput and the rest of the folks.
Correct.
And also, point of this issue again about you guys deviated from the struggle point that you wanted to emancipate the people because the very government that was corrupt, you were part of the government. Then what do you have to say about that also?
So let me tell you this: the coming into the and Deacon was in the government, so I will pass it on to him. But let me tell you what we know. There was a stark difference between what the PRC was trying to do and what the progressives that came to the government were trying to do, if you recall. But within a year or so, or less than a year, some of them had already left the government. There was major disagreement on how to liberate our people. It is true, the military came, our guys, most of them were incarcerated, our senior brothers, and they liberated them. That's so far, that's how far I think the coming together went. And so they brought a few of them into the government. They made their suggestions, proposals on how to move forward. And the PRC government is a military government. They outright rejected this proposal and they started taking on tendencies of the very people that they had deposed. And he will tell you, I'll pass it on to him. By 1981, most of them had left the government. I will pass it on to Deacon.
Guys,
Deacon, how long did you spend in the Doe government?
I think 9 months.
Oh, okay.
We were in prison at the Monrovia Post Stacket when the coup took place. Around 3 o'clock, they executed President Talbot, I think Chad Riley, and the fellows. We got Larry Butty, one of the fellows, broke into Post Stacket. We were 447 in prison.
Wow.
They escorted us to the brigade headquarters. Tomalin was made commanding general. We were escorted to his office. He was already commanding general. Nicolas Podia was already made speaker. The only person who did not have a job at the time was Thomas was signed until Doe invited Matthews, Chia Chipo, and Oscar Quia at the mansion. At that time, Doe was already president. So let me say to you, respectfully say, Moja and Pal had their differences, but that differences was not April 12th, when the government recruited senior major. The differences, yeah, it was doing things. Take, for example, Matthew, as the foreign minister, was looking for scholarship, was looking for support for our school system. When he started getting the support, he started pushing it to Boima Famule because he was the minister of education. Matthew, as a foreign minister, I was traveling from Nairobi and we came across a cadre from Tripoli. He and I started to talk about this thing you'll get. Is there something we can learn? The guy asked me, is there something that you think you can learn? said, well, we want to produce our own food. You guys are doing well. And then Matthew joined us from Addis Ababa to Monrovia, discussing that issue. The Torgbean security people who were recruited by Mr. Doe said they were noticing social tendencies. But the gentleman that we came in contact with, he reported fully to Colonel Gaddafi. And Colonel Gaddafi said, we get the 80 million so they will go into their agriculture program, because that's what the young fellow talk about. The foreign minister wants that. And so we're invited to Tripoli. I show you guys are learning people. You learn that the American cut that trip off Arab's feet. You heard that.
No,
so there was that conflict.
I just hearing
it. Conflict. There was that conflict between Moja and Pal. And we should try to avoid that money quarterbacking thing, because it will not help the conversation. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, let me ask a question, right? That's a question. I got two questions. Okay. President Tolbert, he was in favor of change, but do you guys believe that he has resistance within his own cycle? Because he was open to you guys. He was engaging you guys. Because I saw letters between Chairman Matthews and President Tolbert. I saw some communication between two of them. Okay. Yeah. So Tolbert, it said that he faced resistance within his camp, but he was in favor of the change you guys were advocating for. Tolbert was all for it. He wanted multi-party democracy to exist in Liberia. Okay. And my last question before I forget, the execution of the 13 government officials, because you guys were in government, you guys had any part to play in it? You guys advised, you guys were in touch with Doe, or did Doe consult you guys? Please tell the Liberian people what happened.
Let me say, there's a gentleman they call Frank Sengbenin.
Yes.
You remember that name?
You're the tribunal chairman.
Tribunal chairman.
Yeah.
He was also a graduate from the University of Liberia Law School. The military, they know themselves. They know each other. Who know the American Liberian leadership better than the military? You know, I learned, sadly, the coup took place, they formed the government, and the conversation, any of you can, when you meet committee, we say, you should please face him and hold him down into a conversation. We were not given any position, any assignment. And so the day of the execution that morning, we went over to the mansion to see Bole. It looked like we said, my friend Wolokoli, myself, we wanted to replace. And so how come they form a government at a critical time and no assignment? We got there and people were chatting around the fourth floor. They will kill the people here today. Then I communicated that piece of information to committee. We said that the guy said they will execute people today. No, that can't be like that. We said go and check with Dr. Peabody. I'm going to check with Mr. Murphy. When I got to foreign ministry, Matthew were meeting for the first time with the ambassadorial court to Monrovia. So when they're discussing something last night and you meeting with a diplomat near Monrovia, when I heard that, I was pretty upset. But then I realized that this effort was designed to destroy other people. I say to you again, the military knew the American Liberian ruling class better than those of us who had come around this 1978, 79, all of that. Frank Sangmani was this chairman of the tribunal. They came up with their findings and they wanted to execute it. But what I started hearing was, oh, that Matthew made a list of people who to be executed. Peabody made a list, all that kind of,
Don't say
silent for our country. Yeah, I would not say. Am I saying that Matthew didn't write all the lists? But I can tell you that it was just hard for me to believe. But we have come from post-Stockade, torture like nobody business. And the only thing the people want to talk about that President Torgbean was killed and Matthew made the list. Matthew was in post-Stockade, in room number 8. I was in room 13. How you make list? But I believe today, after all these 40 years, a lot of us, the American Liberians who were propagating all of their misinformation, they didn't care about that. All they know that they Kwesi, that Matthew, that Peabody, their target were Matthew and Peabody. So destroy them. Those who were younger, who didn't have a job, maybe we would go into that mansion and somebody would say, well, I saw you at a mansion. And the only reason I was at that mansion, I was looking for a job. Come here, we said, wanted to replay, you were looking for a job. But you think people care? No. They did not care purposely because they arrested or executed these 13 people and they wanted, other people let also go with them. But I can say to you, the effort of the government security forces was to destroy the opposition matter, the opposition party. That's what they wanted to do. Kill the damn people and destroy it and then reconstitute themselves. That's what they wanted. Nothing will satisfy the true party people more than seeing us alive. They would not accept that.
Deacon, I got a question for you.
Please.
I heard this from Oscar. He says when you guys went to get to ask for the permit, somebody in that room said, you want to use our building? Something to that effect.
He said, we went to the meeting. He said, guess what? They wanted to use the pavilion, our place. And guess what? They want to use the mansion, the city hall. Imagine that.
Who was he referring to?
Man, who you think you were talking about? Who you are talking about?
I'm just asking.
He was sitting in a meeting with progressive people leaders. It was Matthew, it was Queer, it was myself. We were meeting with the True Party leadership. President Torgbean invited Townsend, he invited Cecil Dennis, he invited Richard Hendricks. We were meeting with Tabra of the True Party. And he said, when he said that, Who was he referring to? Who you think he was referring to? Who you think? Sorry, man.
Okay. Pewee, are you? Or who's going to ask?
You know, the
Oh,
chairman.
no, basically, so you just came in, and so yeah, we can give you the room to ask. It was just around, and today, Mr. Nangwe is
I
not
actually
asking
have
question,
been
he will be
following.
taking question. So you can, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. And it's good to see all the folks on. Mr. Kala, I think the last time I saw you was a few years ago in Monrovia. It's good to see you alive and well and kicking. And before I ask my main question, have you ever written a book? Have any one of you guys written any books?
Just script here and there.
Have you? You said you have?
The organized thing that I did, there was a piece on the PRC and few scripts.
Is there a reason why you guys have not written your story? Have turned it into literature for history?
No real reason besides funding.
Funding. Okay. All right. So I want to ask you a question, and it could go to any one of you, Mr. Namwe. Mr. Namwe said he was at the bottom level than you guys, right? So, but he can answer, and Mr. Kwabo also can answer. Do you guys, and this is the question that continues to linger in the minds of a lot of people. Mr. Nangwe here, I think I asked him before, but I will ask again. The coup that happened, did you guys have any inclination? Did you know anything about it? Did you hear any whisper? Because if you just said you were in prison, right? You were in Postake when the coup happened. Did you hear any whisper? Did you guys see it coming? Where did those surface? Where did he come from? Where did all of this thing just happen? Because it seemed like Mr. To borrow Mr. Nangwe's words on this very platform, he said your agenda was aborted or something like that. If I'm not mistaken, I think you used the word something about being
hijacked.
Hijacked. That's the word. Yes, said it was hijacked. So my question to you, to any one of you, did you guys know anything about this? Anybody within your group? Were you guys a part of this? Anybody?
Let me tell you something about the way we were building our party. Because I have responsibility for mobilizing our partisans throughout the country. And this day, we are going to meet with the president. And the president tendered an offer. And I laughed. He said, why are you laughing? Where are you from? I told him I was from Sino. And I said, the offer, I will not accept. I want to be sure that True Party is defeated 1983. We talked for about 2-3 minutes. He said my offer remains on the table.
And what was the offer?
It was one of those managerial positions for is it Fanplan? Fanplan. But it was on the first 3.
Wow.
And I said to him, the work we have done, I believe we'll win, Mr. President. He said, come, my offer remains on the table. I said, yes, sir. He said, don't forget, you are my friend's son. And then I followed Matthew. And we left the marshal that day. So the question of whether that, my friend, on April 14 afternoon, some military people went to Guar. Say, but the people finished running away. So why you don't take over the place? Guar said, it is not our plan. because it will be more bloody if you take that approach. Let you leave it like that. April 14th afternoon. So all through this, we felt there were one or two pieces left in our chemistry, and we didn't want to interfere with it. Our party was rich, was ready, and we were very careful. Maybe one or two persons had a little date, but to say generally warrior or overthrowing, true, we party were convinced it was beaten already. Some people who say, oh, Dr. Peabody started 71 to build the Moja. We thought they were confined to the University of Liberia. That's where they were. We were all over the country. So we were now, they were afraid. They were our big brother. But I was thinking they never factored them. Or my HB, I was close to him. And you would say, Carlos, and two are always laugh. I say, HB, I will not join Moja, but you my friend. But I joined Moja before you came home. Then when Pa decided to build a People's Party, then I moved there because I thought they were my heart. My heart was about building a political party. That's why I went. But like taking on to shoot somebody down, because up to the time the coup took place, we were having over 50,000 people registered.
Wow.
So to answer your question, yeah, Deacon, yeah, he spoke to it, but like he's saying, the guys believe they had the numbers. There was no thought of a coup. It was felt we wanted elections because we knew we were going to beat the TWP. I mean, that was the consensus. Nobody was contemplating coup. And so I know one time, I think the late President Doe, I think he said Dr. Sawyer may have taught him at some point in time at the barracks or all of that. I don't even think Moose himself remember that. But and Dr. Cabo is here, he would say from our brothers from the Moja camp. I don't think anybody at any point up to April 12 had any notions or any type of whatever it is about and impending coup. No.
So what would be, maybe Dr. Cabo can comment on this. So what would be your hypothesis or your thought process, right? Because I mean, nobody gets up and go and kill the president of a country without it being planned. I mean, right. I forget. I'm sorry. I find it hard to believe that 13 uncommissioned soldiers woke up one morning and decided they were going to take a stroll to the executive mansion, walk up onto the 8th floor into the residence, and shoot the president. Like I'm really, really finding it hard to believe that.
So the guys sharpened the contradictions, Ben, to a level where the tension was popping, but the country was like a balloon ready to pop.
And that's why.
And the guys took advantage of the situation. It's like they say, okay, big brother, we did it for y'all. But then they think they did for us to give it to us now. It was a battle. He just told you he was only 9 months in the government. He had to leave. Yeah, there were major disagreements with the military. They had their own idea. I mean, you see President Doe, 4 or 5 months later, you see the Afro and all of that. He had different ideas. Purging his colleagues, Western, all these guys. It was a very protracted struggle. Even after the fight with the TWP, there was a major fight between the progressives and the military guys.
Mr. Nambe, and this was the reason, because yes, the country was already on, as you said, was a balloon ready to pop, right? And the reason, and I've spoke to a lot of those that were associated with the progressive and all the line. They said they didn't have no knowledge whatsoever that they were going to be a coup. Yeah, that was very clear. But yes, what? Even though those guys that took power, they were a little bit skeptical of you guys. They felt you guys were already political. And that's why the honeymoon didn't last that long, right? And all those things unfolded. But yes, to Ben's point, yeah, they didn't have no knowledge whatsoever. No knowledge.
I think Dr. Kawa got something to say. Did you have something to say, sir? Are you muted? We can't hear you. No, we can't.
Still muted.
You got it on mute, Dr. Kawa.
You got it on mute from your end because we can't hear you. Okay, before he comes, when we get him, my last question or my second question on this, and then we can go to Mr. Gaming or Pewee. Again, to Mr. Carlo and Comrade Namwe and Mr. Kago, where do you think you guys lost the masses? Because obviously, none of you have been president of the country. I mean, I think the closest to the progressive struggle that became president, or I don't know who.
None of them.
Nobody.
None of them.
No. Please be corrected. Joseph Boakai was part of the progressive.
That's what I was about to say. I was about to call his name.
It was not progressive.
It was he.
There you go. What's about Ellen? Ellen was part of that group.
No, she was not part of the group.
Ellen wasn't. Ellen was a minister in the government, right?
What?
Ellen was a minister in Torgbean government. She was a minister of finance.
Listen, man.
None of them took the presidency.
Listen, man, please. Guys, if you don't understand the politics, let us talk about it because we know much about it. If you say Ellen was not part of the progressive, let me tell you, when may his soul rest in peace, when Dr. Benedict Warner came to speak here at my invitation, twice, 2010, 2014, Florida. And I will say this. He says when the tension was high in Liberia, I know Carlos gonna laugh. He said one of those nights, Willie called a cabinet meeting like 1 o'clock in the morning. And he went around the table and he says, Benny, is it you? And Benny said, Mr. President, no. So he went to Richard A. Henry, went around the room. And then when it came to the finance minister, he stopped. And the meeting was adjourned. And Benny said, we knew who the mole was. Because there is no way we are going to have our cabinet meeting 1 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the morning, Baker Matthews and D. Kanker, they have our minutes.
Okay, so let me
before you continue, the men are saying that he know the thing. We will not take it from you. You know everything. Mr. Nabe, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Ben, you have to answer that question quick.
But that's the question I was getting ready to ask.
Okay, go ahead.
To ask them.
The men are saying
Mr. Carlo, Mr. Namwe, Mr. Carbo, do you guys consider, would you say Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was a part of the progressives? Would you say that?
Let me, before my big brother come in, no, Ellen was not.
She was never.
Ellen was, she became a part of all by accident. Look, Ellen had a beef with Doe. You understand me? I think, all being a part of progressive struggle, whether she dabbled in the struggle or not, but she came to prominence during the PRC time. She had a falling out with the PRC where she insulted them publicly, called them names. And so they went after her. But when they did, it's almost like O.J. Simpson leaving the black community. And now when Nicole Simpson is there, he comes to the black community. We embraced her. And we took on her struggle. We helped her get out of the country and all of that. Yeah, but she was never really part of it. I never even saw Ellie until,
I know that for a fact.
After the NPFL came into. Yeah. So, but I'll leave it to Deacon. Maybe they met Ellen during that time.
Can you speak on President Sirleaf a little bit? And whatever role, if there was any.
I know President Sirleaf or the Minister of Finance was a friend of Samuel Polyvius Jackson.
Okay.
I know that fact.
Thank you.
But to be a friend doesn't mean you're part of it.
But let him
rest.
Go ahead.
I'll try to lay the basis for who is a friend Sam Jackson was Mr. Sally's friend. He brought his friend, a chairman of PAL, to some PAL meeting. I believe Matthews became Sam Jackson's friend. They were from Grand Bassa. A lot of time they were speaking in Bassa language. So they were friends. Now, does that mean anything for the True We Party? I'm not so sure. I can tell you one thing. Ms. Salif, as Minister of Finance, brought St. Jackson to Liberia, a strong partisan of PAL.
So what are you insinuating?
Listen, man, I'm Ben.
No, listen. I mean,
I'm telling you this because I'm hearing it from the guy that was in the room.
No, I agree. I'm not.
How did our minutes? How did our minutes 1 o'clock in the morning wind up in Deacon?
People do leak things.
In Deacon, listen to this. The reason Torgbean was going around the room, there was only one person in that room that could have had contact with Deacon and Michael Matthew to have our minutes.
So, okay, so Mr. Gimme.
Let me before you say this, PAL we became active 1976. By 1978, there was no meeting in this town that PAL did not pick up the information.
There you go.
You hear that? So
Yes.
it's not leaking. So they had their sources all over the place.
Of course.
Okay, so can we get from Mr. Cabo? Because I think he's. Oh man, you probably will have to log out.
Chief Tomalin, please check the back. Look at Steve Kwekabo. He's tapping in the private chat, so he must be in a waiting room or something.
No, yeah.
Then I tell you this though, where they were with the leadership. Like Matthew had a lot of friends. Some of them we didn't know, but there were people who were affiliate reaching out and giving all kinds of even financial help. So maybe I shouldn't be as entirely dismissive. Maybe Ms. Sully was a part of us quietly.
Covertly.
But to have been active, I mean, Digan is, but I think that's why you're trying to allude.
But she herself said she was never part of it.
Okay, no, I just want to ask my last.
Never even mentioned one.
Ben, follow up. What kind of friendship? What were the friendship like?
No, let me tell you. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. During the NDPL time, when we were in the UPP, Kagura and Matthew friends. These are people
Jackson and Madam Salih friendship that caused that. I mean, that among the colors you were going somewhere.
Like, it was very close. They were Sam Jackson and Madam Salih were very good friends.
I didn't say so. Yeah.
Let me tell you another one. The Kuto place, April 12th. Matthew went over at the foreign ministry, I think that Monday, Tuesday. I met Ellen Johnson Sally sitting at the foreign minister's desk outside the
waiting room.
The holding room.
Waiting room, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And throughout that week, that very critical week, if you guys were in Monrovia, if you knew, she was there. Or at least I saw her there.
Okay.
Am I reading anything into that? No. But she was there.
Okay, Mr. Carlos. So let me ask my last question. But I think you actually said a lot without saying it. That's so right. And I understand exactly where you're coming from. But let me say this. I want to ask you, I want to go back to the question that I asked earlier. Where do you guys believe you lost the people? Where do you believe you lost the masses? Clearly your dream and your vision was not realized. You have not led the country. And do you think, if looking in hindsight, right, what would you have done differently to be able to accomplish that dream or to reach, let's say, like Martin Luther King said, right, reach to the reach to the promised land? Because clearly, Mr. Nangwe says it was hijacked. You said you didn't know anything about this coup. When the coup happened, you guys went different ways. You spent 9 years, you spent 9 months in the government. Most of the folks spent less than a year in the government. So where do you guys feel that you lost the people? And if you were to if you were to have a redo, what would you have done differently?
One, you must place cadres. You got to place them. Not necessarily making them ministers or this, that, but they must be given serious assignment. If you cannot place your people, you're afraid to place your people, then you're a loser. So if you ask me, can you think Paul made a mistake? I would say that was one.
Okay, 1 second, Mr. Carlos. Mr. Cabo, you have to come back. You have to leave and come back in. We're not hearing you. Your voice. We're not hearing you. That's why you're not. We can't hear anything you're saying.
My friend Matthews didn't like the idea of placing the cadre. Look, Paul went to the formation of the government the morning of April 12th. There were Matthews, there were Queer, there were Chia Chipo, and Samuel Doe. Those 4 men formed the government 1980. They brought in, say, Dr. Famula, education, Dr. Peabody, economic planning.
Matthew is foreign minister.
Matthew was asked to go into the executive mansion as presidential affairs. Okay. If you heard the 5 week or the 5 month, there was a talk that Matthew was offered the presidency. You heard that?
Yes.
The position that was offered Matthew for presidential affairs. It was not presidency. Because when we came out of prison, April 12th, that morning, they were already president. I don't know if it makes sense.
Yes,
absolutely.
They were president. Kongba was commanding general.
So it was Doe the president that ordered your release.
The guys, the person who ordered my release of 447 of us was Larry Butter. He broke the prison. Larry Butter broke the post stacket. He broke it. He poured out. He brought a truck. He poured in the truck and he carried out to Kongba office.
Okay.
I think that one I was in. I was pulling the truck, but Larry bought it. Thomas West Sign and some other fellow have barricaded the shuffling roads. Podia had taken over the police station. So, but Thomas Kongba stuck at BDC because we thought there would be counter coup. There were a couple of us that stayed over in BDC anticipating counter coup.
Okay, Deacon, let me ask this question too.
I wanted to speak to that for a second, Sylvester, if you may.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Ben, I think Deacon he nailed it. You know, the struggle, it have a light, a life of its own. You to sustain the struggle, you cannot sustain the struggle without funding, without money. After the fight with the TWP and our guys got in the go, there were a lot of expectations that Deacon is saying. Some of us are still young, but there were very few of us who could see we could see very few of ourselves in that government. I could probably count on my one hand. Michael George, well, not even Nathaniel Bear, Deacon, so there was some level of disappointment there. And then the PRC and later on the NDPR, they did a pretty good job of decimating the progressive, community. Some of our guys even left us in a jump ship. And so the masses can wait and wait on you for so long. And then Taylor came in with all the aura of the presidency, the pump and pageantry that you guys.
That's why I wanted to find out from you. Yeah.
So our people, they eventually say, okay, we can't keep waiting for Deacon all my life.
Yeah.
I'm over 60 years old. When am I going to, So then they began to look elsewhere. And this is why I said that I thought President Weah, for instance, I thought he represented again some of the stuff that even Matthew supported Weah.
We did. 2005.
From Gibraltar, we thought it was an opportunity for us now to kind of regroup, but for all of the people who've been fighting the trenches. So I think that's where we started losing, our people, and here we are today.
Yeah, Mr. Nambe, and
before you go quickly, you take Louis Brown, Pow. You take the kid from St. Patrick's, what the kid mean? You're not a smart one who went to Chad Taylor. No, our guys are winning.
Yes,
they will tell you why you can't touch it. I was nominating myself on the oil refinery thing. I went to Matthew. Then I went to Fred Gologa. Fred take me to Sawyer. So he took me to Sawyer. Sawyer asked Fred to say in our conversation, Sawyer said, you have Sando talk. And I told Sawyer, I'll bring oil, the petroleum product here. So make me managing director for refinery. And all nasty mouths, trying to see some nasty thing about me that I was arrogant. But all the time I put in gun to my chest, nobody saw me being arrogant. Nobody saw me that. So you ask, so what happened from that night at UPP meeting, national? We used to have a meeting, The party never came back after that night.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Let me just a second, Ben. I'm sorry. Chief Tomalin, I don't know. The link is still good, right? Dr. Cabo is having trouble coming back in, so it's still good, right?
Yeah, it's still good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. He's trying to.
And Pewee, I beg you. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Mr. Carlo and Mr. Nambe, do you guys? And I have this thing I always say. Do you guys know where Barcus Matthew is buried?
Yes. In Virginia.
Okay. Mm-hmm. No, I asked because the reason I asked is because I don't think a lot of people know. This.
Oh, but it was a big funeral, Ben.
Pewee. I know exactly what I'm talking here.
Okay.
There are not a lot of people for someone of Barcus Matthew's stature. Barcus Matthew is considered the father of multi-party democracy in Liberia. I stand to be corrected.
That's correct.
There's not a lot of people. I don't know where Barcus Matthew is buried. I don't know a lot of people in my generation that knows where Barcus Matthew is buried.
No, I think you should be maybe that outside the country, but those are inside the country. Like
Pewee, I know I've had conversation with people in the country. Maybe you are an exception. I'm not taking that from you.
Oh yeah, because in the country during the time the funeral was
a lot of young people.
Yeah,
who wonder where, and I'm just saying, so I'm glad that you said,
Ben, and your
it's good that you
I think the bigger point you're making is this: if, for instance, Ellen Johnson says you were part of the progressive community, where the little street she named after any of the progressists, you were president. I think that's the point you're making.
Yeah,
and it's a valid point. It's part of the problem we've had, and the whole contempt and subjugation of the progressive community is still continuing even today. But you're right. But Matthew was buried, but we should have a real, mausoleum.
Who would do that?
Why you allow St. Johnson to take Manasali to your meetings?
Sam was the founding chairman of PAL.
What kind of meeting he took Manasali to?
But anyway, Digan let Digan explain. Let Digan explain that.
Mr.
Man,
Nangwe,
why you throw a woman to the meeting? Not part of y'all. Why should go to the meeting?
People who bring how they call it, affiliate member also.
You say St. Jackson told man to your meeting.
Mr. Nangwe, people normally would think that
did I say that?
The person that came.
No, I said.
The man never said that. Tommy they're trying to be mischievous on this with it. I know exactly where he going with it. He been trying to go there for the programs. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. But the reason I brought that up, you, Mr. Nangwe, is I think a lot more respect is due to Mr. Matthews than is giving to him. I think even the way in which his last days, right? I remember him being PRO at OTC. And I remember having conversations with Mabutu Yimpa about him, about his mindset. I just think that a nation that doesn't know its past is bound to fail. Yes. I mean, people in this country, historical figures in this country are far from perfect. Martin Luther King is not a perfect man. Malcolm X was not a perfect man. Some of the historical, heroes. What did he mean? What they call they can call it here? The people who they celebrate here, right? These historical anti-slavery people. Civil rights. Thank you, Robert. That's the word I was looking for. You go into Atlanta, you see streets, you see different things. My thing is, I think one of the things that we fail to do is we fail to acknowledge our past, no matter how bitter it is. Some of these people need to be remembered, and that's the reason I started off the question by asking why you guys haven't written books, why you haven't, but you rightly said funding, right? So that in itself speaks testament to where the entire idea of progressivism has landed. That if you cannot even get funding to write history lessons for those of us and our kids to read, then we see exactly where. But that's where I was going when I asked where Bacchus Matthew was buried, because I never knew.
Yeah, but
I hope. Let me come in before I forget my thought here, please. I was sleeping on this for a long time. Let me come in and you're going to continue, please. But before that, Ben, let me say to you clearly, Bacchus himself was in a kind of a political contestation with most of those people that came before. So you didn't expect the Samuel Doe government to do that. They broke up. You didn't expect Charles to do that. You didn't expect Madame Salif and all those people. So the only person that even came close, as one can say now, is this current president, if he could do it. But I can recall there was a national gazette in his honor at the time. There was an official national gazette signed at the time by President Salif and the rest of that. They gave him the required kind of a state.
Did he have a state funeral?
Of course. There was an official national.
I mean, yeah, he was Minister of Foreign Affairs. He was Minister of Foreign Affairs, but I don't think he was giving a state funeral because of his progressivism. It was because by law, you Minister of Foreign Affairs, you are entitled to a state funeral, you are entitled to a gazette, right?
I agree on that.
Yeah,
because Pewee, you don't forget though, at a debate at LU, Bacchus and Madame Salif got into it, and Famulette was pointing. He said, "The people are putting the history books upside down." Two of them, they got into some.
That's what I'm saying. Madame Salif, which she just did at the time the government did it right. There was this cry at the time again. Let me say this quickly. There was this cry at the time when he was sick that Mary Broad delayed him official passport because there was a process to get him out of the country. Right, quickly, but then when they went for the passport, there was this delay. So there was a lot of attack on Madame Salif government and Mary Broad at the time of delaying to get him an official passport to get him out. Right? That campaign was led at the time even by CDC and they pushed it very wildly again. But during his burial, and again, but I agree with you, he should be recognized in the country and the rest of all those things. There was other role, and they did Mabutu Yimpa and other guys. They were very loud at the time. They're pushing for him to be recognized. On a serious note, Mabutu even brought a debate in the Liberian Senate at the time for people like that to be actually recognized in the country. But my point quickly to both of you here now is that when Torgbean, after the Centennial riot, when the president was butchered and executed in the executive marshal, did the progressive condemn it?
Let me say quickly before you go.
Because this one point that I had a chin with my former professor, Professor Larry Tokwa, who of course played a very important role in the progressive. And there's something, because he always takes his line, right? There's something that a lot of people always want to talk about. That was a debate, and then the change, not debate, and the change I have with somebody I deeply respect. Did the progressive condemn the butcher execution of our former president? And if yes, was it publicly announced by the progressive? Did you denounce the execution of our president by Master Sergeant Samuel Kanyando?
Let me say.
I hope I didn't put you in the top spot, but I'll leave you
No.
Yeah.
I was tortured severely. Not one time, not two times, not three times. So when the coup took place.
Sorry, sir. Before you continue, a few seconds. Did you also support the execution of the 13 men?
I thought we did.
You want to listen? Because I will tell you yes or no. The emotions were so high. I don't think somebody, after being tortured several times in Postaki, care about any of them. I thought you wanted a straight conversation.
Oh yes, I want honest.
Yes. Mm-hmm. You want me to get up and say, "Oh, President Toba, oh, they kill him." I mean, he don't sound like he was nice. But when I came out of that post started bleeding by April 22nd, because they were killed April 22nd. I stayed in Conway throughout. I didn't care about whoever left, who guilty, not guilty. I never came up. If you watch those pictures and things, you will not see me there. Because I didn't believe it. The people, when I started hearing that Tobo were about to go all over the country and that they would have executed on the next day, I just didn't care.
So you celebrated the former president for killing him?
Say that again?
Did you celebrate Samuel Doe for killing him?
That was not my friend, That would never be my friend. And the reason he was not my friend, because they were not a friend of us. If you are opposed to the progressive fellows and this and that, you can't be my friend. My friend, I gave my blood, sweat, tears for the revolution. Not my friend. The reason I went in, if you ask me, so you made a mistake? Because some guy were recruiting me to have gone to work for a refinery. They didn't see me being interested in government. And I agreed. My friend Matthews got me on a carway to go assist the PRC when they moved to Capitol Building to make the organization structurally. That the only thing that dragged me, and my wife was very, very annoyed with me for accepting that offer from Mr. Matthew. Because Mr. Matthew had worked with me for over 5 years. They formed the government and you couldn't give me a janitor job. So what is it that you are offering me? Look, the revolution is a serious business. And not for people who want to play things.
Wow.
Tony.
Robert, welcome. Cyril, welcome. You guys joined the conversation. Today is April 14th.
Nambwe,
for the 6th year.
1 minute, Mr. Nambwe, you think there was any reason why you guys condemned it? Did you guys condemn this process?
Look, I mean, Deacon has indicated the sentiment at the time. On hindsight, yes. I mean, any life loss is one life too many. A lot of our people died at the hands of the TWP. That is a fact. But you can't take one life for the other. And so, yes, on hindsight, I think Turbo shouldn't have died the way he did. I think the killing of the 13 people, also, I think that shouldn't have happened because we're all Liberians. I think we could have sat down to find a way to resolve this matter. But then you come back to Charles Taylor and the NPFL. I mean, Charles Taylor basically came to reinstate the Congo hegemony. Over 250,000 people of my own kind died as well. You know, I don't hear anybody apologizing. Is that right? No. So yes, I think any life loss is regrettable. I think the killing of Turbo, the killing of the 13 people, the killing of 250 people, the killing of the crew people, the crew chiefs, all of those killings, I think they are uncalled for. I think they didn't help the process. But yes, at the time of the coup, I don't think anybody even consider, that the way Turbo was killed, was something that deserved, condemnation. But like I said,
People celebrate it.
On hindsight, now because there was so much suffering, Sylvester. When Samuel Doe was Turbo, people also celebrated. People always celebrate when government is changed. It wasn't Turbo alone. Everywhere in the world, almost people celebrate when government is changed. It doesn't mean because somebody died. It only means because the government has been changed, and a lot of people have expectations and aspirations. So yeah, people took to the streets. When Charles Taylor launched the revolution, we were celebrating. We went, all of us were listening to BBC, and everybody were listening to what is name Richardson and all these people because they were coming to remove those from our heads. So it happens all the time. I don't think it meant that we celebrated the killing of Turbo as much as we celebrated the removal of the TWP.
I got a question for Deacon. Deacon, when the April 14th thing ended, there was this commission that was established, and
the Brunel Commission.
The Brunel Commission, and to our great disappointment, the purpose of the commission was to dig and come up with a derivation of the problem. How did we derive at where we were? And then the power that be decided that the commission should begin at 1979. And there is another group that said, no, if you want to actually find the problem, the root cause of the problem, we need to go even further. We need to go back to the founding of the nation. And anybody who denies going beyond 1979 is only preparing this country for chaos. Your take on that particular notion, 1979, we believe, the young progressive at the time, the power babies, we believe the problem did not begin as 1979.
No, not at all.
Thank you. Can you address that?
Let me tell you, when I testified to the TRC?
Yes, TRC
Yes,
Commission.
TRC.
The chairman of the commission, there's a lady who was on the panel the other night, Councillor Kehleboe.
Yes.
If you talk to her, if you recall anything coming from my mouth, she will tell you Khan was opposed to the 79 line that was drawn. I argue against it vehemently. And so the presentation I made, I was raising the killing in 1955, 56. I went far back as 1942. There was a lot of work done. I don't know the people who locally who were behind manipulating here and there, whether they think to be focused on 79. They wanted a specific idea to be featured in making of that report. I don't think they liked very much the outcome of that report. You see, look, when you do revolutionary work, recruitment, deployment, and making it all out is important. The PRC commission, who were the people that were on the commission? So you're looking for real progressive work outcome. I think to a very large extent, a lot of the guys that were on our commission were isolated. They didn't have a real free hand. I don't think the House, the Senate, they had real commitment to that TRC situation. So are you surprised that it ended the way it did? No, I'm not surprised.
Okay.
To the president who was president of the country. I mean, you really believe that that commission, the report that I went through, you think Mr. Selly would have supported it? You gotta be your thinking process, your thought process. You gotta think through it. It's not that they believe all the evils that they were going to be there, but you needed a sympathetic government. And I thought Mr. Selly was a sympathetic government. She was just not pull a plug. Now that means don't listen to me. Don't listen to me.
Okay. Okay. We got about 30 more minutes with the CN Comrade. Let me just bring in Robert and Sarah to chime in too. As they come in, today where we are, we come fast forward to today, our present situation in our country today. Since 1980, the crisis, the coup took place. We had 1990, 89, the war came in, civil war, and then we have had elections. We had election in 85 prior to the war. Yeah, election 85, then 97 election, 2005, 2011, 17, 18, and 23, and here we are still. Okay, and the country have not gone nowhere. People believe there's an issue that people say perhaps had it could not take place, had the trouble never started in 79 and so forth, maybe the country would have been in a far better place today. That's the argument. That's the debate. That's the precedent. That's a discourse now. That these people always believe in progressive. Oh, if had the guys not started this trouble, Liberia would have been far. But also to the argument could also be countered that the progressive had they not engaged the status quo, maybe we would not have had multi-party democracy. But let me bring Robert and Sarah in the way in as we try to wrap up in the next 30 minutes. Go ahead.
It's great to be on. I'm listening. Because
I think I'm supposed to talk before you, Raul. You met me here.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. There you go. Stand your ground.
Anyway, I want to say thank you for the show. Thanks to our guests of honor for today. I was following the show. I was listening, when you guys were discussing. And all of the things that you guys said with regards to this progressive and all of the things that happened with the Rest Riot, coup, and all of that, it really just saddens my heart in a way that for so long, our people have been through a lot of struggles. And as compared to what he was saying, how he was beaten and all of that, our people have gone through a lot of struggles. And yet, it seems like nothing significantly has changed. I mean, it would be unfair for me to say, I know we've had peace after the war and all of that, But something that will put our country on the right trajectory, I'm yet to see that. So it just saddens. I mean, I don't have any question for the honorable or the guest of honor. It just saddens me. It just saddens my heart that there have been a lot of struggle for our country to be on the right path. People have made sacrifices, and I think we are yet still far from it. That's just my comment.
Let me interject here. Sarah,
Let Robert,
yeah.
let Robert weigh in quick.
Okay.
Please, I beg you, Robert weigh in, then we can go almost wrap it.
Yeah, and so I mean, I'm listening. I think I would rather just continue to listen. But I wanted to, I agree with I think Sirius's sentiments. And you know, for me personally, the work of the progressive, I think a lot of the guys, I think the intention wasn't a bad intention. Um, but I think we spoke about this a few weeks ago. It just seems like there was not a clear objective. Clear objective in a sense of um, after this happens, if we're trying to get rid of Tauber and the rest of these guys, what's next? How do we move our country forward? And how does that bring an end to what was happening before the coup took place? It just seemed, and I could be wrong, and I could be naive about this because I'm a young guy, and looking at everything Liberia has gone through, I think the progressive, and again I could be wrong. Some will say that it was the beginning of the destruction of Liberia, right? It was the beginning of the backwardness of the country we have today. It was the beginning of bad leadership. It was the beginning of corruption. It was the beginning of ethnic ruled over nationalism. It was the beginning of a lot of the issues that we have today. And revolution is not a bad thing. But you see what happened in other countries. The issue of the apartheid in South Africa, I think, is a clear example in my perspective, of even though it wasn't perfect. But when you visit South Africa and you really get to understand what happened, and some of the decision, the ANC and those who were leading the revolution uh, uh, against the apartheid, they clearly had an understanding of um, this land belongs to us. We know that. But even after those who have illegally occupied this land and enslaved our people, after they've given this land back to us, how do we move forward as a people? And that's the reason why, even though a lot of people did not agree with Nelson Mandela, but he was encouraging, the Dutch and the British who came out to dig gold. He was encouraging them to stay, to train Black South Africans how to dig gold and how they could continue to benefit the economy and benefit infrastructure development. In Liberia, it just seems like, well, let's get rid of these guys. And there was no plan. There was no succession plan as to what happened next. And I think it's a part of why we are where we are today. I would not diminish the effort that many of the progressive made, but I think if you truly speak to some of the progressive, and which I've had privilege sat and really had in-depth conversation and ask some questions, it just appeared. It seems like the intention was good, but it was very short-sighted with regards to what happened 5 years from now, what happened 2 years from now, what happened 20 years from now, what happened 30 years from now. It was more so about how do we get these guys out and how do we come in. And I think there was something missing in there when you compare it to other coups and other revolutions in our country. It saddens me. One last point I want to make, and maybe you guys can add to this, is that I agree that we should remember our history, good or bad. And I think this is something that we should definitely encourage. But I don't like the idea of us, speaking more so about remembering those who, especially those who were integral part of the suffering and the killings and the destruction of our people. Over 250 innocent Liberians, those who were not even part of the revolution, those who were not part of the job seeking, those who were not part of all of the nonsense. A lot of people died. People were displaced. I don't see what the government has done to really remember those innocent lives that were taken in our country. And many of the people who were part of this process have been given an opportunity to right their wrongs. And every time they were given an opportunity to do so, they failed the Liberian people even worse. I mean, look at the election of Charles Taylor. People will argue that Charles Taylor had an opportunity to fix many of what he helped what was broken under his watch. And looked at where we are. Ellen Johnson to leave, and so on and so forth. But, God bless the heart of those who led the revolution. But I think, again, in hindsight, the question is, will Liberia be a better country today? After all of these years, had the coup not happened, will Liberia be a better country today? Have many of you guys not engaged at the approach that you engage? It's a complicated question, it's a difficult question to answer. But looking at where we are now, I think it contributed immensely to where we are as a country today.
Okay,
I said this, Robert. I think your first conclusion is based on a false premise. I think the assumption is that the progressive, we agitated and we took state power, but we had no plan to rule. But here is what we've said, even on this set today, and in so many different meetings, in so many different cities, we've never taken power. The progressives have never had the opportunity. South Africa that you drew in, Nelson Mandela came from jail and they gave the government to the ANC to run South Africa. We never had that in Liberia. So
that's part of my thing, Mr. Nambe, is that many of the progressive were the brains behind some of the secession, some of what happened. And so again, if the progressive had a plan, I think there was something wrong with the plan with regards to what happened next, right? With regards to what you just said, you were never given the opportunity to really lead and take power. So again, Charles Taylor, he may not have been, he wasn't part of the progressive, but Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, or many of these guys had an idea of what the progressive agenda or mission were. And so I think there was a plan. I think the idea was good. And again, I could be wrong, excuse my ignorance. But some will argue that because the progressive did not take power at that level that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and Charles Taylor did, there was something missing within that plan with regards to the revolution.
Great. Let me interject here. Let me answer Sarah's question that nothing has changed. And Deacon is here. My brother Namwe is here. I want to debunk that because most people have said this. Let's look at 1979, 1980. The president up to 133 years have never been any female president, right? Ellen Johnson Sirleaf became president. Isn't that an improvement? Let's look at the foreign ministry. It was Cecil Dennis up to the time the coup happened. Who is the foreign minister now? is a lady by the name of who's the foreign minister now? Sarah Dapple, you heard me. Who's the foreign minister now?
Sarah Beslow.
Sarah Beslow.
Thank you. From Cecil. That's correct. From Cecil Dennis. Let's look at the Speaker of the House. The Speaker of the House was Rachel Henry. Who's the Speaker of the House now? You got Kofa, right? Okay. You are going from Rachel Henry to a Kofa. Let's look at the pro tem of the time. The pro tem was who at the time? The pro tem was Frank Talbot. Who is the pro tem now? Some lady by the name of Nyobli Kanga, right? Let's look at the vice president at the time, Benedict Warner. What's
the point? What's the point? Because I want to get that point.
She said there has been no improvement.
No, but the changes. I agree with her because
I know you agree. What we are saying here, for you to say there have been no improvement, it's not true, because the objective was to make the field playing for the Kogas of the world, for the Kofas of the world, to ascribe to their higher being and the
but Jerome, if that again, and I don't think Mr. Number would agree to that. If the idea behind all of this, after over 250,000 innocent lives were taken, the destruction of our country that we suffer so badly to get back to where we were prior to that, the display of Liberians, and even as we speak right now, if you were to open the entire border, every single person in that country that are not part of the 10% fortunate will leave the country because people are actually struggling. If the idea was to change the names of those who have the open playing field to ascend to the highest level, if that was the objective, then you achieved that objective. If the objective, however, was to change the leadership that it would impact the lives of the very country of people who have suffered today after all of this,
let me stop you. Let me stop you there. No. You are falling into the trap of the True We Party for making this a country Congo. It has never been a country.
But I don't want us to have an argument. I don't want us to say something improved based on the names that replace those who were the vice president, who were the president. Because guess what? We've had more native leaders since Robert died.
Victor, you are muted.
Has not progressed.
Victor, you are muted.
With regards to job creation, with regards to healthcare, we have not progressed. So
Robert, let me just give you a simple analogy. You are the coach of a team, right? You drew up your playbook. You go to the gym to play, and they take your playbook and your entire team to put you on the bench. They bring an entirely separate team to play the football. When you lose or win a game, are you going to be held responsible for that game?
No. I'm not blaming the progressive. No, I don't think.
No, but you are implying that the whole purpose of the progressive struggle was futile, because why? We agitated, and a system that was doing so tremendously well was removed, and here we are. That's a narrative we're getting, and that's what we're hearing. But look, I can tell you this, Robert. What you have today compared to what you had prior to 1970, this is like heaven and hell. That you and I can say, and Jerome is onto it when he tells you today you have a Weah as a former president of the Republic of Liberia. A Weah. Do you understand me? And so we made a lot of progress. Are we where we needed to be? No, we're not. We're not anywhere near where we needed to be.
Why you mentioned a Weah? Is he not qualified to be president?
Yes, he was not at the time. At the time in 1979, his name alone would have disqualified him. He never would have come near the executive mansion.
That's correct.
And that is a fact. I'm telling you, we made tremendous progress, but yes, there is a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, but
to say that because of what we did, this country has gone backwards than it was in 1990, that's false.
No,
and anybody will tell you that.
So again, I could be wrong, and I keep emphasizing that I could be wrong. But again, I'm not I'm not saying you guys. Yeah, I'm not saying you guys did not. I'm not saying you guys did not do a great job. I'm not saying the idea wasn't there. What I am saying is, a lot of these things led to what we are today, and I want to fundamentally categorically disagree with Jerome. yes, the name we are probably would not have been in the 70s. All of these names you mentioned, but even the fact that we've had these names, I want us to talk about improvement with regards to the country, infrastructure, healthcare, job. How all of this stuff improve the lives of the very Congo and native, or the very native people, names who are the very native people who occupy this position today, are the reason why the fellow natives are suffering today. That's my issue. So we don't know
Okay.
what would have happened.
So as Jerome is
So
coming,
guys, we got time, right? We got time because guys, let allow Mr. Carlo to do his closing because it's late in Liberia. So I
before he
want to
can
say
close,
thank you to
before he
Mr.
can close quickly, a few seconds. The reason why we celebrate the progressive is part of the reason why we're here today. I think it was a big victory for them. That's what we said. Where they stop, that's what we're going to continue for. But I think there was a massive gain on their part. Multi-partyism, the thought of pluralism, and all those things. They gave that right to us, so we should celebrate them.
Use that right to improve the country
and continue that. The issue is not about now improving.
How have we used that right? They've done a great job. Did we take advantage of it?
Robert, let me tell you this. Before 1979, you just have 5% of the population of Liberia, pretty much in charge of 99% of the resources. That is not today. You look at right today, there's so many real estate owners in Liberia today. That was not possible.
Mr. Nambe, we that
give Mr. Carlo a chance to
we can appreciate the progressive for that. To be frank, we can appreciate them for that.
I give Mr. Carlos a chance to Mr. G.K. Carlos, the senior comrade, the veteran, to give his closing remarks. But I want to say thank you because, again, no matter how history, posterity will judge, but they play a role, and you'll be honest to know that had it not stood up to the powers that be at the time, we know where we would have been today with our multi-party democracy. Now they played a part. We took it, and today we have democracy, we have peace. We play with it. We have not done nothing with it. We should be accusing ourselves for that because we have held on to the idea, the challenge of 100 and some more years of party that was one party of dominant rule. They challenged that particular existence, and in doing so, they left the stage. And so now the question is, where we have it now? What are we doing with it?
We done nothing with it.
You got a double senator for River G. You got a double.
Before the coup, JFK was the best hospital in Liberia.
Come on, Robert, you were not even born. You were not even born. Robert, you were not even born.
Conclude. Let Mr. Carlos. I wasn't born. Let Mr. Carlos.
Garguah would never go to that hospital. You know that.
It's late. It's very late in Liberia, so I want for him to have a chance to go home.
I don't want to go there today.
Let me say to all of you,
we gotta appreciate what they did. Our people have not learned.
Taking your time off to come and join us on a historical day 46 years ago. Some people weren't born. I know I was born at that time. I was born, and I remember on Easter break in my Easter break when that thing happened. Our little baby having Easter break when that demonstration took place. We're in Firestone. We heard, the shooting Moreover. I heard by that time. But I want to say again, we pay tribute to you guys who dared the storm to challenge the status quo. And today we have a lot of parties running for election. Everybody running now and so forth. But Mr. Carlo, it's all over to you. Give your closing comment. I want to say thank you for coming, taking your time or come on this historic day. But it's all over to you.
Thank you to all of you. Let me tell you one piece that has haunted me. I've been wondering about it hard and long. That is time. We registered the Progressive People Party January 8, 1980. By February, we were all in jail almost. By March, when we started, 447 of us, then you take the BT, you know, would be the most unfortunate generation of our countrymen for putting our lives on the line. A lot of nights I say, I could have done something better for my time. That's an offer from some of my peaceful friends to come to America, 72, when I was in high school.
Wow.
So I refused it. And I said, I like Liberia. I showed a lot of the guys, maybe when they in their little place, a lot of time, my son, he was born 82 in New York. A lot of time he asked me, "Hey, this fellow, what happened to you guys?" Now we say it's your best. And I heard a lot of you guys are smart. So what happened? Maybe it was not meant to be. I always pull myself to bed on that note that was not meant to be. When I listen to my man Victor, I returned home 1992. I saw Victor and his wife, who was then girlfriend, and he said, that pal man, talk about your coin. That my first time seeing the state, they come from Cottington. And the young man, I started teaching the guy around. I said, you all know book. The man guy from Cottington. And so be hugging the man, that man, you know. We we gotta stop. You gotta know somebody before you recognize their talents. We gotta get out of that. If you ask me, you say, come for 1980, you can count me right there. A number of major critical decisions from 1980 to the time I left 1981. First, I was not recruited. They didn't meet the PRC people, they didn't know me. Mr. Matthew saw competition and wanted to stick in another competitor. That's why he took me there. I was not part of a team he drew up. I didn't think so. He saw a free place here and he wanted to match that hand. That's how I was drawn to Capitol Building. But not PRC people that put me there. And so I was like doing a piece of job with openness, sense of integrity. Because I always say, I would have been killed today. And so I would make the best decision I would make anytime I'm drawn to it. Not a case who got killed, got that opportunity. I got gone to my chest, this, that, but I lay out. I wanted to do right. If you ask me one day, somebody would say, so can't the 13 people that got killed Were you there? No. I came out of post stacket. I went to my girlfriend's place in Kowe. I was there. They formed all the government. So it didn't matter to me a job. I wanted so we make the revolution. I was committed to that. And so what job and what job they didn't give, it was not a big deal. And we, a lot of people in our country will think like that, will feel like that. A lot of the fight, a lot of the up and down, it's job. It's not commitment to Liberia. People who lay their life that can name, they will never. I see somebody they talk from, they want to increase their salary, why their salary, why their salary. So those of you who in the States, you know, I left from here 81. I came back, I think 20, 30 years. And you have time to be there. You guys are young. You are educated. You have some small money. Please come to our country and organize yourselves. We need a lot of help. We need help. 40 years today, that's a lot. You know, my grandmother died when she saw someone was signed, went to our village. She said, oh, that's my own day. Now I can die. My grandmother died the following year because she thought someone was signed was from her area. She was happy. I'll be happy if one day somebody called me and said, Deacon, oh, Victor Minister, Victor President, I'll be happy. Because I say, yeah, that's my man. A lot of the young people, because they were looking around, you got to come. So we beg with the CDC, the UPP, the UP, they will beg all the power people so they will place able people. We need to place able people, men and women. So I thank you for you celebrating April 14. I say you guys are great. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the voice of the senior veteran comrade Deacon Kehleboe, one of those who made a sacrifice for what we're enjoying today, the multi-party democracy in our country. I want to say we pay glory and tribute to you and your colleagues, those who pay the price. And if you look at history, indeed, they were all in jail when the coup took place. They were in jail. They were jailed. And after the coup, they came out, like he said. I mean, history would judge them, however you look at it. But you must give them the credit for the role they played too. I want to say thank you for coming. 46 years ago, this what happened, and some people weren't born, but history reminds us that we cannot forget it. But again, like somebody said earlier, prior to 1980, you hardly found people in top position of indigenous background. But after the coup, later on, people started to come and get on board. Again, the question is being asked, those who have held on to it, what have they done with it? And we have had all these people who have been presidents. Since the coup, we had Charles Taylor, we have Samuel Doe, we've had Moses Blah, we've had Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, George Weah, and then Joseph Boyka. The question all of them have to ask, we got to ask all of them, what have they done with all the opportunity they had? So that's where we are, still struggling and trying to find our pathway to make Liberia second to none. But
So,
I want to say
can I
thank you.
clarify something when you're done?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you to Mr. Kala. Thank you, Mr. Nangwe. Thank you so much for making this possible. I'm getting a lot of thanks. People are telling us, they learn a lot tonight from the issue about the rights issue. People, and then how the demonstration came into being, that people try to press them. Indeed, they try to put it off. People learn, some people were shocked to learn that the demonstration, April 14 they were trying to stop it, but then they never had the means to get the message around to stop it. And they still want people say you had leaflets, you have done through leaflets, going to read about how but again, I was somebody just told me, say, back on, I asked, say, well, Thomas should get him a chance to announce to address the country, to tell them to stop. But then they said, no, you say something different. We can stop this from happening. But then they said, no, you get him a chance to talk, you say something different. Maybe you say president. I mean, these are things I'm hearing from people, but we're glad that we're able to hear more of these things today, but it's good. So let's end and then move on to our last segment and talk small politics before we go.
Yeah, quickly go ahead.
No, I wanted to clarify that I wasn't trying to diminish the role that these progressive play earlier, with the progress that have been made for certain names to come to power and all that. I wasn't trying to diminish that. I was just trying to say that they have made all of these sacrifices from the beginning, and yet we are still struggling with most of these things. I mean,
I agree with you.
It's like we didn't value their sacrifices. That's the kind of thought I was trying to put out here. I wasn't trying to diminish what they did. I mean, I appreciate it. It was great for our country, and this is where we are today. But at the end of the day, we have a lot to do.
Yes, and again, the reason why I was pushing Mr. Nangwe, he's still very much a light and very thoughtful in his thought process. He's very forceful in his defense of the progressive, and he came in to say something. But listen, LBS was not the appropriate era for them to even use at the time. Even during the mobilization process, most of those things were done through university students, and beyond that, also most of the activities were around the Buzo Quarter area, West Point, those slum and where they consider at the time marginalized community. Those are the area the information spread. And if you were to move to one of the major areas, as my woman told me, was that they concentrated on Buzo Quarter a lot. They were most of the mobilization started from, because they wanted to use. Mr. Nangwe will tell you that, right? So they would have used, or they should have used that same medium because they distributed leaflets in those areas a lot. The serious mobilization of it, and that it was an excuse on their part to disassociate themselves from the chaos that culminated into that process, because people got killed, stores got looted. So the best way they could do it is to disassociate and say, "Oh, we called off the thing already," but it was a plain process by them. These were serious intellectual and radicals, right? Let me be very frank. I hate describing it anyway, but it was serious intellectual and radical that had the ability to control the narrative, the way things shifted at the time. The president would never have allowed him to back us to come and make the pronouncement yet. LBA was not even the medium that did human mobilization. No, none of the radio stations were heavily news, but the news it through some newspapers that were friendly to them, that were inclined to propagate their belief and their ideology, did and do some of those things. But quickly, if they wanted to stop the riot, they were going to stop. But the intent was for them to push the riot, because they had some serious ideological difference with the president brother Stephen Toba, who of course was the Minister of Finance, and had some intent of, a lot of things happened beyond that. There's some question they didn't want to answer it, but Mr. Nangwe Nanya is the forceful person, tried to put it aside, and play a public relation stunt on that to change the narrative that no, it was late, it was in the night, there was no social media. No, there was no social media. But
so in essence,
let me say this.
Okay.
Let me say
there was no social media, but you mobilized forces.
If you remember in the 80s, right? You remember the Revolutionary Action Committee, REACT. That was lesson learned from the pre-1979 days. You know, React came into being during the Samuel Doe time. But at the time, the guys, what they did was they did the voice of the revolution, which really, that was a legal paper, but it took, if you look at it, it took months to prepare. There were challenges, but I am now going to say you don't have a point, Sylvester. I believe maybe a way could have been found to have sent a message out. But like I'm saying, the Liberia of Tuesday, by the time it's 11:30 to 12 o'clock, you know, the whole country is practically dead. You know, where you going to go print anything, where you're going to distribute anything. But however, to say that we did not anticipate that the government was going to be handed, no, we did, because otherwise the guys came in with kerosene and potato green. You know, they came in to neutralize the tear gas. They knew the tear gas was going to come. So that is a fact. But as to, you know, how they got the spill over in the street, the accounts that they were provoked. Having said that, let me move on. Robert is now on set, you know, and Ben, you know, I know they come in addition to
we
you guys.
ask this question, we slip on. How many persons die in that process?
Ooh.
The account it varies. We believe hundreds. The government has its own account. I don't remember the number from it, but the government.
More than 1,000?
No, I don't think so. No. I don't think so.
Well, more than 100.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that you can keep 10,000 this time. They put on
So, to Robert's point, and I know he's listening. He's listening. I would tell Robert, yes. Right now, contemporarily, you know, we're doing badly. I mean, if you look at our neighbors in the region, and I understand, I agree with Robert. But again, if you look back to where we were and what we've been able to accomplish, you know, the doors that we have been able to open, you know, I mean, we may take lightly the presence of people like even Yeke Koluba being in the legislature. This is an achievement, you know. Yes, we have our own country in the government now. But yes, most of them are not doing, you know, what a government. The problem we've had is bad governance. I don't think that has anything to do with the progressive. It has nothing to do with the TW people. It's just bad governance. Mm-hmm. But the things that we've been able to change, right, for this country today, you know, the fact that you and I can even sit here and criticize President Bouakai and go to sleep without having to worry about it, you know, we take those for granted. But those are tremendous achievements. Now, we have to all try and put our arms around each other and move this country to where it needs to be. We were sitting here, and some of my cutting friends, you know, they were texting me back and forth, what do we need to do? And I always say here, we got to find a way to put this Congo country divide thing aside and come and embrace each other as one people and move
That's the only way our country will move forward.
The talent is on both sides. We need to collectively come and put our talent on the table and move this country forward. I think that's the only way we're going to make progress.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank you, guys. Tomalin, I want you to zoom in this picture here.
Joe Bouakai, Joe.
This is Major Joe Bouakai.
Yeah, but they all in military government, right?
There you go.
Yes.
What I'm telling you now.
They were conscripted. They didn't. They were not by choice.
This is what I'm saying. We now supposed to put the blame squarely. The failure, not on the progressive, because the power that be did a great job by creating this narrative that is being formulated and continued by us. You see, the Child Taylors of the world, the Ellens of the world, the Joseph Bouakai, the George Weah of the world, they're failures. They're trying to escape by saying this country wouldn't have been like this if you have left, if the progressive have not intervened. But in the meantime, they are standing on the shoulders of the progressive and are the beneficiary. How many positions has I ever had, Nyenwolo ever had, Carlos ever had, all those that fought, and those who died, their names have not even been remembered. And you had the likes of everybody taking position in Liberia, including the presidency. And then you take the opportunity and fail miserably at it. Then you want to blame the progressives. You are minister of finance and you fail. Then you blame the progressive. You are minister of foreign affairs. You're selling passport and you blame progressive. You are in the military. You're suppressing people. You blame the progressive. You are police chief. You are beating motorbike for you beating people. You do all of these things that was in the past, way back, like the man said, 1952, the 50s, what they did to Coleman and all that. You're doing the same thing, and you still want to blame the progressive. The progressive, please. It is our failure, our appetite for instant gratification, our appetite for not working and living easily, acquiring instant wealth. We should discuss that. That's our failure. It is not a progressive. We have failed. Our generation have failed and continue to do so until we can hold each other responsible for our theft, our abuse of women, our abuse for little children, our abuse for our elderly, to see our elderly becoming beggars, to see our children selling in the streets, that Joseph Walker used to say. And then we want to blame the progressive. We have all the powers. We have even more wealth than ever before. I think our budget might have been what, maybe $200 million, maybe less than that. You are talking about close to $1 billion. You got all the intellectuals, you got all the educated folks, you got people experienced from all over the world. We failed to bring them in, to give them the responsibility and let them run the country. Instead, we have made it a fiefdom where we have become even more tribal. Thank you very much.
Listen, commander-in-chief of the army, stand firm wherever you are. Defend your country where. And commander-in-chief of the army, stand firm wherever you are. Defend your country wherever you are. And we will work together, not only to defend this country, but we'll build a greater Liberia. This has happened. It has happened for a purpose. And when did it happen? At the dawn of Easter. When men of goodwill should be praising God for sending his blessed son to die for us and looking forward to a resurrection. Evil men want to kill God's children, the people of God, the people of Liberia, destroy the prophet. You think God is not on the throne? He's on the throne. He will defend our cause. But he said, watch, fight, and pray. I'm a watcher, I'm a prayer maker, and I'm a fighter.
You can just two greater orator of all time.
But there must be justice. I am controlled, my friends, in all I do by the laws of our land. And those laws I promise to uphold and defend, as well as the Constitution. Those are the laws that will govern us day by day. If any man transgress the law, let him go to the court and stand his chance. If the people say you are guilty, there's the law. There's the law. No man takes the law in his hand. When I not talk about rights issue, what no rights issue? They have planned the thing, and I know it. They have planned it. But if I had attacked them before, then they would have wanted a chance to say we attacked them. Then I wouldn't have been able to get the support of my people as I'm getting now. I had ideas about it. If I take the position, then they would have been saying that you have not given them their fundamental rights, their constitutional rights. But you see how it is. When you give people things that you feel that you should give them, when they don't appreciate afterwards, you don't give them to the king. Isn't that so? But they don't appreciate it. But I'm strengthened. And I'm heartened. Because why? The people, it is the people. It is the people that I'm serving. I said I would be a president who would serve the people. I want a government of the people, for the people, by the people. If you people were coming here today, I'm telling you all without seriousness, and say that what you have done to try to defend this country, we don't approve it, we're not satisfied with it, I would say, thank you. I did it because I thought I was doing my best. If it's not satisfied, here's your president, I'm gone. But because you have come and said that what I've done was in the best interest of our country, and you're prepared to defend me. You people, you militia of this country, I'm your servant. I'm going to defend you at the cost of everything. Since they were so right, let them go to the court. Stand their chance. Let the court say that they're right. The law is there should be no demonstration except approved by government. The reason for that is obvious. They applied for the demonstration. I, as wise as I am, and I believe I have little wisdom, I said, you'd be welcome to have a demonstration if I didn't think that it would cause trouble. Because I know sometimes more what more can do. And what did they do? They said they were going to have the demonstration at any cost. Is that the way people defy the authority of government? Is that the way to defy the authority of government? And what you expect me to be as your president? To say I won't defend government? Then I won't be fitting to be your president. I sure wouldn't be fitting to be your president. They went ahead. We tried all that we could to let them know that this was something that was not right. But they prepared, they went and gave all of those young people what liquor to drink, dope to smoke, and said, go out and play hammer, destroy Liberia so that we can come in and take over. Is that right? God will never permit that. Is that right? No, never. But what they thought they did, they cannot. Because the people, you can fool some of the people sometimes, but you can't fool all of the people all the time. They infiltrated here, there, and yonder to try to confuse people, and they are wicked people, to confuse the people, the less informed people, to confuse them, to get one up against the other. All those intrigues, those are the devilish intrigues. But I can't hear it. Who got to got from us? Manitona could be man. I get good life, my car. Who my car? Who will ye to who can go ye? Who come after the credit? I get good life to. Just that day, got a papa, got a very bad paper. Got a mandakana. I get good life to. A new resurrection has come into this country.
No, the guy was a serious intellectual.
The guy spoke to the people, then he put it in your dollar.
Speedy was besieged. This man was beleaguered. He was in trouble. This man was not speaking to the nation. He was speaking to the people behind him. Those people were ready to remove him. There were rumors that Toba was ready to do a reshuffle and even bring some of these guys into government, including Matthews. We heard those rumors, but the TWP wouldn't have it. So that reassurance was given there, I have to be a president, I have to be the commander-in-chief, and all that. Yeah, you were projecting strength. But yeah, you were not projecting strength against these guys who were in the street. You were projecting strength against the guys who were behind him because they wanted to remove him as well.
But Mr. But he was a leader that was for me, I admire him for other things, right? He was a very strong intellectual and the rest of that. Beyond that, he listened, unlike within D.S. Torgbean. And that's what folks are saying. If Torgbean was still president, you guys were never going to try these things. Because is that actually true? Because
no, I agree. He was more liberal.
Yeah, so
probably
liberal,
the most liberal of the bunch. But look, he was a victim, if I should say,
of circumstances.
Toba was a victim of the circumstances.
Yeah. Because the Quabo just said he was a good leader.
He was relative to the bunch.
There you go. That's the word I was looking for. Relative. Thank you.
He was a relative good leader. But look, some of the networks, some people, they didn't have the patience. The TWP ruled Liberia for 103 years. Well, how much patience did you want us to have? 103 years. There are other parties since 1955 when he put down so brutally. They put down D2 and the rest. We never have multi-party.
I hope you heard that, though. No, I'm talking to Siddiqui. I said, I hope he heard that.
Yeah, we never had anything that
for
what the
103
party,
years.
what we have with tokenism, even look, this whole integration, I think, you have Bernard Blamont and these people, those are tokens of towards his speaking pellet.
That went there for 6 years.
Please, this man was pandering. What kind of pellet was this? So
I think he was speaking his
No.
Right. We gotta give him
no. He spoke better very well.
Listen, what I mean, listen.
He spoke better very well.
Listen, I didn't hear the diabolical speech. You remember that word? Someone introduced
He said about
103 years. That's a long time.
No, but listen.
But too many, in other words, most of the men are dealing with routine. They call it smoke cigarette.
Yeah,
backwards.
We talk about the diabolical speech where he introduced that term into Liberia. The people were diabolical that back of Matthew, and they were diabolical, and he went on. But let me tell you this: the TWP and the time that we are talking about. If we are talking about the playbook from the Jim Crow era, most of you guys are young. You don't know the history, what we call the Jim Crow era, the plantation era. It was what was basically carbon copied. There's a book you need to read, a pamphlet they call How to Make a Slave. If you read that and you saw what was happening in Liberia, the old order will tell you, why are you so cruel to your fellow human being? And they will tell you, and I quote, the internal mercy of a heathen is cruelty.
Yeah.
That means you can beat the human being until his back is bleeding. I think Deacon told you what was happening to him in prison. I have a gentleman here by the name of Buford Yancey, Ali Yancey's son. He was rounded up because the Talbots, the Chewy party saw the Yanceys as an opposition similar to that of the Colemans. And he said they would beat them twice, maybe 3 times a day. He said the jail prison compound, I guess the warden name was Kepa. He said, Kepa would say, I want to hear his back like a drum.
What?
And he said what they used to beat them was the rim of the tire. They would cut the rim of the tire and they would split it into 3. And when they hit you once. So we are talking about folks that saw torture at the worst. And for someone to tell me that if we have left that system of Jim Crow in place, we would have been better.
No.
You try to be a soothsayer. The countryman or the tribal man say you cutting sand.
Listen, let me say this. I don't think that I don't want to be misconstrued. I did not blame the progressive for where we are today as a country. I want to be clear. I don't think that's what I said. But you cannot look at the country that is Liberia today and in hindsight, given all of what the progressive did to help get Liberia out of what we were going through. If you look at what happened after and where we are as a country today, I think you can be objective and say some of the progressive have regrets with regards to the plan. You talk about torture and the fact that certain names during those days, just because of that name, disqualified them from being a part of the process. Look, I don't think that's the Liberia that none of us would ever imagine or desire. No. But the very people who went through some of the most heinous crimes, torture, in an attempt to save the natives, right, became slavery themselves. Today in Liberia, the native and people are not identified as native just because of their last name these days. If you speak good English, if you went to a great school, if you have some money, in fact, if you represent a certain part of government, a lot of people think that you are not even part of you are an elite. You are an elite could be considered a Congo man or civilized person. My issue here is all of what we or the progressive attempted to help get the country out of. We have not made progress with regards to many of these things. Today, to some extent, it may not be happening at the level that it happened back those days, but there's still slavery in our country today. There's still slavery in our country today that have been led by foreigners, supported by some Liberians, and the government led by natives have done absolutely nothing. Today, many of the native folks still live in abject poverty. After all of what we've gone through as a country, I don't think we've come to the realization where we as a people have gotten to a place where we say, what was the goal? And if we have not recognized the goal, after all that we've been through, what got us to where we are, and how do we get ourselves to some form of normality? You cannot discount what the progressives did. I'm not saying we should have continued down the line that we were, right? But by this time in 2025, Mr. Namba would agree that given all of what they did and what the objective was by this time, especially given the fact that we've had 80% of native rule, we as a country should not be where we are today. And
I agree.
unfortunately, this is where we find ourselves.
I mean, it's sad. Like everybody's saying, look, on a serious note, we all know we shouldn't be where we are today as a country, because we've had, we have elections, and every election cycle, people come with their own agenda. Oh yeah, this party will be the one. We'll come out with this. We'll do this one. At the end of the day, 80% of what they said they will do, they don't do it, and as a result, we still at the same place. And again, too, the question comes to us, the electors, the voters, and it brings me back now to the final talk for the night, the Nima elections. That will just pave into and go to there. The National Democratic Initiative just announced that they will be hosting a debate of the candidates in Nima on Wednesday. The senatorial candidate will be having a debate in Nima on the auspices of the Liberia Media for Democratic Initiatives. So we have a debate of all the candidates in Nima on Wednesday. And I just want to say thank you to one of our strong supporters, Madam Makan Randall, the chairman of the High Table. She just contributed $105 to the guys who went Nima, the closing argument guys who will be covering the elections in Nima. They wanted to be there by Wednesday for the debate. Makan, I want to say thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution to our guys that are going to Nima. $105 will do a lot for the guys. We appreciate that. And we look forward to these guys getting Nima by latest Wednesday morning to get sure that we bring in this stuff live. And also today I heard that the MPP endorsed Madam Where today, right? MPP, right? That's true.
They got two factions of MPP now, I guess.
Oh, so which one of them endorsed Madam Where today?
One of them endorsed, the Malba faction endorsed Koga, and the other faction endorsed Where.
Oh, so that the former vice president, maybe that fashion. But so which one Jim's body on? He on it, the one I endorsed Where?
I think Jim Bani is on the Malba side.
No, I hear Jim Bani. I hear he going back. He going back to the CC, the MPP wing of CDC now. I hear he going back there though. So again, I don't know, but we look forward to the election. And
funny people.
And somebody wrote a letter. The CMC wrote a letter. I think I will commend the CMC for that letter they wrote to the ombudsman, calling on them to investigate government officials who are violating the code of ethics. And the same thing today some people lost their job because they said they were campaigning for CDC in CDC regalia. They were there in election. And now I saw the mining director for the water and sewer. I saw the
Minister of Labor.
They all were there. And honestly,
nothing gonna happen. Don't waste your breath.
But again, you see, the law is the law. You see, when you violate the law, that's what happens, and it's not fair. It's not fair, and they are using the taxpayer funds to fund the election, whatever they're gonna do. But again, that's the reason why the oppositions were held together, because had they unite, they would have been more stronger and to take down the ruling establishment, to stop them from taking that seat. But again, we're looking forward to that election. We won the election easily. But let us hear from everyone. Then before we end with the CDC pay data article, the due payment the day on Saturday. But whether the due payment was successful or not is up to you guys to decide. But we'll end with that. But let's talk about the election briefly. That would just be
Esther Siliki, Jack Camila here from our small
Siliki, the time everybody get 2 minutes. I beg you, we got short time.
Yeah.
They begin at the top play, they let you go for it.
No people from how they call it, from Rwanda for some reason other than like to talk for hours.
Siliki, let go. Let's hear from you, Siliki.
But Sarah, why you keep attacking me today?
I want you to know that. I want you to know that. I'm
not part of the first conversation.
103 years.
So your time going.
I mean, your time going.
Yeah, but I will start with Sarah's point, and nothing personal against the CDC, Sarah. I understand somebody mentioned about 100 and some more years, and relating that to the past conversation you guys were having, and you telling Mr. Siliki listening, CDC jail been there for 6 years. I have no personal issue with CDC or nobody in the CDC. In fact, I have big brothers, who are members of the CDC, and we've all shared, just mutual respect. But here is the thing, Sarah, and this belief I've been listening about, people say, trying to blame the progressive and all of that. For me, I don't care what happened in the past. For me, that's not belief ever Liberia. I don't care whether those people that came after us, they did a great job or not. I don't care about that. What I care about is what are we doing? What are we doing now to fix whatsoever? And this is a simple example. Most of you here on the show, I'm very, very sure that most of you, when you were young, you could not afford to even have a 3 days meal, 3 times meal in a day. You could not afford that. You could not afford to go to the best of university you wish you could have attended. But today, you are sending your children to the best of school. And that means that you work hard to make the difference so that your children, while you went through, your children should not go through that. So that's the kind of belief that I want us to hold for Liberia. Let's not always blame people in the past, or the people not do this. So my point have always been based on since after the war, from 2003 to where we are. We have 18 years, from 25, Mr. Sally Furton to our last, turn to CDC 6 years, and now Joseph Barker 6 years. It's going to be like 24 years. Where is Liberia? For me, that's my point. And nothing's, particularly, targeting sedition. I know CDC been there for only 6 years, but back to the Nimba election, and I hope somebody we can chime on this. I saw the endorsement for the Unity Party, and Jeremiah made a very unrealistic statement, and this is what they do. Jeremiah said, look, we're supporting Koga today because during the second round of the election, the CDC came, they gave people $50K plus a brand new pickup, and Koga rejected it. And based on that, they increased the money to $100K, Koga rejected. They increased the money further to $200K, Koga rejected. That's a joke. Koga $15K.
Not only joke, but lies.
How can I kind of man reject 200,000? And this is all political talk to convince the people or to defend their so-called support for Samuel Koga, who is not telling the people of Nema what he's going to do if they vote for him. Everywhere Koga, and that debate you talk about, Brother Tomalin, Koga is not going to attend that debate because Koga has no message for the people of Nema. Koga will go from place to place, town to town, village to village, and just be preaching tribal politics. If he's not dancing, then he's joking, or he's telling people say they should not vote for a woman. And this is really, really sad. You know, and I just hope the people of Nima can rally around, you know, Madam Ile, who I think is the face of the opposition, regardless of the different candidates that are in the race, you know, from different parties. But I think she has more votes than the rest of the people. You know, I hope the people of Nima can rally behind her. So not because she's a woman, because I have always seen people talk about, oh, she's a woman. So I don't believe that. I believe that when somebody's competent, we should vote for them based on that. So thank you because of the time.
Before ANC endorsed Madam Ware, Siddiqui said you're not taking part. What's
the difference now, Brother Tomalin?
Let me go next. Let me go next. Listen, I got nothing to say about the Nima election. I'm done with that election. So I have nothing to say about that. Whatever decision the Nima people makes, they make that decision for themselves. But I wanted to address Sis Miyata. She mentioned something about people have drivers and things like that because we're used to the slave mentality. I profoundly disagree with you, Sis Miyata. And you're absolutely wrong. And, you know, since the war, the same argument that the progressives are making right now, the power was not given to them. They were not given the opportunity to serve Siliki. It's the same thing. What are we doing now is a great question. And hopefully, in my lifetime, I'm hoping that our generation would not make excuses as our father's generation. And so I'm optimistic that we will make some sort of difference, if not in government, in the private sector, right? But the government have been given to those who played an integral role in the destruction of our country, with the exception of George Weah, right? Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was elected. She played a very important role in Liberia's destruction, and so many would have expected that she would have made some significant changes. We know how that story ended for 12 years. Charles Taylor was there before Ellen Johnson Sirleaf came. We know how that story ended with all of the different restrictions and things like that. And so when you ask, what are we doing? I think a lot of young people have got to ask themselves, what can I do at this point outside of government, especially fortunate young people, to help change the narrative in our country? And I think that's what I'm more focused on now. But you can't, Sis Miyata, talk about people being used to the slave mentality when they're giving opportunities to young and underprivileged people who governments after governments have failed to create that environment to give them opportunity. Do you think a man who is 45 years old, who have 3-4 children, cannot afford to send his kids to school, will resort to being a driver and making $50 or $100 every month if the government had created a technical environment for him to go and find jobs to work? Absolutely not. I think what you should be doing is to be commending people who could have driven themselves, but say, you know what? I will put $150 in the pockets of someone who can drive for me. I'll put $200 in the pocket. And you know what else people are doing? Many people, including myself, people are not just having drivers across the country. We are impacting the lives of these drivers. They are like families to us. People are sending the drivers' children to school. Some have adopted the children of drivers in our country, including cooks. Do you think a person who is making $150 as your cook, someone who is fortunate, do you think they can go to a culinary school to go and work at some of the top hotels and restaurants in the country? Let's not make these comments, because your generation have failed Liberians. Because your generation have been given the opportunity. It may not be you particular, but men in my father's generation have been given the opportunity to serve. After all of this stuff, what have they done? Why are we where we are today? So when people ask these questions, don't diminish it. These are very important questions. I haven't been given the opportunity to serve our country, but I'm thinking outside the box. How can I impact lives in our country outside of government? These are the conversations we should be having. So no, don't say people are hiring driver, people having cooks. It's a slave mentality. The slave mentality are those who have misled the less informed people, the illiterate people, the voters have been misled and lied to on many occasions. Vote for me, I will do this. And you know what? Every time they vote for them, they have come, they have amassed wealth, they have been so corrupt, and the people have continued. They have not improved the education of the people because you know what? They want to keep them in that captivity. And so no, I will commend every single fortunate Liberians, not people who are in America necessarily. There are people who are in Liberia who are helping employ people who government have not created an environment for them to get employment. Why do you think people want drivers? Do you see people in this country having drivers? No, because people are busy working, going out, doing their own jobs. But you can't say the same for Liberia. So don't say that. Don't say that. I think what you should be doing as our mothers, you should be saying, my son, my daughter, we didn't do this. We didn't do that. But this is what you guys can do differently. That's the conversation we should be having. And until the government, until people who have been given the opportunity to serve can do right by the people, we will continue. They'll continue to resort to being drivers and cooks and gate men and gate boys. But at least they're doing something legally to support their family and not out there breaking into people's homes and breaking into people's cars. Thank you.
George, can you flag that last statement, please? Oh Lord, this guy! This man is. This guy is a star. I gotta go look for him when I get to Liberia.
No, he in America.
The man right in America, yeah. Right.
Mr. Jala, I gotta look for you before I go extinct.
Now he didn't want to go extinct before you go extinct.
You should be initiating that conversation rather than saying
Robert,
people hiring.
How many chances you get to close? You close, you come back again.
No. She's making a comment as well. Go ahead.
Let me say I agree, Raul. I know we are passionate about seeing the country transform, but we will continue. You know, there's just certain things you don't compare sometimes. So to come and say they don't hire driver, we don't hire, no, we'll continue to hire driver for some time. There's a means of creating job back in the country.
Exactly.
That's a means of creating job. You don't compare the system here with that. No. And excuse for this top of it, then it won't be, that would not be a genuine or appropriating for anybody to even do comparison of, because we don't hire driver yet. Even at that.
No. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it is a job, right? It's a legal job.
It is a job. It's not slavery.
Absolutely. But she's saying it's a slave mentality.
No,
it's not. That.
It's not.
I disagree with her.
It's not.
I think people who are drivers, people who are cook, people who are gate people, these are legal jobs.
That's why I say
not tell people who are employing these people that they're using slave mentality.
I'm speaking against the issue of a slave mentality process. We were always going to have, and for many years we're going to have, even the most powerful country, yes, people hire drivers in certain areas. They hire drivers in certain areas, right? But it is not a slave mentality to hire drivers. I mean, and I agree the country is not only have the challenge, but the country is backward because of the kind of a leadership, time to time government have how they call it, operated to the people of the country, if you will. Because there's a situation we find ourselves in, and you know, we just have the conversation with those that led the process of the progressive movement. And I was asking the question not too long ago that President
people ain't progressive.
Yeah, President Torgbean, if he was still there, it wouldn't be a difficult thing for the progressive guys. There's a man that was president for Liberia for 27 years. But from Kehleboe to Monrovia, it would take you to 10 days or almost 2 weeks during the rainy season to commute there. From Kehleboe to Monrovia. He was president for 27
years. Wow.
I was privileged to have gone to, just starting the hustle then, to have gone to Maryland County in 2004. A privilege. I worked with the DDRR program. When we went there to a cantonment site in Harper on the Peabody Road. But what I observed in Harper City itself, it's well structured. The city is well laid out. big, beautiful.
Very beautiful. I saw the
The
picture.
top men, most of the guys that are close, the announcing, the this, the that, you see their properties. You see skyscrapers, the mini skyscraper all in Harper City. Maybe the city is only up. But if you left the city Ecliffe and just go to Nuku Town or Hoffman Station, you see the part of where the ordinary people live. That makeshift structure you will see.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately also happened if you drove up the Cape there, where the president guy house overlooking the Atlantic Ocean. Beautiful, beautiful. The ambience perfect. He was president 27 years. I thought he was the president. Him, I believe, maybe Mr. Nambe will speak to this later. He was the president that would have connected the entire country. That the president that I was listening to Farid Zakara program yesterday. There was just one American president that was very progressive in building. The man built close to 45,000 miles of road. I think it was Essen. I think it's I just slipping here, but there's something on me. He started building super highways. I thought President Torgbean should have done that. So for the two-week party to rule the country for 100 plus years. I mean, Liberia is a country of 43,000 square miles.
I don't know.
So maybe you can take a drive from Monrovia to Harper, from Monrovia to the Banga-Manikama border, then from the other side, from Monrovia to Ganta, Grand Gile. The country is so small that one president will have used maybe a term or two terms to connect the country via road, real quota road. We put it that way. But today, we have even half, 50% of the country is not yet paved. You are leaving to go. Listen, I listen to the Unity Party people. They say now they have. I think we should discuss that tomorrow. Yeah. There's a release circulating that the Kuwaiti government now have reassured them that they will lift because they froze spending, or so they will lift the problem in the process about mobilizing the remobilization of funding for the Banga Manikama Road.
Good news. Good news.
Yeah, that news is out, pushing that out. But again, some time ago, they informed us that the African Development Bank said there was a funding for that road. I will hope this time around that the Banga Manikama Road is stopped in Lofa County. It's in Asai district. I think Golu. From Golu, will push it to Konya and then Konya to the Banga Manikama area. The country is heavily challenged.
Big time.
So I would think that moving forward, it will be appropriate that people will set the basis to do that. The first and the good leader, the country will have to turn it up. I'm disappointed. President Boaka is from Lofa. Since he took office, almost 15, 16 months, the road leading to his own birthplace is still terrible. It's still terrible. And we're hoping, so the whole vision for them to pave that road to Lofa is going to be on the mercy of the Kuwaiti fund. If they find the money, there will be a road. If they don't find the money, for the 6 years, there will be no road going into Lofa.
Well,
and these are just commitment. These are not, they say, commitment to renegotiate the mobilization of resources. And then we listen also to situations that are unfolding in terms of what other leaders are saying in what our country is going to be like tomorrow. But I think before I conclude here, it's a clear situation as to what message other political institutions are sending today. Yes, we're seeing the CDC is doing, how they call it, due payment now. People are
They've been doing due payment. They've been doing it.
But no, I come in. You know, sometimes, you know, don't, I know I'm trying to tickle you now, so I supported Mr. Weah, but to what I'm saying, if they've been doing it, we have not seen what they did. They were talking BB money up. I saw the president with huge BB envelope.
That's right.
Right? So they're now trying to tell all the years, you know, if you don't portray yourself to be the way you should be and you make some mistake, we will pinpoint those mistakes. I agree that the party should be institutionalized, not individualized. And part of the reason why most of our political parties been struggling, I give a classic example. The 2-week party. Since the demise of President Torgbean, that was the end of the 2-week party. Today, the EJ Raw bidding is lying there in rooms completely. Nothing we can hear about it. Then we move quickly to come to the National Democratic Party of Liberia. Since the demise of President Samuel Kanyando, Master Sergeant Doe, that party is done. Then we move quickly. Somehow, I wouldn't say, then we move quickly, we come to the National Patriotic Party. That party seems to be a little strong because the leader of that party is not only love in his country, but he's a very charismatic leader. So his reflection is still keeping the party somehow lukewarm in terms of the mobilization, because they managed to even produce the vice president the past election. They will come back. So see the parties, how they look. If individual leave, the party are crumbling, if not disintegrating. So my concern, I like it. It should be institutionalized, not individualized. Now, let's agree if yesterday or day before yesterday, Mr. Guar was not in our place, but we're going to see the kind of turn up. Many people went over to pay money. They were not happy they won't pay the money. They went to pay money because they saw Mr. Guar going to pay money. So everybody pushing. I saw other people that are not even CDC member. You can go buy and we'll pay you.
Well, I would say,
you can't let them follow place now.
I will tell people right now,
consistent.
4.5 years is a lot of time. So a lot of things going to happen in the next 4.5 years. So but before I go further, I just got it from the Liberian police. Justin Opa Yezien, the controversial political commentator and senatorial aspirant, is being held in police custody following allegations of forgery linked to his disqualified candidacy for the upcoming Nimba County senatorial by-election. Liberian, it's confirmed that he was invited to Liberian National Police headquarters this morning for questioning. The police action followed a formal complaint from the National Elections Commission to the Minister of Justice, alleging that Yezien submitted a fraudulent biometric voter registration card as part of the application. According to his lawyer, Councillor Anthony Samwa Fala, he said he accompanied his client to the Liberian National Police at 10 o'clock this morning. They remained at the premises well into the evening. Despite repeated requests, the councillor said the police refused to release his client into his custody. Well, Prophet Key is, what you were accused of?
Can you call his name again?
It said Justin Opa Yezien.
Yezien. Real
So, whatever the case, whatever he did, if it was fraudulent, that's a criminal act. So they expected the law to take its course. If you submit fake something, whatever fraudulent documents, you should be accountable.
So they warrant for them to just put him in jail right away? No.
Well, I think invited him, and perhaps
the police. The police
asked for. They have 48 hours to hold
72 hours to charge him.
Yeah.
No, 48 hours.
48 hours.
48 hours to charge him.
Yeah, if they don't charge him, they can file a writ of habeas corpus on the government.
So the police got it right. So people that are saying, I saw Martin saying it was wrong for the men. No, they did nothing wrong. The police can evacuate the team for 48 hours. So
Wednesday, they're free in our hand. They charge him saying to put hand, but
the police did do nothing to violate his rights. So what Martin posted, I thought he would go back and readjust that. Or so, but probably again, everybody wants
Matthias, when they're speaking because the men are hypocrisy, and all of them brought the government to power, so that's the reason why he's talking from that point.
Also, they got some good news.
They didn't violate his rights. Actually,
the government got some good news.
Now he can be publishing those things.
The government got some good news. I was just saying, somebody was somewhere on Saturday, and somebody said, "Look,
the only thing I can say that man costs lonely for them when he can't also."
I was somewhere this Saturday, and they were careful. Everybody was there. And somebody said,
"That's the fact."
For instance, we'll watch your show, and your show. The difference with your show is that you can tell the good and bad. So yeah, I said, I felt good. So let us on the good now. Myean, tell people what the government celebrating right now. You know, and
Okay.
these are to celebrate. I mean, whatever you do.
Well, breaking news. President Walker just announced that as of today, he will not dedicate no more hand pumps in Liberia. No more hand pumps.
Myean,
it's beneath him, he says.
Okay, yes. That play looking a dog. Is it a Duporo? They put life on
so we are
the president. But it's not bad.
Are you getting
life on Duporo.
Yeah, go ahead, Myean.
That not bad. Myean, go ahead.
So for the past year, this play have been or no go zone in the sense like at this table hour for you to just pass here without putting your phone in your pocket is very risky. So the government has planned pull from Duporo Junction to the Duporo water side. So as you can see, this place has been one of the place where people normally don't just pass here at the table hour. So as you can see, motorcyclists are passing and people are making their way going because of this light. And today's the first, today's the first day of this light coming on. So the street is very, very clean. As you can see, if you stand from Duporo Junction, you can look all the way down to Truth FM. But at first, you never used to have the opportunity. So it is a good initiative the government are taking that we all.
Myean, you sound like a deputy press secretary.
Myean, are you telling me we should celebrate a few light poles?
Whatever the case, at least
Myean delivering that the chief joy to deliver that good news.
Before, so they got like that. We commend anything
that is actually commendable.
Can we clap for the government, please?
And now also. They also get they just secured. They said they got financial and technical support from the Republic of Turkey. We revitalized our international airport, and
what are money for? To stop the birds?
Revitalize the airport. They said, and then the spring meeting in Washington starts. I think the Minister of Finance and the group will be arriving at LEC Boss. LEC Boss is telling the president, the government that he's saying that very soon he will tell Liberian people that. Liberia will be stable in Liberia. That's CLG, how they call it, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Guinea.
Yeah, the CLSG.
The CLSG now, they're sharing the Paris on it. For me, I'm happy. Once again, for me, I want to see all what the country.
Mr. Josh,
let it be sustained. Let it be sustained. Now where you can't go.
The rainy season is about. The rainy season is about to come. The hydro gonna have water. Anybody can make that. Let's see what next summer brings.
Yeah, but I want to be hopeful. I want to be positive. So I want to happen because
hope is not a strategy, my friend.
Yeah, but they say the security funds will do it, right? They're getting the CSG thing going on. I mean, they come in Washington D.C. They'll be here the weekend.
People went to China.
I'm from Grand Bassa County. Grand Bassa. We have $3 billion from China to build oil refinery. We've been waiting. What do you think we are, Bassa people? You promised us $3 billion. Our oil refinery. We've been waiting now.
No, but I will say again, we got they got 4 more years remaining, right? 4.5 more years, right? When everything is, if it's not implemented, it's not materialized. We'll criticize, but when
Sarah, you hear the message? We should wait for the whole 6 years before we criticize. Well, Jesus. Okay.
What happened to the MOU from China?
Well, it's up to them. But what I was saying now, they're talking about the airport where we're arriving. We go like all the time. We won't be good arriving on a safe airport.
When the politics are being against the people, they can't announce all a lot of things so they can make our head big. Then walk out to it. China wins it. We saw the war about MOU. They spend billions of dollars. MOU. We see it.
For some upper, we have no party now, so we
this is non-partisan. When Joseph Walker, when President Walker was cutting the ribbon for that 3 gigantic generator from Ghana, he said it was over. Darkness was gone, and now they come in again to say what?
Well,
one thing I can say,
and so we'll see all the things we are taking note of all these things. But for me, I will never say I would never come and say I want the country to fail, the government to fail. I would
Oh,
not do that.
nobody.
I want the country to fail, but they should not be
succeed.
giving us 419 story.
Yeah,
The solution to this country, the problem to this country, the solution here is going to be, and we started that movement already. The CMC is the conduit.
That's correct.
By which the country is going to transform.
Yeah, all right.
That process.
The CMC is the way
to go. For all the politicians, for all them, for your
no, there's not politics.
Man, you wait, man.
we get party, so we get party.
Can I close? Can I close, please?
I come in. Is it? Man, you want to go to bed? Go to bed. You want to rush to close?
You don't hear party there.
Y'all got 24-hour light in Rwanda. Don't run. You got nowhere to run.
I gotta say though, the CMC is getting a lot of attention. I gotta say that it looks like something is in the making. A lot of us are becoming interested in what we're doing, and some of us are going to help
if you take the CMC to change the country, then so be it.
Some of us are going to help them do what they want to do. Yes, we intend to help the CMC do what they want to do. Yes.
Breaking news.
Breaking news.
Wow. We're going to help them.
Breaking news. I will be in Manchester tomorrow by this time.
Wow.
You going to Manchester too?
I will be in Manchester tomorrow. This is my ticket right here.
Okay.
We're paying attention. It looks like they're onto something. We think if they need help, we'll provide help.
Wow.
Yeah, it's good. For some reason, I wouldn't make the Manchester process.
Me? When I come back from Manchester, I will make a big announcement.
Wow.
Whatever, man, Mr. Gilman. Don't even try it.
Oh, wow. But if you've been into the politics business, you understand. Look, every new political movement, you will see, especially like right now, people are frustrated with CDC and UP now, so people are looking at an alternative. So right now, CMC is the newest party on the block, the newest chick on the block. So people are gravitating towards them. But again, but what I would say is that it's just got 4.5 years to go, and a lot can happen. A lot can happen in the next 4.5 years, and so right now the momentum, they get the momentum. But let's see what happens in the coming year and months, and see whether they will sustain the CDC. What CDC did on Saturday? I mean. Like somebody was saying, yeah, CDC came up and said, "Well, we want to show you that perhaps we still around, we still got a mojo."
Let me tell you my take.
Yeah,
let me tell you my take on what CDC did over the weekend. That's an indication they're having financial problems. They're having financial problems.
As a slap.
They are not having financial problems.
Yeah, no. Look, where they are, we've been there. Where we didn't do it.
Mr. Nabe, you continue, please. And
yes,
I supported the CDC before, right? And Sarah, I think Mr. Nabe is 100% correct here. This would tell political pundit that you have some financial issue.
Absolutely.
There's no looking for somebody to do this.
I disagree. I don't
know. But why you didn't do it ever somewhere in power?
No, they did. They
didn't do this.
Power.
You didn't do that. That's where the problem came from. I can't remember. That's where the problem came from. You're in power. You didn't plan. You lack vision to plan for the party, right? And Sarah, let me be very frank. We criticize other people. You are in power for 6 years.
I understand what you see.
They almost evicted you from that party headquarters. There was this noise going all over the place. Now you come in to do this.
But Pewee, you and I know that the noise behind CDC moving from over there was political. You know that.
Beyond that, but now there's a funny problem in the party.
Well, if there's a funding problem, I mean, I stand to be corrected.
And
but
I agree with Mr. Nabi on that. Mr. Nabi, you continue.
What I want you to
no, Sylvester, I finished saying what I wanted to say. Look, when right now we still struggling with the
problem. Every political party has had a funding problem. But what I'm trying to say here is, by them having a rally on Saturday doesn't necessarily mean that they have a funding problem. The people just came from power. What I think they were doing that is to sustain, to have enough money to sustain or to take care of party scene and also to sustain the party leading up to 2029. And it's not so much. It is not so much of the fact that they are broke.
So let me tell you this. Up to maybe 2 months ago, the big boys were paying the bill. That party, the big boy parties have run dry. That's why they're calling in the rank and file to help.
They ain't run dry. They want to sustain it. They want to
beyond
sustain
the big boss. Beyond the big boss, the party going dry.
I get we should say big girls too, Sylvester.
Part of the reason here is that those big boys, some of the big boys that were then going to the party got expelled. They are bitter. They are not there no more. And let that face the reality. Like Thomas Fala, he's one of those that are really taking some major heat in terms of
not there right now. Molina there, Sajo's not there.
Yes. So
all those people then were leeches on the party, not necessarily
keeping the party
spending. They you know,
and listen,
from the party.
Let's say this: the former, even though it was true gossip, right? When the former chairman said this on, he was being recorded. He didn't know it was gossip. When he said the standard bearer, when he collected money, he kept the money for his person. That was gossip. So
put money down, eh?
part of the issue that's been unfolding in the party, and that's why many of the party, even the insider, will believe that's okay. This is part of the reason. So they want to do things now. How do you support the base, the young people that try to push the party up and down? You need some money to do that. So they need to start raising some funding and moving out and spending some real money. Listen, to get power back from a ruling authority is a difficult thing. It's a difficult thing. And for them to allow themselves to come back in opposition, so you really have to do a lot of resource mobilization. It's important. If you don't do resource mobilization, I mean, the Senate president has to come from his comfort zone. Imagine his wife had to pay her due. I saw other people coming to pay due. It's a serious thing. The intent is to raise money and to raise money for the party.
Yeah,
you expect
I agree.
Jobless Liberian to go. People love the party. And the good thing about it, here's the good side of it. The party is the only grassroots political party that is loved. It got its own traction. I mean, the young people love the party. So the only thing you need from this kind of institution, you need to have smart leadership that will chair the party moving forward, so that you bring people back together. And you have to be, because the party by itself, from the standard bearer support, cannot win election. George Weah alone got mass base of the support to the party, but his number can't carry the party across the bridge. You need support from other parties to collaborate now. We don't even know yet, because when they were saying, the coalition, we don't even know if the coalition stay active. I don't know too many you know about that. We don't know if the other.
I know, like somebody said earlier, it's true. MPP split, they split, and then with LPDP, I'm sure they stay there because Kamayan's he's the arrowhead of that party. So
no. Kamayan, not party. That Tara party.
Kamayan party that PUP, eh? What Kamayan party?
Kamayan party that move.
Moving.
Yeah. So they're not in the something game in terms in the equation, but it is startup party. Party.
Well, let me announce quickly before I forget. Tomorrow we have the ANC. The ANC Global will be here tomorrow. We have Mr. Rudolph Wilson, the senior. We have Emmanuel Gamo, and also Mr. James Christian Guar, senior. They'll be having a convention, the global convention in the U.S. on the 28th to the 28th weekend having it. 28th, they'll be here tomorrow to talk about the convention. The ANC trying to make a comeback, strong comeback, so they're preparing the global. And so we'll have them here tomorrow to quiz them and to tell them most about the convention. So tomorrow, all ANC supporters, lovers, sympathizers, we have your 3 leaders in the U.S. so far. They'll be here tomorrow. For the special guest to discuss about the global convention in the USA in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia in the next 2 weeks.
So who's the current leader of the ANC?
They have election. They have a convention.
Who's their political leader?
Mr. Cummings, right? Mr. Cummings, yeah.
No, I just want
No,
I come in because I thought Mr. Comey said Mr. Comey announced that he'll retiring from politics after he
no, Sylvester, what kind of question you asking so?
Sylvester always do this.
Can you put the flyer down so we can see your faces when you're talking?
Sylvester,
What kind of question you asking so? Who the leader was? Tell us the hierarchy of the ANC.
What kind of question you asking so?
I want to see Siddiqui face when you asking that question.
No, Rao. The reason why I ask the question, I'm not asking him, Siddiqui, you know, man, Siddiqui coming down to the people, I'm the top 5, but ANC, Siddiqui will get very bad.
No, but one thing you should understand, right? No, it's not Taylor, right? Every party that have taken power in Liberia, they need to come back together. And right now, so far the CMC,
you may be talking to me.
Maybe they have not taken power in Liberia, so we'll know what are they.
You know, the CMC people that are on their platform here, they want to do everything possible to discredit the other party. They will not get a chance.
You know, Jenna, I just want to tease to be fair. I just want to tease. Okay. I said, who's the political?
At the end of the day, they think you guys talk about CDC, the inner because the people just left power.
But no, but
let me finish talking, yo. Let me finish. They just left power. Number one, the reason why they did that publicly and the grassroots came out to give the $1 is to show to you guys, the ruling party or whoever, CDC is a grassroots party, number one. Number two, the people want to feel owned in the party. They put in the $1, the $2, so the party is for them. Okay? All the laws that were being made behind CDC to move from that place there, who are paying the money? It was the big guns. And that is much people money that got it. They're still holding that party ground. But the fact of the matter that they had that rally to show that the grassroots, they themselves, their voice can be heard when they pay the $1 so that they know that the party for them. This is
the opinion. I agree with you on that line, right? And let me commend the party. The only thing I said, they need to raise money to raise money, but let me commend them for that. The fact that the party could manage to pull serious mandate of former official of government to them, particularly the former president, the former first lady, the former finance minister, the former foreign minister, member of a different political party, but strong ally now of the president.
Even don't forget.
People believe that he.
Former UP Alliance and Yeke, all there now.
Yeah, former UP, so the former foreign, all the people strong. But it's this. Yeke is, it's just like I said it before. I think somebody said it all the time here. He approached to things. It just maybe the way he sounds sometimes, it's not right. But Yeke is proving to be one of the smartest. I'm gonna like calculate auto, right? Why Yeke gain his plane now? You don't want to see this to fear against him. Is that gonna happen? I can say that politically as a politician, as a pundit, I would now proclaim that CDC is not going to challenge Yeke in district number 10. You know the party going to challenge him?
Who will come from America to go vote for Yeke?
You know the party will challenge him. You know the party will challenge him. Then CDC will support him. Then he will beat the party.
We will support him.
But my prayer now is, I hope when he's elected 2029, he shouldn't start attacking Mr. Weah again.
That's what he would do. That's exactly what he would do.
But Pewee, let me say this. Question, right? The CMC, they say I'm asking CMC the question that if in going, will you guys do you see yourself collaborating with the CDC and the support President Weah's re-election bid in the future?
No, so let me speak as the way the political leader will put it directly. The political leader said the CMC is serious to move on, but the CMC we're gonna do what we call a soul session 2 years or 3 years from now. There's gonna be we're gonna bring international folks or national folks to track the push to see and do the rating of the CMC, because all of what CMC is currently doing is grassroots oriented, right? It's there to we are in grassroots written ourselves.
So Manchester, England, are grassroots move there.
Come again?
The gathering in Manchester, England is a grassroots move.
Anything that is a grassroots. Most of those in Manchester most of those Europe, most of those here in America, these are ordinary people that went there to look for ends meet. They are not bourgeois. So going to the grassroots people, grassroots person can be even in Atlanta, in the city of Atlanta, right? It's a grassroots. You think Raul is a bourgeois? Raul is a
Somebody mute your
grassroots.
phone, sir.
Robert Garguah.
Robert Garguah phone. He trying to destroy us.
He's doing it intentionally to confuse people.
Robert Garguah is a grassroots.
Oh, that Rwanda doing that thing.
Robert Garguah is a grassroots son that came here in the U.S., but then catapulted to be a
bourgeois.
A bourgeois. Yeah. So you wouldn't remove that grassroots tendency from him. So, Tomalin,
he still got a grass thing, right?
Yes. To answer the question, the Manchester process is still grassroots oriented. It's still going to the people that are struggling. So that's not going to happen. Nothing going to. You see, the face of this politics. So it's possible, right, that the CDC can come and join us and support us to take us to the Liberian presidency. We're going to invite every Liberian politician.
Yeah, all right.
Listen, if Mr. Benedict could work with the ANC and Mr. Cummings, now we're getting information that Mr. Cummings is inclined to support the CMC moving forward. We're going to hold that and move along with that process, right? We open to all sides. Listen, do you know what the meaning of allowing people to resign from the CDC coming to join the CMC?
Oh, so who left CDC to join you?
Or people resigning from Myean to come to CMC.
Man, say Myean.
And I'm going to know.
People like Siliki are coming.
Yes, everybody gonna go. So
let me say,
coming. Siliki on his way.
Let me say.
But Mr. Gemme, not Isa. You want to tell me you're gonna leave CDC for TMC?
Mr. Gemme left already. Don't say you're gonna leave. He left already.
Let me say this.
What are you attacking me now? You want to be get a unity policy now?
let me say this. I think that the CDC, I think what they did was commendable, to be honest with you. To be able to get people, I mean, many of these guys don't have jobs. And, you know, George Weah's support, whether you call them Myean or whatever, I think it comes from this authentic place. He has a place in the heart of many, many young Liberians. And what the vice president, which I thought was a mistake, because I think they're going to use this as a campaign slogan up until 2029. He connects with the common people because he identifies as one, right? So to see those guys come out and pay that dues, not all of them, but most of them were able to afford that $1. Of course, the party, bulk of what the party finances are led by the big guns, but for them to have been able to come together in number to pay that dues, I thought that was commendable. Also, you know, this government has just been there for less than 2 years, right? So to see the kind of momentum that I saw recently at the CDC headquarters, I think, again, is indicative of the performance the current administration, which I think will go a long way. So, you know, this is no different than major parties like the ANC having a fundraiser dinner, for instance, right? In the US or in Liberia. It's no different. People who are fortunate donating to a political cause in Liberia. But I think one area where we have not taken advantage is the grassroots. You know, though they don't have jobs, you know, they for them to be able to come and give 400 LD or 250 LD or whatever it is that they can afford as due payment to a political institution, especially one who few months ago was an incumbent, I thought spoke volume, and it's a good thing. As far as CMC, by the way, I think what's his name just resigned today from the ANC Global. I think PL 480 resigned today from the ANC Global. Duke, yeah, Duke resigned. I think I have an idea of what is behind that. You know, a lot of the ANC folks, some of the ANC folks still don't understand why Alice Cummings has embraced or welcome back Ty Wamwe. I think it's a great thing that he did that. You know, it's a great thing that Ty went back to the party because, to be honest with you, I don't understand politically, you know, how much of a difference the ANC can make in Ty Wamwe's, you know, cause right now because he got elected independently, but I thought that was great. At least he's not jumping from one political party to the next. You know, but you know, 2029 will be very, very interesting with all of the party, the CMC, and people leaving the ANC, going to the CMC, people leaving the CDC, going to the CMC. What I foresee coming up in 2029 is you will have operation of all of these parties coming together, Sylvester. But I don't know if the idea would be the CDC coming to support the candidacy of the CMC because the number games will come into play. And you know, of all people, and George Weah is, I think he reiterated the fact that he is running or contesting in 2029. So if George Weah is in the picture, I think that, you know, anything is possible. But again, you cannot underestimate Musa's ability. I think he's done a phenomenal job. And people are watching. People are watching to see how he institutionalized the CMC politically. And that's what I'm watching now. Well, how do they institutionalize this party and how are they functioning differently than other political parties? And so a lot of serious-minded people who are looking for a party, a true political institution to identify with, not because we're friends or we're buddies, but based on ideas and things like that. I think if they're able to put together, they may not have the numbers, right? It's a new party, but if they're able to put together a serious institution, I think that would encourage a lot of serious-minded people to form part of that party, even if it's not for 2029, for subsequent elections in Liberia.
Yeah, but let me say this, right? I know we're ending now, so let me say this. Look, I used to say when on Spoon, I'm saying it again. There are a lot of things going to happen before 2029. A lot of things will happen. So, like you already saw it. Who thought that Prince Johnson would have been dead and went into 2029? That will be a major factor in the next election cycle. Look, parties will be formed. I heard this today too from somebody from a strong CDC told me today that they are forming a new party too. The person already leaving CDC, they say they form a new party. So I say, you're forming the party then. Party will be formed. By the end of the day, most of the parties that are being formed, they form it how a seat at the table. Because you can form a party, you know very well that you stand no chance of winning or even going to a runoff, but you say you will form a party because you know why? You won't have that seat at the table. You can't get your own interest. But at the end of the day, I will say this for the record. A lot will happen. The second thing, if any new party, if any new person, or any third party other than CDC or UP, if any party can go to the runoff, depending on, runoff with CDC or with UP, one of the parties, that party is still because if the party go to a runoff with CDC, UP people will support that person because the two parties can't stand each other. If you go to a runoff with CDC, the other party will support the other person because they can't stand each other. So, but if you get the question is how will you get to that runoff? That would be the question. Because if right now if elections held today, take it or leave it. You will find the CDC and you going back to the final. But if a party, a third party that will come forward, if they form that party, they come together and be strong, and they end up going to the runoff, the possibility of that party winning is high. Because if let's say John Brown party goes to the runoff with CDC, you people will tell the folks say just support that party. And like somebody said, you have President Weah is popular, he got his percentage, but you don't have that percentage to take him to the finish line. You need extra, and that's what that will be the problem with the party will face. So,
but Tomalin, also don't forget that a lot of citizens who are under the voting age, who could not vote in 2017, who could not vote in this current election, many of them, and I think I've been hearing some inside stories about the fact that the party have started collecting the percentage, the numbers, right? A lot of these folks will be at the age of voting in 2029. But what separates we are from all these other political
it's only saying to the other parties too. The ANC got people who are not in the age of 18.
I agree.
The
But what
UP
separate we are? What separate we are from the
parties
ANC?
also.
What separate we are from the ANC is that his supporters have stuck with him going almost 15, 20 years now. These guys are loyal to George Weah. And so, I mean, if the
problem, Robert, there's no argument with that. I will tell you again, you got the Weah, you got the CDC, the diehard CDC. But the problem is you need 50 plus 1%. And that number don't reach 50%. So the problem now, we are on this challenge now is to, like for instance, the money that other parties will pay to run the campaign, we don't need that money to pay because of that constituency he has. Okay, so
yeah, but the reason why George Weah sounded so confident yesterday was based on the performance of this government. And so if he is sounding so confident just based off of 15, almost 18 months, if they continue to perform below standard and expectation, what do you think will happen come 2027, 2028? I don't see any major collaboration with the incumbent. I don't see CNC joining Unity Party. If the decision is to join a collaboration, I don't see.
But United Party already have the alliances. They have the
alliance.
The alliance done.
Sorry, they've cracked.
It's cracked. You know.
So
if anything, the Unity Party, if they continue to perform, if the Unity Party were performing greatly, I don't think what you saw at the CDC headquarters you would have seen. I think the momentum is coming from the fact that these guys are not performing. So if you couple that with his support and that momentum, and the rest of the opposition party given the system, I think more than likely most of these parties will want to align with the opposition to defeat. Even though I don't agree with that approach, most of them will rather align with CDC, CMC, ANC to defeat Unity Party.
No, I tell you this, Robert. I think you're making some good points. But let me say this. First of all, the CDC have an organization problem. Crowd politics don't win you votes. I mean, we've seen in the last election, people fill stadiums, and you have to be able to convert those crowds into real tangible votes. Get out the vote. I don't see the CDC spending a lot of time on that. We said that with the ANC, and we said that. You have to actually get on the ground and organize the people. You got to plan transportation. You have to take those people out to the polling centers and get them to vote. The ANC, look, the CDC is the only party in money down where people actually print their own T-shirt. We all know Liberian politics how it is. So all I think they're doing there, they're bleeding. I think they're on the ropes. They have the extra baggage of having been in power. People know their performance. They will go to the record, and they perform dismally. And so I think they're really going to have a difficult time as we go towards 20, and they're starting too early. Look, politicking in Liberia is very expensive because of the way our people are. We don't give to the politician. We go to them to give to us. And so they're going in now. We have 4 years down the road. So they got to maintain now what they started over the weekend. They got to maintain that crowd. It is going to be very expensive. I don't know if they have the money for that. They can't go to some National Bank again and tell people to open the vault and bring the money out.
What you mean to maintain the crowd?
I didn't finish, yo.
What you mean by it's going to be expensive for them to maintain the crowd? I agree to what you said, that crowd politics cannot win vote. But we also saw CDC's performance that they did not only have crowd, they did have the votes. The difference in margin was just 17,000 votes. So it's not like they didn't have people or they didn't have crowd that converted to vote. They did have that.
Imagine this.
Number two, let me finish my point. Number two is at the end of the day, because this process is very expensive. I don't think they're starting too early. I don't think it's too early. I think it's the right time for them to start, because we have up to 2029. Now that if they start, it gives them more, advantage, and then maybe enough funds to be able to. They're coming after a ruling party that is using government resources. It's not going to be cheap. So it's not early for you to say I think it's starting too soon. No, you guys are on the show. You guys are on the show to discredit CDC because you feel you're not formed a CMC party, which is going nowhere. They don't even have a base. Okay, so we'll see how that goes. But right now, let's focus on what the ruling party is going to do for the Liberian people.
So let me make that point then, Robert, pick it up. Look, they're starting almost 4 years in. And already they bring out the penny jars. That's what they will use to pay the bill from now for the next 4 years.
Are you kidding me? You really think that depending on that, like I told you, they brought that out for the common people to have access to the party. All of the time they've been having money business that the dollar being paid.
No, but let me say this.
The problem is
Let me say this though. Anyone who think that, listen, I don't even know if I should say this, but George Weah is not broke. Those CDC boys are not broke. 1 second. Let me say this. I don't think that yes, the incumbent will have the advantage financially, right? But I think that CDC is in a much better space, right? Now, financially, than they were in 2017 and 2011. I don't think those boys are broke. I would not put my life on to say that they're broke. I don't think so. Also, George Weah just recently did a deal that could bring in millions of dollars. We all watched when he signed the contract with those guys with his jersey, right? And we saw how much the jersey were going for in Europe. Those guys are paying for it, and so I think that he has a more steady income now over the period of 4 years than he did in 2017 or in 2011.
Robert, are you thinking the man will take personal money that because
no, that is personal money.
Because you say, Robert, especially so you go into a competition, you know the outcome or be the outcome. You won't gamble that way. But the thing CDC is doing by raising money.
But the thing they're going to be done by the big gun. They're not going to depend.
Well, it's not just George Weah.
Robert, you kidding?
No, but listen, no, I'm not talking about. What I'm saying is, I think where did the money come from in 2011? The point that I'm making is, I think financially, however the CDC financial structure is set up. Look, we already know that, and I think this is a smart thing the party is doing. We know that the standard bearers.
Maybe they're not trying to set that.
We know that the
structure to say is coming this way.
I agree. That's what I'm saying.
Quickly before you continue, you listen before to the former, and we have to be realistic now. You listen before to the former chairman of the party, what he said. The former chairman said the political leader will go and get money on behalf of the party, and when the money is in, he take the money. No. I just trying to make reference to the point you said to him, Jenna, but he's supporting it. So the money that is coming to him is not his personal money. I mean, his personal money. He's not going to use that money to support the party.
But when I said that, when I said that the president,
I just try to bring that out to say
city is in a better space to fundraise. I'm not talking about Joe that going to his account. I think like the former president,
he's not going to take money from your account to spend. No, that's not true. He's not going to do that.
I'm not saying he should do that, and I'm not saying that's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is, however they raised funds in 2011, they're in a better position now to even do so come 2029, right? Because
to do what?
The risk fund.
Oh yeah, they're going to raise funds.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So I don't think that because the incumbent, yes.
Listen, he's going to raise funds. He's going to use his connection to raise money. He would use.
Yes, exactly. They will have access to government funding. Yes, but when it comes to the spending, I don't think they should underestimate CDC.
Robert.
Everybody should come home. Y'all go back home.
You had to call the real funding at your login for you. That you didn't go back home before.
Let me tell you about funding.
I put in the should call first.
for those of us who work
And
for
you too many. The funny people there.
who work for large organization that does funding and
yeah, there's sympathize. I'm not partisan.
They start we call asking and targeting. That's what the United Way does. Our job is to raise big money. And you cannot underestimate the star power of George Weah to go to any other country, to any nation, to France, to the Middle East, and ask for money.
Absolutely.
And they would be willing to do that. But the problem here is that the CDC have not put together an organization that will be able to harness his likeness to bring in the money. For instance, if I were in his camp, I would bring him into the fold. When I go to the American Speakers Bureau, right, where the top world leaders go and get paid for like $1 million an hour speech or 500,000, I don't see George Weah's name. Why? Because his inner circle have never introduced him to that. Now listen, we could make money off your likeness. There are events that does not call for intellectual debate.
He's not already loved yet. He's not all part of the war, not yet.
Yeah, this is what
political corporate.
That's why he carried that the expert he carried to CMC. Gonna make money.
But listen to this, Pewee. If
Mr. Gateman, I have a question.
Listen.
Now the money you going to make for CMC.
So those political people here, they play the same thing. The kind of people that can make money for those areas. That when I'm studying, because when I'm studying, to have us to be making
because
listen, capturing that.
Listen, Pewee. Listen, my friend Schwartz. Okay, he represents athletes. Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. All of these guys are athletes, and they are events that they go for autograph signing, for a workout, for just appearances where they make huge money.
No way it's possible.
Right. I have not seen the marketing team.
Or you can tap into that. You are reaction to do that.
Listen.
CMC share.
No, you see.
Can I come in, please?
Pewee, the idea here, what the folks say, you can take the horse to the water, but you can't make it drink. You for instance, if you came in like somebody said, right? The objective of the leader of an organization is to scout talent and monetize the talent. So why is it that CDC has all these people, have the Pewees of the world and Nambes of the world and Dopos of the world? Why haven't they monetized the talent that they have? Why not? It's a failure of leadership. It's a failure of leadership. Are you going to tell me that you're going to go out there? Are you going to tell me that a dollar a day network
First of all, Mr. Gateman, we don't have to say all of the strategies that we have to raise funds. The dollar a day that you just saw is just the first. It's the CDC has a lot of members all over the world.
We understand this. Okay. If the $50 million budget you have for if the $50 million budget you have, if it's true that you have for the going election that you lost, it will you got a long way to go to raise $50 million again.
That's your opinion.
You can't even half of that.
Y'all let a young brother speak now. He's been sitting for a while.
Let Kehleboe speak.
No, Kehleboe Sleeky being here before Kehleboe came.
Sleeky, how much you not contribute to ANC?
Okay, so let me go to the CDC reality. The first thing.
Oh my God! You said dreaming about CDC rally. Well, if you know what I thought a different thing coming to.
No, but give me an answer. On the conversation. So why you don't want me to talk about?
Don't worry about CDC campaign.
I'm not worried about it, but that's a
topic. We will make the money available. Don't worry about it.
Okay, yeah. So let me come in and let me share my own opinion.
We don't need no marketing strategy. Nothing will provide the money.
Let me share my opinions. Sarah, please.
We'll put our mouth, our money.
Let a man turn on.
So here is the thing. I agree with everybody who said.
What do you think the man coming to? They just let me make it worse.
So I agree with everybody who said President Garguah is, a specific number of people who love him and they support him, and that's a fact. And sometimes some of us we just say it and say, look, we wish, we could have committed member like this, where when we call on them anytime they can come out. But here is the thing: the CDC, they are not being honest in a recent program. I watched a video today from Lester Tenney. He's a professor at the University of Liberia. And a friend to George.
I'll be guessing the we go. Oh,
Lester Tenney is a hater.
Yeah, but give me a chance now, Sarah. Give me a chance.
CDC.
Oh my God. So Lester said CDC reported that they raised $8 million Liberian dollars for that so-called rally, which I think is very, very unrealistic. You can't do that. And bulk of the people you saw there.
What make it unrealistic?
$8 million Liberian dollars.
So I come in. Before you continue, let me ask you a question. That's what I asked. You think it is lie? It's not true?
It is a big lie. They didn't raise that amount.
What is $8 million Liberian dollars if you convert it to US?
No, you tell me.
No. You say it's lie first. That's why I asked you the question.
So give me a chance now. Give me a chance. We'll come to the value of the US $6 million.
It's possible.
It's not possible, brother.
It's possible.
Listen to me now. Listen to me.
Tiliki,
the people.
That figure you saw was it from the party? Was just a Facebook post.
Yeah, but give me a chance.
Was it from the party? That's what I want to know before you continue.
The president said I agree with the figure, but Sylvester is telling me that it's possible.
It's possible.
No, I'm just asking you because you can't just see a post on Facebook and
I just told you I hear the comment from Lester Tenney, who is a best friend to Miguel.
Lester Tenney is not a mouthpiece for the party. Please.
When you come to any messenger, that's a wrong messenger you ever want to listen to.
Thank you.
But I gave you the wrong.
No, but go ahead. But you say you listen to him.
Yeah, but you gave me erroneous information.
He's not a reliable agent.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, go ahead. No, I've been real. He's not a reliable agent.
So here is the thing.
He's a loose counter making those kind of comments that he's a loose counter. That's all. He's not a reliable agent.
That's okay. We'll bring Lester Tenney for her to have a debate. To tell us who he is.
Then he can. We're waiting for him.
Okay, so here is the thing. The point I try to point out here is this. Bulk of the people you saw, I'm not talking about the big guys, Mangio and the rest of the people, but bulk of the people you saw there are the guys who came from the slum communities, the grassroots, as we can say. All those people, 80% of them didn't go over there to pay due. The first thing, majority of them don't even have transportation to go back home. So how can these people come and give $1 for so-called dollar rally? So
you didn't see the people online?
I'm telling you, I
not see them online.
Give me a chance, Sarah. Give me a chance.
Play the video. Don't laugh at people. Not play the video.
So to conclude on the CDC rally thing, they did a great job. They put up a partisan out, which they always doing, and nobody can question them for that, But here is my own thing, And every time people say Georgia get a fixed support base, which is good. But my question here is this: what better, for example, I will bring it to this example. What better of a father when you cannot afford to send your children to school, to feed your children, to take care of them, all of that? So what better of the so-called number people talking about that Georgia get? When Georgia, and I hear people say all the time, the CDC is for the common people, the market women, and these same market women children go to the University of Liberia when Georgia was president of the country, but they can't pay those people, instructors at the UL. And these same common people go to school and I get chair to sit on. But every time we come out, we say, the CDC is a party. What have the CDC done for the market women children? What? Nothing. But the only thing they've done is to always make them to come outside to wear the barrier and the t-shirt, use those people children, and then after the program, they can't even give them transport or provide bus.
So what has the ANC done?
I'm coming. Sarah, give me a chance. After this, you come after the ANC. The point I'm trying to make here is that we should not only focus on somebody get number and somebody, but let's look at the impact. Those parties, both the CDC and the UP. And I hear Robert asking how the CDC funded that campaign during 2011 and 2017. Look,
that cheap propaganda you all to know.
they went around, they begged for money, they credited money, they ran those campaigns both 2017 and 2011. And that's why when President we became president, they had to bring those foreign people into our country and give them deal. They stole millions of dollars from our country on the kind of deal. And let me say this before I close. CDC officials get some money right now. There is no doubt about that. And we gave them 2 years. All they running around thing they're doing, it will slow down.
Your number was 7%, again now to 1%. You want
okay, Sarah, you go ahead now because you don't want to give me a chance. You keep interrupting now.
No,
so,
but you
so guys,
let
me just make a quick comment here. I'm sorry I joined the show late, but I follow you guys throughout. Particularly, I was interested in the 1979 discussion. I followed the show from start up to this point. But just to start with your comment, there is a tendency in Liberia, wrongfully so, to underestimate the masses. The masses in that country and the masses around the world, poor people around the world, do not need the largesse of politicians. All they need is access, security, and opportunity. The masses are smart. They know what they want. In many instances, better than even what the politicians or what the leaders think they need. They know it. The masses just need guardians and direction, and will move. We've seen that many times in history. In 1979, Mr. Nangbe can speak to that. History tells a story that the masses were ready for revolution, but the political leaders were not ready. Their leaders were not ready. The masses from the slums pushed them to the riot. They were in the street. Their leaders were even careful not to put them in harm's way. So Siddiqui argument that the masses don't have money, they went there. I think that's a despicable argument to make against the masses. The masses know what they want.
No, that was not my point. My point is, and that's a fact, Mr. Gongloe. Most of the guys that we saw there during the weekend on the CDC rally, yes, they are the masses, they are the grassroots, but both of them didn't go there to pay due. That's the point.
That's an assumption.
It's a fact. It's a fact.
You are wrong. That both of them want to pay their $10 of their $5.
Both of them. They say $1. You know how much is $1 in $1.
Do you know underestimating the resolve?
Do you know that? No, $1 is it's almost $200. They don't have it.
What you call it? They got it.
I'm telling you.
You saw the people online. You saw the people online and you said they don't have it.
That's politics. To send a wrong updates out there. That's what CDC can do. It was just to send a wrong updates and the people are standing online to go and pay due. But the way you saw how many of the
your ANC Global came here and were charging people $100 for plate, for rice, for food.
The people are charging the people who afford it, but the people you were in power to improve their life, you didn't do anything.
Our people can afford $1.
You
can't do that.
2005 election.
CDC, I'm coming. Sylvester, I'm coming. CDC was in power for 6 years. Both of those people that you call them masses today. CDC don't do a thing for most of them.
No.
You come back, you opposition, you want us to come again, you take $200.
That's not true.
Somebody got a call.
Let me say here that CDC, most of those people.
Okay, Kehleboe, after your talk, got a call.
Most of most of those folks you see coming up 2005, 2017, they came, they paid money, they printed their own t-shirts.
I agree.
For CDC.
I agree.
Those people you saw on Saturday also did the same. They went on, they paid their $200 or inland. They did. I believe that. Those people are attached to the CDC. It's a mass-based political party. I can tell you that for free. If the ANC, they will pay, they will bring buses to carry people. CDC, you don't have to bring bus. They will go there. That I would say that.
So let me end my thoughts on the second.
Go ahead.
I wanted to raise. On this show tonight, it's interesting that
the two PA, PPP, and UP members, Mr. Nangwe and Mr. Gaiman, I listened to them. They are warming up to the CMC. That's interesting. But I have a few questions.
They're already there. They don't warm me up.
Well, I mean, they didn't sound definitive. But here's here are my thoughts on the different political
parties. Hey, man, sure, man, we're right here. You think we can talk for ourselves?
Here's my thought, my opinion, my caution on the different political parties in Liberia. I think before you join a political party now, I would say go for the constitution. Look there. You know, I'm very nervous about political parties that have an arrowhead funder that is contrary to how UPP and LPP are funded. LPP and UPP are funded by partisans, comrades. They contribute. It's a collective venture. So they are guided by the principles enshrined in the Article of Incorporation and the bylaws. These political parties... These political parties that have bourgeois or, let's say, corporate funder, I'm always nervous about them, really, because they can sell out the interest of the institution is really the interest of the political leader. You know, it's not a collective interest. And I'll hold my comment on this, not to go further. I told Mr. Gaiman, he and I will talk after the show. Mr. Tomalin George knows some stuff that I know. And I'm nervous. I mean, I'm nervous about seeing these progressive brother warming up just like that. I hope they have asked the critical questions. I hope they are read what they need to be. You know, that's all I can say.
But listen.
Comrade, let me tell you this, comrade.
Real quick, somebody's on the line. When they finish, go ahead, Chief, your name and where you calling from.
Thank you, Dylan. This is Abraham Conner. You guys, thanks for the show. I just wanted to bring some of these issues attention. You know, sometimes when you come on this platform, I mean, you got to put sentiment aside, right, under the city. The equivalent of $8 million Liberian dollars is $40,000.
That's what I said.
$40,000, and then if you, let's say, you express that over 2,000 members, 40,000 US dollars, expressing over 2,000 members, you go. That's less than what? $8 or something you're talking about US. So are you saying that a former ruling party?
Me, I need that. Not big. That's not money.
CDC, you telling them they can't generate that money? 40,000 is nothing for CDC.
That's a peanuts.
So I just wanted to put that point aside. So let's put the sentiment aside. You're talking about CDC, not ANC here, okay? Thank you, Joe.
No. Initially, that's why the point I wanted to bring up, right? I knew first and that amount, $8 million. That's why I said $8 million. That's a small money. And I believe even though someone tell me they raised $150,000 US, I was still going to agree to that because they turn up over there. You saw serious people. The president, the former president, his wife, the former finance minister, the former foreign minister, serious other people, the current speaker or the current embattled speaker, if you will, all those people. Right, these are serious people in our country. You want to think?
Me talking with sentiments. You can't talk with
the rate of other government officials and the rest of that. But yes, what I would say on the issue about what Ms. Kehleboe was saying just now. Now, listen, the structure of a political party, I agree, will have to be. The CMC don't have a corporate sponsor. Let me vehemently detest that. There's no corporate sponsor. There's no. I don't know if you know any corporate sponsor coming with the person.
Now you pay your ticket.
Huh?
Now you pay your ticket to go Manchester.
Come again?
Now you pay your ticket to go Manchester.
But people not going.
So I come in.
Going.
Listen.
People, let me tell you, I listened to you earlier when you're trying to argue with Tomalin George. To choose Manchester, it's a bourgeois mentality. You cannot debate that. If you want, we can spend time on it.
I don't have issues. Listen.
What was wrong with going to Greenville? What was wrong with going to Kehleboe? What was wrong with going to Harper? I mean, there are local businesses, there are local hotels. You sleep in the hamlets with the masses.
Comrade Gongloe, let me say this for you. Sorry, Sylvester. Let me say this. No.
Manchester when
Look,
they invest in the economy,
Comrade, wait a minute,
it's a
Comrade.
business mentality.
Wait a
Let's
minute.
keep that apart.
So you and I have been on the same side for decades, and you do have a point. But look, some of us have reached the conclusion that maybe for 40 years the way we did it, we need to put a little tweak on the way we did it. How much have we had access to state power? For 40 years, we'll be doing it the same way. Look, I was on a call. I listened to Musa. Look what he's done over the few months. I think he's worth looking at. I understand your concerns, and we're gonna go in
What
there.
has he done? What has he done?
Sarah, give the man chance to
No,
stop.
let me see your
Yeah.
Sarah, keep interrupting everybody. You keep doing this.
Are you gonna keep interrupting me, Sarah?
I don't want to know what he has done. I'm not trying to.
Yeah, the last thing he did, he built a bridge and named it in Gongloe's brother's name.
No, he just broke the ground for it. The bridge not yet constructed.
It will be done.
It will
But
be
they're
built.
about to. No,
But we politicians, even the judge here, we're talking about what has the CDC done?
That's a major development there. I mean, that place.
Thank you. That's a question that can answer.
What has the CDC done? Nothing.
That bridge that's under construction, Cyril. That bridge that's under construction is going to be named after Kehleboe Big Brother. Kehleboe Big Brother. That's an area for almost 6 decades.
Yeah.
So then why?
In my conclusion, yes, I think the CMC will make some mistakes. They will have growing pains, but that's why they whatever help they can get from people like you and myself, we need to guide them and help them. But I think
But then what you were saying about Sir Joseph who have been facing the roads in rural areas? What were you saying?
Sir Joseph coming for is not a party.
Kehleboe.
It's not a lot for the people.
Kehleboe.
You're gonna discredit that?
Kehleboe, let me say this to you as per your argument of who buying ticket to go Manchester, or who doing this and who doing that. Now, here's the debate. It's not an issue that's absolutely no corporate sponsor for the CMC. The CMC is a grassroots political institution that's allowing folks to put thought process together in emancipating the mass base of our people. Now, the process about taking this meeting to The process about taking this meeting to Manchester. The process about taking this meeting to Manchester, it is in fulfillment of the constitution of our country, and the constitution is emphatically clear.
Constitution of Liberia.
I come in.
Of our country.
Our country. That's what I'm saying to you.
Yeah.
The constitution of our country. The constitution of our country saying every Liberian are deemed equal under the constitutions. The party is acting in conformity with that. So the reason of taking the issue, the issue about taking those Liberians that are there, we don't consider bourgeois or proletarian. If you are part of the proletarian class or part of the bourgeois class, no. Every Liberian is equal. The fact that we're taking it to Manchester does not come to the issue of class. It comes to the issue about the recognition of every individual as citizen of the country and got the same right under the dignity of the humankind. Now, listen, this process, I come in 1 minute. The constitution of the CMC is so open. It's a people-oriented institution. It's not on the basis of individualism. No. We time to time debated this issue about those that came in and those that said they want to do this. Now, we don't have a corporate sponsor. So, for instance, if I want to be, my voice going to be heard, your voice will be heard, and everybody is going to be heard in the process in terms of how we move the issue forward. Now, beyond what individuals before did, it will bring it back to individualism. There's ability on role before in the country in terms of changing the media landscape, in terms of changing the sport landscape, in terms of changing the political landscape, in terms of changing the communication landscape of our country. He contributed tremendously. Now go back in his own history and see the role he played. Go back in the country and see the role he played nationally. I can't remember the role he played.
You can speak to me about Mr. Ability. There is no doubt about Mr. Ability's contribution to Liberia.
No. I come in.
There's no doubt about that.
What I'm
just putting a hole in your argument that having a conference in Manchester is not a bourgeois idea. That's
no. It's not a bourgeois idea.
Well, Comrade.
Pewee, one question. Listen, Kehleboe, please
have a corporate listen. Because first of all, you are not paying a membership due. Even though Mr. Gilman that is talking, he has not paid membership due. How is he getting the money to go there? Someone, a corporate funder is paying that. It's
No.
it's
No.
Are you see, Mr. Gongloe, are you telling me that I cannot buy a ticket to go to Manchester?
No, I'm not suggesting that.
No, that's what you were saying. You say somebody sponsored this.
For political party that you are just going to listen, you have not joined. I'm not sure you're going to.
I have an interest. I have an interest, and I put my money where my mouth is.
I just have one
But listen
question.
to this. For you to say choosing Manchester over Greenville, are you telling me Greenville don't have any bourgeois? Are they that poor? Are you underestimating the people of Greenville?
So, Gilman, can you tell the public here? Can you give justification why a conference will be held outside Liberia in a peaceful or
because Liberian people reside there.
I want to ask a question.
Give me 1 minute.
Compare the numerical strength of Liberians in Manchester to the numerical strength of Liberians in
It's the Manchester metro area. That's the whole area. It's not just people coming from London, from everywhere.
Why not DC Metro? Why not DC Metro?
It's coming to DC. It's coming to DC. The man's gonna go everywhere.
Give me 1 minute. Kehleboe, let me explain this to you quickly, to the people those that are following us. The intent of this Manchester meeting is not the CMC that proposed the meeting into Manchester. It was an invitation extended to the CMC by those Liberian, our citizen right we have there, to form part of this issue, and the CMC endorsed the invitation. And listen, that's what I said to you. We are acting in conformity of our issue about fostering unity in the country. And to foster unity in the country, you have to bring every Liberian to the table. You can't preclude one set of people because they're in Manchester and you invite those people in Greenville, as you say, or invite those people in Bonjama. No. The intent is to bring those people in Greenville, listen to them in Greenville, listen to those in Manchester, listen to those behind you in Pennsylvania. Those that live with you also in Pennsylvania. There will be a time those people are also very important people. Do you know that in Pennsylvania or in other part of this country, there are Liberians that are very well the same as those that are in Greenville? The only difference is that because they are here and those people are there. So you have to listen to all Liberians, listen to what they have to say as to the forward march of the country. That's the intent of this political party. This institution, that's why they say the Citizens Movement for Change. It matches the nomenclature of the institution. You have to engage the citizenry. You have to invite their thought process.
You guys begin cracking up.
And all of their thought processes matters. All of their thought processes matter. There is no corporate sponsor. There is no corporate sponsor. What we have individual paying their commitment to our institutions that will protect the interests of the mass base of the Liberian people. And that's why we are inviting the progressive, the non-progressive, and people from all political persuasion, people from all religious persuasion, people from all traditional persuasion.
Pewee, you gotta call for South Korea.
I'm close here. I gotta leave now. The only thing I got to tell you is, if you're going to sell CMC and tell the Liberian people that because Pelete is building a bridge in Nimakate, so that's a major development. Because of that, the Liberian people consider the party. You guys are flying all wrong. There are a lot of other representatives and leaders that are doing other things. Don't come to the Liberian people with something substantive. Not argument about,
you gotta call from South Korea here. You gotta call from South Korea.
You do a major development, this and that.
Your name, where you calling from? Go ahead.
You're on the wrong footing, bro. I gotta tell you, I'll see you later. I gotta get up early in the morning.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, let me just first
your name and where you calling from?
This is Pewee calling you from South Korea. I think that is widely known, and my common name is Alajiba. And let me just first inform my brother Siddiqui that just the fuller section of the CDC raised $2 million, $2 million Liberian dollars, and each member that was allowed to pay the dues, they pay 1 year upfront. Okay, so it's not something that you will just sit and say something you know nothing about. Sometimes it's good to say things for a word of sentiment. I understand Mr. Bilete is doing a lot of job. To my other point, he's doing a lot, and he needs to do more. And you guys who support Mr. Bilete need to help him to do more, or else the Liberian people will not see what he's doing. It will be just like the Mr. Cummins of Liberia. I mean, doing things that the Liberian people see nothing of, no importance. I mean, we need to change the narrative as Liberians in the form of campaigning. Up to now, you people from the ANC stay angry. And I will tell you this, we are in the opposition. We are there together. Not only are we fighting each other, we need to hold together so that we can change the narrative come 2029. But you, up to now, you stay angry. It means nothing to the ANC. It helped no one in the ANC. So all I can tell you is to roll up your sleeve and let's come together and fight the Unity Party together, not against, not apart. Both the CMC, the CDC, the ANC, we can do this together. Okay? So thank you very much for affording me the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Mr. Gilman, and thank everyone. You guys are the best. You're doing a lot of job for us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you to Alaji. I don't
But
know.
the caller needs to take his own advice. He's telling Siliki,
Yeah,
we're on the same side, and
yeah.
you're attacking ANC. Then how is it? How are you? Anyway, gentlemen, thank you. Great show. Siliki, make your comment, and then I will have to take my essay.
Yeah,
It's
but
good to see you, my brother. It's been a while.
yeah, I think it was a great show, and I just want to close on this. Caller who called, Alaji, I don't know from, I just forget about his location. But this is what I want to say to you and all of the citizens. I have nothing against the CDC. And I'm one person who believes that the ANC alone as a political party, we cannot win election on our own. I believe that. So, and the CDC is in opposition today. I think we can work together. But here is the thing. Both of you guys, you come, you throw an attack on us, and when we respond to you, and then you feel offended, you want to preach this opposition unity. And another issue here is that you guys were in power recently. Let's not forget that. Yes, we can work together in opposition unity, to fight the unity party, which I believe that we are doing. But that doesn't mean that we should forget about your record, about your service to the country, what you did, that we should not hold you accountable. So if you think working together, is something that we'll say the CDC was a perfect government, they did everything, and they will defend everything that you did. And even some of us today, we are on record of criticizing you. Then we come to them and play blunt as to it. It's not going to work that way. We are always open to opposition unity. We can work together. I believe the CDC and ANC, we share something in common, and we always open to that. But it have to be about Liberia. That's the bottom line. And whether Mr. Cummins, win election in Liberia, whether he become president or not, and this thing should not be about Cummins. We're talking about Liberia. Charles Walker Bronsky won for the thing. He didn't make it, he passed up. We still have a country called Liberia, And so if even Cummins doesn't get the presidency, we will still have Liberia. What more about the people who are there, who cannot afford, who are suffering and who are faced with a lot of the issues that are confronting our people today? What more about that? That should be our conversation. Now, Kumi will not be president. ANC is this. But for me, I have no issue with the CDC. Let's work together. And once we come after ANC about the 1% nonsense, we'll definitely respond. That's something I'm always ready for. So thank you. It was a great show, and good night from my end.
Thank you. Good night, guys.
Thank you, guys. Guys, and Mr. Nangwe, thank you again for our Nima trip. Thank you, Makan Rana. Thank you so much. The guys will be in Nima. They're going to with Nima. We'll stay collecting. Please, I want to appreciate you and Mr. for you today. Mr. Nangwe, thank you. And also Makan, thank you so much. Makan Randa.
I gotta give my word,
High table. They're having debate on Wednesday, so they will be there.
It'll be interesting.
Debate on Wednesday will be there, yeah. So
who organizing the debate Wednesday?
They call them, Missy. They meet, Miss, what they call them? Hold on. I'll tell you right now. They call them, They okay. Let anybody go there. Okay. Then Liberal Media for Democratic Initiatives.
I hope that debate will be attended, but I think my gut feeling is it will be poorly attended.
Well, if I were anybody, I would attend it. If I in a real, I would attend it.
No. It's because of
sometimes you can make
the campaign schedule.
The
campaign schedule.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
The campaign schedule, because some of the major candidates have been struck with other issues.
Wait, so the endorsement today, who endorse? Is it MPP part?
MPP endorsed Samuel Koga. I think Samuel Koga endorsement has passed Joseph Boakai endorsement in 2017. And that's what people are talking about now.
And today I was talking to somebody. I think I'm Madam Doro. So the Sweden finally being endorse somebody too.
I'm not seeing that yet. It's possible.
I saw a post.
There's pressure on her.
The Sweden made a post, and then I think the senator, Madam, I think we call the person called Grace, her niece.
Called Grace on what?
Yeah, they were going back and forth on the Sweden post.
I don't
know.
Intense.
Yeah, intense. Yeah.
Let me check. I can check. But
yeah,
Myean and myself were not friends on Facebook, so
okay.
I wouldn't see.
But that person, that person didn't get down. Person was they're going strong. I said, wow. But that's not politics.
It was called Grace exchanging with Myean or with someone else.
Yeah, with Myean. They're going back and forth there. Yeah, on that post.
Oh, I mean, it shouldn't be so. Myean is her big sister. I mean,
yeah. But anyway,
no, Myean is the ex-wife of our cousin, Ezekiel Glay. So we are one big family.
Remember when you thought I want?
Huh?
Remember when you thought I want?
What are you talking about? Myean was called Myean Gongloe for many years.
They want to announce it. You announced it now.
No, I don't think it's anything bad though. It's not negative.
Or the nature
for a woman to have ex-husband or man to have ex-wife. I'm just saying that we are family. So if Called Grace did that, was unnecessary.
Are we still on the social media?
Yeah, we're still on show. You know that.
Okay.
Guys, look.
Why are you not going to
Manchester?
To Manchester.
You know how Pewee. Like report the funny so right. If anything check out tomorrow, the week is in Manchester.
Listen, I think we stay on the show. So, but as I said to you, Kehleboe, the reason why I couldn't go, I got out pressing matters. That's why that is conflicting my schedule. That's why I want to be in Europe, in Manchester, to be part of that occasion. So it's why the reason. It's nothing basically.
Well, I would say, I'm telling you, tomorrow, a few months from now, 2 years from now, there's Manchester.
No, forget about that. Some of us know.
I have my experience from
what some of us know today.
But you just keep talking.
I can talk to you all record, Pew.
I have my experience with CDC. So I when all the political things that people doing, it can be exciting, you know. Yeah. I remember vividly. I remember doing our 2004 days, my man. Every weekend was this CDC chapter in the state. We got one chapter, and I grew up who. Our 12, our James Scully, me, Piso. I had our group, my man. We're just moving. Anywhere we go, still capture. We go capture. We're capturing, my man, capturing. And how that movement became big. And I said, no party that can close to that record was said. Nobody, no party. I said, I say, what? We pour hard for all. Anywhere we go. And one like bro, man, who said, when history call, Teach will answer that call. They are meant call it real tribute to the man. It will answer the clarion call for national service. Hey, D12. Look, no, that boy, Pewee, won Atlanta, Georgia. My man, that boy put the pre-history like bro, right? Put it one, he took it from there to 1980 to the war. That boy caught that thing, man. Man, we are looking about it. Yeah, that boy broke it down. He said, we are making a compelling and convincing case why George we are. He said, the groundswell of support who are gravitating towards this man. On his wealth, to honest work, hard work. Hello, he made a case for yeah. He's a movement. The movement was strong, but along the way things happen. So yeah, my man. What? This is USA.
But Kehleboe, I thought you're coming over to the CMC, or what happened? Why you change course?
Oh, Kehleboe, talk about Kehleboe. Oh, you are going to CMC too? Oh,
no. Tomalin. Let's stop it there.
Oh, but the mentor there is what?
No. In a political formation, Musa Belete talk. I don't know what Tomalin is laughing about. I'm very sure Musa Belete spoke.
People just call you out.
No, I said no. I asked.
He asked a question.
Yeah.
If I'll come to and what happened.
But look, you're the CMC.
No, you see, Tomalin, I'm not like, I don't want to say you, but I'm not like some people. I'm a very straight shooter. If I'm not going to do something, I'm very careful on what I do. If you ask honorability, I ask in specific thing. Our first conversation was on the Constitution. That what is the structure of the and what are the
are you reading me mention? So I'm going to mention you reading mention.
So
about the Queen
I've spoken to honorability like probably 5 times on the CNC on different conversation to understand, right? And I think even when he went ahead and appointed Dr. Richardson and Grace Guar, I did speak to Pewee about that. I asked him whether there were consultation done. And for me, those are things I consider one-man show. When you have a party that has that there is a corporate funder, a decision-making process for me in political parties is important. Okay? Those were concerns I raised with people, saying he asked a question and Tomalin is interested in it. I raised those fundamental issues with Pewee, and he himself was struggling to talk to Mr. Belete for days. Okay, and for me, at my point, at my education and status now, all I mean is I don't know what Tomalin is. But that's been disrespectful though. Tomalin, are you suggesting? Are you laughing or suggest that Kehleboe is wishy-washy?
No. I'm laughing because
show me political parties that have been member. You've been member of CCC and all of that.
Not on CSC.
On the LTP.
But they will be putting people on people put you on
on what spot? He asked me.
No. I didn't
thought I was coming there.
So
he said he thought I was coming. Listen to that English. He said I thought you were coming there.
I thought you were coming over because
the way he said I thought you were coming.
To explain some of the things Mr. Gongloe just said also about the concern he asked, and that's what I said. So we were looking forward to having conversation around those things. And it's going to be a party. His concern was he wanted a party to be, because nothing we have to hire to be institutional based. And I said, and that's one of the reasons why he said just on the show that there's a corporate sponsor. I still reject that. I believe there's no corporate sponsor. And he asked, so how Given even responded to him. Now, most of those things about naming folks and other things was the party have not gone to official convention yet, but it was consensus based, right? So when issues are consensus based, yes, okay.
You are specifically asked you.
So the global chairman, everybody going to Manchester?
Everybody's going. Everybody's going.
One of those where you consulted. Instead, you are not consulted.
The global chair is going, but you should know that you asked me. I can say that.
Oh, I probably no.
No, but then why you ask if you ask if the chair going?
I just mean because I want to know what.
Oh yeah. But Gamer just announced that Gamer also is going. I didn't know Gamer was going, but Gamer just said that he's going also. But yeah, no, yeah. But the political leader and the host of other executive member will be in Manchester.
Wow.
This weekend.
Wow.
Yeah, this weekend. Yeah, it's going to be a big turnout.
Wow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So when having the meeting in USA?
That I can say now. That will be discussed in due course.
Why are you interested in that? No.
So the poor from Liberia, who the national chairman of Liberia mentioned that.
I don't know who.
Why you need Jean Yogi? No, that Bangura.
No, Yogi Bangura is the national secretary.
Oh, like on a job, every party be secretary.
Yeah,
for QIJ party.
He's a good writer.
I know.
You know, writing is an art. In many political institutions, people look for people who can write, who can produce documents under short notice. So Bangura has that skill.
Yeah, he's very analytical skills.
Yeah, so that's why they keep, I mean, I thought maybe you were even going to be the organizing chair, but
who organized you?
What's
I said I thought Bangura would have even been the organizing chair.
So what's the update? Let's pivot a little bit. What's the update about the Nimba election? Oh, so the election is 1 week away.
April 22nd.
Yeah,
that's Monday. That's Monday. It's going to be next week Tuesday.
Next Tuesday.
Yeah, a week away because we're almost into Tuesday.
So that's why I was saying when you talk about
so when I the whole UP when I saw I want to see what Kanga Finland would do. I saw Amos Square, I saw Mo Ali, the whole UP folks, they all in Nimba. Okay, I mean,
Front Africa is reporting on it today that it's in the case file.
Because the reason why they took people from China position because they said they were campaigning for CDC during the election.
I wanted to claim the high against Emma Glasgow.
So by right person,
you are posting on pictures,
I wanted to claim the high against Emma Glasgow.
The group that left, they call themselves Garrison Yelu supporter that went to endorse Koga. You know where they work? They work for the Governance Commission. And these are folks that Garrison Yelu took them, but Vice President Kun has been intimidating them that if they do not endorse Koga, they'll lose their job because they got hired by illegal means. One of the seat towards the end of CDC term, they didn't go through Civil 7 tests. They didn't do their.
Garrison, you stay with the commission, with the government commission.
No, I'm saying he took when Garrison was there. He hired many.
Larry got a job now.
He hired many of the folks, right? He's an acting chair. He's still acting. They haven't confirmed him, because it's a turning issue. Because it's a turning issue, so they don't want to put him forth for confirmation yet.
And I heard just now on the show somebody tested me. They about it. There's a big indictment coming up. I don't call the name of the person. They come and indict somebody, big somebody indictment on some top official of government. I said, wow. LSCC about to do it. Indictment.
Well, Tomalin, let me tell you, under the Unity Party government, people were just raising some issue here. The violation of the tunnel laws, which is a statute, by the way.
Yeah.
Frequent violation, even where the Supreme Court rendered an opinion on, it was very demeaning of the executive action on the telecommunication authority. The president actually issued a press release accepting the opinion of the executive of the Supreme Court. What did he do? The next day, not 1 week, the next day, he removed the bill and put in item people.
Then when the poor filed a case with the Supreme Court, they didn't taking the case.
Yeah, they are still acting up to today's date. Okay.
Yes. What is the Senate doing by it? It's a joke. What is the Senate doing?
It's a joke. So
what is Senate doing?
So for example, they don't put them forth for confirmation because the issue will arise. So when it comes to even this code of conduct issue, the ombudsman, the guys who issue press release might issue some fine, some of them might be their first infraction. The ombudsman actually issue a statement that all those who are in political party positions and their government official must resign, must choose either to manage a political party or resign to work for public sector. And they have flatly refused to do it. The ombudsman can just do much. They do not have enforcement power. Only the executive can enforce the law. So if the executive is actually covering Amos Toy, the chairman of the Unity Party and others, nothing they can do about that.
It's
so
sad,
they have been paid for nothing money because their opinion, their recommendation to the executive will never be enforced.
But I'll tell you this though. Look. There's somebody's in Nima. President said, Georgie, if election is free and fair in Nima, the real establishment will have an upset. So what the people are doing too, they put taking their money,
win this election. Every single day we are discovering their own people are coming to us who they are giving money to them. They are coming to us telling us the plan they had to cheat. They are telling us everything. When Vice President Kun was in Gantor, buying voter cards, dishing out money. And Tomalin, I'll tell you this. Some of our boys on the ground, they just went, Gantor is a metropolitan area, just like Monrovia. They want to just organize some group and say, hey, you are the group here, or the other girl, you the group here. The vice president is distributing money, $20,000 per group, you'll go get some. Let's confirm what he's doing. They went in the yard. Kun saw, like your friend, you can ask him. He saw one of the guys, he came from a town near, or Ganta, I'm not going to call the town name. He came near a town in Ganta, but he knows him. When he saw him, he said, oh, Mr. Vice President, I have my no group. He looked at him and said, if I give you $1 million, we'll cut you now with razor blade, and Madam Well blood will come out. But I will give you the $20,000 you carry to your group. I'm happy when Madam Well wins. She must all reconcile the county. And the guy walked away. So we just wanted to confirm what he was doing. Distributing money. So he has unnecessarily nationalized a local election. Senatorial elections or representative elections are local elections. Must be fought over local issues, not over national issues. But VP Kun went to Nima and said, you elect Garrison Yelu, you elect Mike Blion, you elect Madam Kehleboe Gongloe or Dr. George Gompu. It means you don't want me to be president in 2029. That is his message to the people.
What he said?
Yeah. That's his message.
Wow.
So he actually made an election about himself, much more about the senatorial candidate himself. So you don't hear people who support Koga, they say we're doing it for Kun 2029. You see it? Unfortunately. He injected himself, and then he went and said, President saying to Nimba to be there until after the election, and you were to elect Koga, then you take Koga to President Bouaga and say, President Bouaga, mission accomplished. Yet the senator. I mean, what a outright lies.
Well, my take is that election will be a foresee an upset. And my thing is that if Koga loses the election, what's going to happen is this though. He's going to flip. He will flip and put a blame on Kun. Trust me, he'll put a blame. He'll say that Kun causing another win. And it will be a big problem. So that's why if I were advising them, I told him, I said, don't get involved in the election. Be above of it. But everybody want that. They want to be somebody want to be the next Prince Johnson in Nima. So everybody fighting for it.
Which is very, I mean, actually, the whole thing about wanting to be somebody, it's just a stupid idea. I don't know where this whole Godfather doesn't came from.
But actually, they said there was something a poll was done and Koga running neck to neck with Egypt in a Nima belt.
Look, let me tell you, Tomalin, because of my background in statistics and in conducting pool, what most of the folks consider opinion pool don't qualify to that level. So okay. I don't follow this stuff. Even our own people, like today, I was on just this night, I was online with one of the senior advisors to the campaign, and you're saying, oh, the conductor pull in Tabata will won, pull in Seglepi will won, pull in Ganto will won, Sanuglu will won, even Ikepa will won. We are leading in all the radio pools, right? But these pools are not scientific. You know, I mean, just common example. If I'm conducting pool now on the radio and Sylvester Pewee got late money and he sends scratch card dollar to the media and say, your call and say this. That's not, so it's not scientific, right? So I don't follow all this stuff. What I follow is I want to see, because I understand the country and I know how, look at the different results of past election, how people vote. You just look at it. And there are some people, okay, in this district, is this person supporting this person? Or in this particular town, what is your feeling in this town? Because in some district, sometimes we have the largest registered voters, right? And sometimes we have just small. So you look at all those things, you pick places and get a sense of it. Okay, I think we are training well. The fact that the far largest voting center in this district, you guys feel confident in there, I think that's good. Okay, because voter opinion tend to trend. If they start to just go one way, they got to talk to each other. The masses are smart. It's the same thing with the U.S. election. When the poll was neck to neck with Donald Trump and this lady, the Democratic lady who shot herself in her leg with advocating for gays' rights, led to a losing of the election that was beautiful for her. I told my wife that night, I said, this pool is tight, but it will break in favor of one person. Whoever will break for will win by massive electoral college. That's how voters.
That's wrong. I get that.
And it turned out Trump, even one place is what Republican has never won. Voters do communicate. They do.
I told my cognitive test, my dad does say I'm the smartest. He said the Biden take one. He said the Obama take one. He said one of my one can take it because I'm the smartest. The nothing can take it. So he said look,
I love Trump. Trump is very positive about himself.
Well,
he's the smartest in the world.
Honestly, right?
He doesn't.
I'm not a guy fan. The guy making. I can enjoy listening to the guy. Melo.
Trump does not think that anyone is smarter than him or compared to him.
The guy.
You know,
the man loves the press.
The whole government.
The men love the press. The men love the press. The men love the press. Oh, the men look. They make it happen to the press every day.
Right. They will see end to the end.
Look at you. You incompetent. Look at you. You say you're really going down. I know what you. He said, no. The guy knows in the press. He said, look at you. He said, why you can get just say, I did well for taking the terrorists out of the country. Why you gonna say about something? I don't know they do it very loud. The guy said, look at you. He asked me a question. Ask me, dumb question. Look.
No, if Trump fight for a second round for him, I'm actually going to vote for him because I like some of the things he's doing. You know what? You know, globalized economy, people may have problems.
No, but guess what? China put here play the video. The Chinese say, no, we start at 140. We're not gonna anything you want to get up like Benin. It's a joke now. We're not man here. You ain't keep on. Why the next day he said, oh, I'm taking tariff off electronics. Come on, man. China said, well, I beg you, man. Chinese what? Chinese call it a bluff.
You know what I like about Trump? Trump's argument is, and that's what I want President Biden to do. Trump's argument is, he was elected
America first
to defend the United States.
Yes.
He was not elected by other citizens from other countries. He's not there to do the job for what other countries' president should do for them. Yeah. And that's what I love about this guy.
And at his point, you're right.
We are Indians and Chinese exploiting our resources in Liberia and giving peanuts to government officials. I want Joseph Boyga to wake up tomorrow morning and say, in the wake of the global tariff regime, ArcelorMittal, we are issuing executive moratorium, no shipment of oil out of the country. Take action. ArcelorMittal can go to court. Look, there is a commonly
You see, Gongloe, you guys can say something that's just far unreasonable and not only
The
unreasonable.
military leader in Burkina Faso did it.
But that military government,
No.
How will you tell Boakai to stop? If no only how to pay taxes, how you gonna get money?
Pewee.
How you get money?
Pewee, you will get money. You know
How
the
you get
reason?
it?
Do you know how much ArcelorMittal pay every
How you
month?
get money if they stop?
No, just tell me. You know how much they pay every month? The royal, they pay royal. You know how much is the royal they pay to the Liberian government? It's not even or 1/10 of what they take out of the country. The value.
No, do you know the taxes they pay?
But let me tell you this. What I can tell you this is
because if they stop, everything will collapse.
Baka fight corruption and cut down the waste, waste in government. There's enough money there. That is what the guy in Burkina Faso is doing. And I tell young people, I tell even government officials, one of them is my friend. I was talking to him.
Now, do you know the reason why the guy in Burkina Faso is succeeding? The guy in Burkina Faso is succeeding because the people, they are rich in gold. That one are real gold. They see it coming. That gold.
In Kema.
That
gold. What is that?
The gold we have in Burkina Faso, it's not near the one we got in Liberia.
But that gold is pure gold also.
Yeah, it's pure. But
it's mechanized money of gold.
Listen, in Burkina Faso, the gold is in extraordinary commercial quantity. Liberia is there also, but not compared to Burkina Faso.
But the fact is, he shut down the company and said, you can't take the gold out of the country. We have to start the process. The nugget, we must process it, put it in package, the way it is put on shelf to be sold in the West. And
yeah, so that gold issue, you see, gold, diamond thing, are quick money making thing in there. So factory going to come immediately, going to do things. But with the issue of the concession deal we're in with ArcelorMittal, if you had to tell them to stop the shipment of iron ore now in the country would come to a standstill.
Not true.
Because ArcelorMittal pay a lot. You see, the two major companies in the country now.
Only if we continue to be corrupt.
The two major companies in the country today, you see ArcelorMittal, you see Firestone, and all that. So you tell people to stop taking rubber out of the country too? That would be a lot.
It's easier for you to call for value addition.
Yeah, I agree with you. I will agree with you if you were to push the argument that for rubber, it's been many years. It's been more than 7 decades, more than 9, even almost 100 years now. I thought Firestone should have now started the process of reducing some of this in finished products. And Chancellor, there was a debate when the Chancellor running to be president. He went in Buchanan, the 97 elections. He said that it was unfortunate for lack to be in Buchanan, people still buying rubber band.
Yeah. Even talking about Firestone.
Yeah, he said that. Firestone doing what he said.
That was very progressive. Look, even the Noka, when the brief time I worked for government, then I realized that
was they importing rubber?
Some like the Jackie, there's a little called Jackie, I think Jackie Corey. Those are folks that still send them to University of Texas, to the UK, before even the establishment of Noka. He said, my people will go and study about the oil business. They will come here, Liberia will start the oil business ourselves. And we'll have the technician, we're not going to bring consultant. Still started to send people away. If you compare this with even what Uganda has more deposit of crude oil, but Uganda is not even money. The Chinese have offered billions of dollars to Ugandan. Ugandan government has said they will take that time. They will have to establish a refinery. They will have to establish all this infrastructure. It will be processed in Uganda and shipped out of the country, and they're not taking out all out of the country. So we can do the same. My point is, Pewee, if we cut down the waste and we're not buying $1 million car for bulletproof car for president, vice president, we're not doing all that, we can cut down the waste. You know, all that the government has done, they cut down the waste. What they consider cutting down waste is to reduce civil servant, increase the salary for the big guy. That's all they're doing. And it's upside down. It's really not good economics, you know, and it's not helping the country. People pay. This year, watch out. LRA will issue a statement that they are raised $1 billion. Watch it. I know what I'm talking about. But at the end of the day, you will still be owing salary because it's a leakage in the expenditure. They just spend. The more money that comes in, the more requests government. So there are some agencies the government has created. What is the need for some of those agencies? If you look at some of their names, say you wonder, I don't know, they got one that got full authority. They got one the full authority, then they got National Food Assistance Agency, they got National Disaster this. Why you don't just bring them under one umbrella and have different departments to play this role?
Liberia ambassador has arrived to Washington. He in Washington now.
Dr. El Hassan Conte.
Liberia ambassador to the United States arrives with renewed diplomatic mission. His Excellency, the ambassador, extraordinary plenipotentiary of Liberia to the United States, Dr. El Hassan Conte, has arrived at Washington, D.C.
He's my former professor from LU.
Yeah, he'll be meeting. He will stay long when you meet Trump.
I did 2 courses under him, and he took me from classroom and made me a research assistant to him. You know, when I was.
He will meet the president.
He'll come with present a lot of opinions to President Donald Trump.
Some African countries, so it will take some time.
They will just working the schedule to go present.
Maybe it will be faster because Trump knows.
It's going to be a red carpet everything. I ain't do it. So mad with the president, pay the national authority about Trump. Why is Trump in office now? Office day. Yes, signs executive order. Just showing you what they showing there. All you do is it. Is it?
No, right. Just go by the protocol. You go in, but you will present the other thing. Yeah. So.
Trump away from.
Try to be a low key event. You just ambassador.
Trump away from. From Liberia.
And he say, yeah.
Hey, letter for President Boaga to you. Letter of a recall of my predecessor. Okay. He said, but tell you about a joke, but because what happened last week? Our state senator, representative, he wanted to do chat Benin. Then your man Project Kuna is it a US Congress?
Was it in Liberia or in
Liberia? They say that the US government are intervene now. They say the Congress are intervene. I see your left phone. The manager or state senator here, he want to do chair Benin Liberia.
Even he's a state representative or state senator, the fact is he was not in Liberia as on official duty. He was there on a religious mission.
Yeah, but we're just talking about duty now, taking picture of the man.
Yeah, but that whole thing about trying to seek validation that because I've taken picture of a white man, it validates. It's just annoying. It makes a joke. What taking picture of somebody from the US, even a congressman?
I'll tell you somebody
the validation should be your people.
The point is
your people.
The point is that, Judge, when it comes to the international meeting, you say people can ask questions. You say, so in a room, so now I get 30% room on our own delegation. He said, but what people can for? He said, then get report posted that the DSA alone, that's $600 a day. Say, what they can do there? You bring your tail out, then you come to the meeting there. Yeah, you can't pay for money. Most of the money you have pay for, most of the money. Because you can use my $600 a day. Your 35% come on the trip there. How much money there? Man, look, the country though, on that side, I was saying, yeah, but your party then get weak because the party everybody doing the same thing.
So guys, for example, somebody was talking about, I'm watching a YouTube video here. President Boaga went to dedicate light to Puro. Look, and people are happy about that. This is something the president should not do. This is something maybe the police director, if send
the mayor might do that thing.
Mayor should go do it because it's happening in. I mean, I would take this presidency to be. You mean we are so narrow-minded that even just putting fire light pole from Dubro Junction to that point, it worth the president to leave his official duty and go dedicate that. I mean, it's just embarrassing.
You know, it's the kind of thing on for what you do if it's in the city of Painesville, you invite the Painesville city mayor, The EDC did a project. EDC managing director and the public web minister will attend the program and do that.
Why
I think it will worth the president going to dedicate a major rule from one county connecting the next county.
Yes.
That's a landmark project.
I want you to say that Cote d'Ivoire will dedicate a plant, or manufacturing plant.
Yeah.
Or factory.
This plant in the country, and they
bring people. Man, like
this plant in the country, they build a plant, they will be hiring the first time almost 1,000, they'll be hiring 1,000 people. The president go and cut the ribbon to that. That's the kind of an issue. But I mean, every mucking up thing and the push. You see, and the president, as I was saying today, he said he will not be dedicating hand pump again.
he said that. So it's a validation of the hand pump.
He said, I remember who supported that one. I said, he said, we just support 1 point info. Yeah,
he said, even info. I
said, no, the guy is a joke. That was a joke. No, I tell my friend, I said, look, I said, the thing that bless us in America, we got safety nets. I say, you see, somebody working in America, that person paying into 401k, putting the social security. Okay? Now, that today, because tomorrow, and tax deadline. So, I don't will allow me to go to my tax today, right? I told somebody, I say, you see, they tax today. I say, they put the money, they put it for all, they get us small again. That's some more. They put and pay off for thinking I watch that still isn't there. I watch you in our boy. They say, you got dependent, right? Yeah, you put your dollar in there, put your child in there. They put paying you to take that shit in there. I said, like, bro, again, we're gonna try to bro one day.
I didn't get any money by our old federal. I had to pay $6,000.
That's man, I know what we're gonna talk about. There's a place I know, the place that I did a tax today. That place, it's been 20 years, in year today, 20 years. Very good.
We shall know. Yeah, when
but see what? You know what? You know the reason why I love that place. Why I found out today, the money can charge. My first time paying $500 to do taxes. Yes, $500. Now see what the return can be great. I see.
And where you go, Naji?
Oh man, I got Naji.
He got something good.
You thought
he got something good.
Your inbound before Janaba, bro.
But you see, it's one of the best things here. On a serious note,
you able to share something on live on the show?
No, my
beginner. Okay.
But no, guys,
Malawi arriving in Yikepa tonight along with Kehleboe. It's Mama.
Listen, Yeke, you see Yeke in our country, right? The next time I'm in Liberia, I'm going to find some time. I'm going to find some time to really sit down with him and have a conversation with him. If he manages himself very well, he can be a serious political person in the country. But he foul language.
Society like this, right?
His foul language is what can sometimes.
But if he doesn't do that, then he's like. He will not be who he is. You got to do that.
Anyway.
Yes.
Maybe it's better that he getting the traction.
You saw Justin.
No, he can say some vocal, but stop insulting.
Amen.
Take the invective from there. Stop insulting.
You know where I was like you 2 years ago. When I went to Liberia in 2023, my cousin works at a World Bank. And I have some friends who work also at African Development Bank. When I visited these people, I told them where they were registered because Councillor Gongloe was in the election. I wanted to know if they could play. They said they have to move, they have to go to District 10, they register to vote for Yeke. And these are people working for multilateral institutions, making money. They are not ordinary people, right? And they were both one of them lived Broadville. So I took my entire family. They came here with register in District 10 because Yeke needs to be in the legislature. We need to keep him there. And I said, are you guys crazy? But at the time, I was here. I was having a different perspective. That you could make your argument without saying all these things to we are. I see the guy has not changed. He's look, 2 times Yeke took his colleagues, the House of Representatives, to the court and he won. So I sat back and said, but this guy is not stupid. All the thing he can be doing, he has won 2 cases against the House of Representatives. So he's not a foolish person.
No, he's not.
But he knows even the legislative rules. He knows it.
No,
but then he said, I don't know, Bo.
No, but
the guy can put the rules and he knows what to do. So I think there's something with Yeke we need to study.
No, but
and the man go to we are how he said we are well go to eat.
but listen now.
Close now.
But listen now. You saw that Prophet Key, right? In Morocco. And why you think kept him going? Because the thing you're doing, right? And supposed to support it. Supposed to give money to it, support it. And they were kept him. And by the time there was nothing to talk about again, when election ended, nothing to talk about again, he relocated. Now you see what happening now? That when I say every day, when the Prophet Key show coming start, everybody going there. Come to show the pack. The man show pack about the see but there are also too some people on social media too when they haven't shown them. No, the country is outside Canada.
No, so no, let me tell you.
You want to talk about this, but somebody say they can talk about G's. So, but Canada is somebody say talking they won't get G's. We got G to talk tonight. But I can't Canada say I'll be coming on less 1 hour for the talk about I got some breaking news about G's. They were talking Sonny. I said I'm talking about the person.
And he said I want 1,000 people to log on.
They will can't go get 1 year. They won't know. They won't year.
How the country is.
Yeah, country looking. Easy. So I won't call anybody the guy time on the show. I went somewhere. I don't think it was somewhere. Me and my man. Then one of these talk show hosts, one of these people that be on your G's put in. He said, "Oh, celebrity then yeah, let me take pictures." I said, "Who?" I said, "Who?" I said, "They put you on that show." Say they remember you were over there to that program too. They talking about you now. I supposed to believe it too. I don't take picture that a big yeah. So I started looking. People will take. You want to be famous? Do something stupid to be famous. Easy to be famous. Very easy.
Like the little Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh used to have crazy ideas. Okay, when I was at university, I didn't know much about anything about American politics. Rush Limbaugh published he wrote a book called "What Up to Be." You know,
by the way,
and sorry, I read it.
Even here in this country, got some people that
came to the US now.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Had different idea in the US now. I started regretting what I read.
You're right. Even here, correctly, there are some people in Congress, in other area in government that say those things and they are popular.
Look, tomorrow you have election tomorrow.
The war is going crazy.
You have election tomorrow, like bro. You guys support a particular candidate. That person win. Okay.
You guys say running for president in 2020.
That person even be doing something correct.
No, you guys say supporting we are.
But see now, that person be doing something correct, right? Get what happened? Because for you to be relevant and find where you found something that how you do it because you say, oh, if me have a mistake, you flip on that person. Because
you get supporting we are.
Yeah, actually that guy is popular with young people. Look, I
so
saw Yeke. Yeke came from Grand Jide last week. He said he went to visit his in-law. Then I watched a video in Kample, towards Lugwatu. It's the largest town around, I think the last big town in Liberia before you go towards the border. It's a predominantly Guar area. Yeke went there. The crowd that he pulled, Madam Wade did not pull it there, Koga did not pull it there, Garrison did not pull it. No Central Canada pulled that crowd. And guess what? Yeke stood there and he said to the people, he said the woman, the group that invited him, he has been talking to the group only 3 weeks. The guy in touch with him, the guy is number. They said they've been looking for his number for a year. They found the guy that they spoke with him. They said, we love you. We want to come visit us in Kample. And he said, oh, I'm going to Grand Jide. So
is Kample a Guar base? I know something.
Yes. So When I go to Grand Leader, I'm coming back from Grand Leader, I was stopped to complete. And he stopped there and he turned to the people, he saw the crowd, the food, this. And he said, did I give you guys money for this? He said, I didn't spend a dime. What I'm doing it for the Liberian people. That's why people love me. The crowd, I said they build these pantage type, stuff to host. It was a big crowd, to honor him. And you were just in a late t-shirt and jean trouser, and he came, he spoke to the people, and they were just like hawking. Everybody wants to take a picture with him, man. And he said, I'm going to Monrovia and I'll come back. And he left. He got in his car and left. I watched it, I said, but something is wrong with this guy. I would go in that remote area. In that remote area, they don't even see Yage action every day.
Yeah, but if there's no chaos, you not operate. You need chaos or you can operate.
There will always be chaos in the governance process, whether in the US or anywhere.
Anyway, survive.
There will always be chaos.
And I agree with that. Always.
Yeah, be chaos.
And Donald Trump here causing some.
Oh, yeah.
There will always be chaos.
That is still looking, man. That guy will be. I'm sorry, yeah, but that guy looking, man.
Government is the animal that many people don't like around the world. I mean, I don't care what you do, because government takes action that in many instances are not popular with people. So there will always be
correct. Somebody attacking people. My own man.
What you say?
I'm Peter attacking you.
Pewee is no longer neo-progressive. He has gone to CMC.
Well, no. I'm still neo-progressive.
Okay.
What about it, money?
What is CNC political ideology?
You be a neo-progressive and behind Hellas CDC.
Now it's not behind Hellas CDC. So
CDC, number one is CDC Hellas.
Let's ask you this question: what is CMC political ideology?
No, so
you are the spokesman. You are the information person.
That's what I'm saying. It's in line with the same thought process of the neo-progressive, right? The mantra is the people.
For these people say, CMC believes in this.
That's what I'm saying. CMC believes basically in the interest of protecting the mass base of the people. The people. So it's an ideological movement to take the people from poverty to. It's basically going to focus on the people. The ideology is to transform the life of the people.
But it's not different from CDC though, because CDC has a proper agenda.
Listen,
it's to uplift the mass living style of the mass.
Mr. 1 minute. Every political institution in the country, it's just like we got different way we try to structure the ideological thought process of every individual political party. But everything is focused directly to the people. In terms of, you may say, Popo, the United Party came with the poverty reduction strategy, CDC came with the proper agenda. Then the United Party changed it, they came again to arrest. Right? So, and you see the arrest agenda, it will focus
on what happened, the outcome of them? Successful?
I will. If it was successful, I don't know. Maybe Gongloe, you ask Gongloe that question if it was successful. But I think the mantra. Listen, the major mantra of the neo-progressive is the mantra that the CMC tried to capture. And if you were to succeed in implementing some mantra or some process, you're going to go a long way in getting the love of the Liberian people. Now, because it have to be the people first. Everything about the people. We think the people, we do everything for the people and project their whole line as to how we can give them life. Because if the majority of the people has been catered to, then the intent is that you will have alleviated most of the untold problem people been carrying in the country. So it's part of that. So how can we structure the process there? So it will have to be from an agenda that will come from the level of people being impoverished to what we call economic emancipation. How can we emancipate those folks economically? And by doing that, you will moving people from poverty to expose them to education, expose them to good health system, expose them to good social services, and the rest of those things.
Tomalin George asked you earlier, but let me ask you this question. what would be your position if the CMC leader takes the CNC to Unity Party in 2029 as a alliance political party?
Unity Party?
You
know, it's not possible.
No, I'm asking a question that Tomalin.
That is
don't
not
say anything to me.
that is not possible. Even before
I'm
2029,
saying, give a hypothetical position. What will be your position as an
yes, even if I sense that before 29 or 2029, I would disengage.
All right.
Yeah.
Tomalin, today is the 14th of April. I will save the show. I will download and save it on my computer.
I will disengage.
I'll cut this particular part and
you said the Unity Party, right?
I said the Unity Party. Yes.
I would disengage.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
If I mean, I pray. Look, right now the challenge people are saying that
if you said any of the opposition, I will engage and see how far it's going. But the Unity Party, I will disengage categorically.
All right.
But if they go along with how coalition with the CDC, you will not disengage.
Any opposition that's a room.
He said any opposition. He said the only party is Unity Party, which
the Unity Party. Listen, the intent. I believe sincerely that the Unity Party, they were just unblocked. They ran with all the kind of propaganda that the past regime to just find themselves into power. They schemed their way into power. There's no way any of us. I would sit down and see support them.
For me, the problem I got with them is they're very deceptive. You gotta look. I remember the whole. I mean, at one point in time, all the guys there, the Patrick Horner, all them they were attending to World Mr. Cummings at one point in time. All of them broke guys. By the time they, in fact, they were like moving towards him.
Who are they jaw today like this?
I say,
what hey. I'm telling my girl paying her rent.
The boys by the time I mean, I think they call up government, I think up government and power don't play in Liberia. I can see it. So now, when I even go Liberia, so now when I leave my place to go out, I get about 3-4 invitations for lunch.
I see you. I have to go close my
so if you can go for
I'll be listening to the two of you. You'll stay talking.
We're going over.
No, we're going now.
Are you keeping you come along? We'll keep your company.